Boom, boom, boom. And we are live. About chat. Hey everybody, Laffy, good to go to have Infinite, good to go to have you, Ray, good to go to have you, Karoom, good to go to have you. Anybody hear me? We've got about 25 minutes until start, so I'm going to be doing some sound testing, getting everything started. Let me know how audio is. Hydra, good to go to have ya. Audio looks okay. I'm also going to go forward. They're doing sound tests right now. The live letter has not started. They will not be starting for another 25 minutes. Sound is good? Okay, how's sound on top of them? You shouldn't be able to hear them very much because I'll be doing the, like, translations and stuff. They're only going to be speaking in Japanese, so it won't be translated other than what I do, so it's okay they can't hear them. Make sure I got everything. I got my spray, I got my water. A sound test inside of a sound test? Soundception. Tad low on their end. Ooh, okay, good. Low on their end should be low. Their end should not be, you should not have it. Because there will not be much function in them speaking. I will bump it when we see the trailer, because we should get the trailer today. How y'all doing? For those who don't know, for the live letter, we get the, for part 2, we'll be getting the trailer. Oh, I'm probably not going to be able to put out a trailer analysis video, because I'm heading out for FanFest. I'm starting driving tomorrow. I'm driving from East Coast all the way to West Coast. And I've got plenty of other things I got to be doing, so there's no way I'm going to put out an analysis video. So we'll just have to do an analysis on the stream. Morning, Laugh. But yeah, exciting. A lot of exciting stuff to talk about, and also not least of which the interviews. Once they're done with the sound test, we'll probably go over preliminarily some of the stuff on the special site, and some of the interview, a little bit of the interview information while we wait. I'm doing better than I've been doing in the past month. Good. Also, dear God, have mercy on your soul. Yeah. Oh, I was simplifying V. V's driving and I'm the co-pilot. But yeah, so yeah, 23 minutes until we start. They're just doing sound tests right now. Everybody excited for FanFest? Excited for 8.0 news? I don't know what's going to happen in 8.0 specifically. I have my own theories and whatnot, but the one thing I do know is I, for months, have been saying 8.0 is going to be a big change up, and the recent interviews with Yoshi P have full-on definitely confirmed that. Let me... Also, how's the visuals? Like, is the graphical fidelity of Yoshi P and everything pretty good? I can bump it if I need to. 8.0 will be FF7 related? No. Because every time they release an FF number... No, that's not correct. That's not true, Dio. The SDR Fenris released for Shadowbringer was released for Shadowbringers. That's an FF7 bicycle mount. FF and Shadowbringers is not 7 themed. And the only time that has been true was the Whale for Endwalker. The only time the FanFest mount has been related to the expansion that's coming is Endwalker. Was not true for Heavensward, was not true for Stormblood, was not true for Shadowbringers, was not true for Dawn Trail. It's just Endwalker. Because the pre-order mount in Dawn Trail was 9 related. Some of the pre-order bonuses have been, but the FanFest mount was only one time. Yeah. Yukio, good to go to have you. Jojo, good to go to have you. 8.0 obviously would be Grahati is starting his own restaurant. Yeah. As usual, the live translations will be done mainly by Miyuna and Iluna Minori. I'll be adding in what little things I catch on my own, if relevant in any way, shape, or form. It's a canon event. You can't prevent the rise of F7. I'm not trying to prevent the rise of F7. I'm trying to prevent the propensity the fandom has for taking one single data point of evidence and running leaps and bounds in a direction that is not warranted, and then being upset when it's not the thing they expected. Look, could I imagine like a city in Corvos looks like Junon or something when we eventually go there, or, you know, I don't know, something like that? Yeah, totally. I mean, depending on if you want to define Whirlit as already kind of doing that. But yeah, oh, some preemptive while they're doing sound tests. Foxconn hopes that everything is going well. Apparently, whenever coming to conveying original, apparently, whenever coming to conveying one original language to others, some people always be a victim. Something where he says a lot of things, but he doesn't say in the original language. Apparently, outside note. Okay, yeah, he's just confirming that the shirt he's wearing has nothing to do with the new job. That's funny. We better not get because God knows I want an obsessive long-haired swordsman obsessing over the warrior of light. Yeah, Xenos. I also point out that they've been on record multiple times as not wanting to step on each other's toes, and it's worth remembering that the remake, Rebirth, and whatever the third one's called are, like, actively and presently around. Them reinterpreting 7 in a major MSQ way would go against a lot of what they said, and also people I think tend to forget that 1.0 already 1.x, not 1.0, but 1.x kind of already adapted a lot of this. Like Dalmud is an adaptation of the Meteor plotline. That's also Nail is Sephiroth. I mean, there's literally when it Castrum Novum, I think, when you see the scene with Nail is just the Sephiroth and Flame scene. I missed so many live letters, but the last 3 I've been here to just chat and watch content. It's kind of nice. Yeah, nice. Yeah, it's a great time for that. Jane, good to see you. Glad to have you. Thanks for providing space. Absolutely. My favorite thing in the world. Well, good to glad to have you. Back to what you said earlier, the interviews make me go to saying, yeah, the total job work is going to be huge. People are still skeptical, but with that, I'm saying, dear God. Yeah, I mean, I think with the job we work, I'm not talking about the job we work. I'm talking about the systematic. I'm saying that there's going to be broader systematic and widespread changes in 8.0. Like, not least of which, just as minor examples, the ending of totems and the beginning of a new, like, way, a new something else, the completely changing of the relic system. But I'm saying like broader, bigger changes. Like be ready for some really exciting announcements at FanFest. And remember that we're only getting the first step of 3. Yeah. With the job reworks, I'm expecting them to be like big and meaningful. I'm not sure how big and meaningful, only because it could really go so many different ways. Won't know until we know. What shirt is he wearing? He can't see behind your camera. Oh, he's just wearing a baseball shirt that says "Losing isn't an option." Or lose? What is it? Sorry, it's yeah, losing isn't an option. How is your furry overlord? Let's see if Dees is nearby. I've got a furry baby.
るところから、あと魔獣図鑑とは何ぞやとか、その東獣連はね、ちょっとまだリリース前にもう一回特集やろうかなとは思ってて、すごい密度なんで、東獣連の中身がちょっと深すぎるんで、
This is Disa.
また別の特集をちょっとさせてもらおうかなと思ってたりしてるんですけど、でもまず基礎的な
That is Disa. She is a Maine Coon kitten, and she is also 10 months old. That is a kitten. That how big she is, that's 10 months.
俺が想定してないですよってよさ、これやってくださいよはさ、マジでひどい。ついさっきですよ言われたのしかも。そうね。しかもかっこよく見せるってことは割とフルフルなやつをね。無理だ。いや無理だと思う。無理だと思う。そうそうそう。まあそこですかね。
There you go.
あとはまとめて幻影化。
Okay. She's got a little shoebox she likes sitting in, and I just put her in it. She isn't even at full power yet. No, she's only just getting started. They have just such distinct features. Yeah. She's a very, very cute kitten. Great, good to go to have you. Reza, good to go to have you. It sure has nothing to do with the new job, but this watch does. Yeah. Chronomancer confirmed. Yeah, yeah. Okay, when the sound test wraps up in a couple minutes here, we'll go ahead and we'll look at the special site and whatnot. And then in 15 minutes, we'll be live letter. It's almost certainly going to open with the trailer in Japanese, so just be ready for that. And then when they get to the break, we'll watch it in English. Levi, good to go to have you. Trying to get my friend Kira to get a new kitten. She hadn't seen a Maine Coon before. Yeah, they're pretty good. You want to go out? No, you good? Okay. She's just laying down. Did it just start? No, Reza. This is the sound test. We'll be beginning 15 minutes. Talking a little bit about the show. The troubleshooting is PC. It's not commonly about in the game today. Of course, it's going to be a demo thing. It's going to make... Yoshi P's worried about... they're going to be showing some in-game footage today. I would expect to see some stuff from the third walk, the third Alliance raid, the Windurst Alliance raid. That's the main thing you'll see. They may demo potentially some stuff, any UI or UX changes they may show, but the one main thing to expect would be... oh, here, you need to go out. Expects to see definitely the winter stuff for sure. They're super well behaved. Oh my god, Deesa's so well behaved and so cute. She's like the best part of a cat and the best part of a dog, I'll tell you what. Maine Coon's pretty rad. They'll also have a Beastmaster demonstration. They're going to show at least one of the bosses from the Echoes of Vana'diel raid, expected to be Shantoto, as Shantoto almost certainly will be one of the first ones in the Windurst region. I say that from one of the images we saw on the special site. This live letter is going to be very dense, so expect that. Yoshi P says it's going to take me forever to get the Beastmaster rotation down, as it's really interesting and in-depth. Yoshi P is going on a ramble because fanfests and all that are all events, and it's a big source of income. So Yoshi P has not much space to breathe, but the marketing team is so gung-ho that sometimes things just go without Yoshi P's full eyes on it. He's very busy. The next day, Yoshi P is called to attend another meeting here and there, etc. Yeah, busy dude, I can only imagine. Is NUO gameplay going to be shown? Not likely. It's possible, Laffy. I would be very surprised, especially because the context of NUO, as well as I'm going to bet the arena. The arena may simply be the Cladium, like the Magitech factory, but I wouldn't be surprised if the arena itself is more interesting or telling, whether or not it's like in the void, whether or not there's a giant void gate. Like, I wouldn't expect to see the trial. I really wouldn't expect that. Not impossible, but I wouldn't expect it. Historically, we haven't seen it. You might see like raids. You might see raids and alliance raids, but you pretty rarely see MSQ. I mean, I wouldn't. Don't get me started, Stockwad. I tend to find the Dawn Trail Stormblood 2 take to be a little silly and a little gotcha, where it's like not really, only if you like kind of stretch certain things. But yeah, but definitely the tons of but on a macro level of like broadly divisive key MSQ, but actually a lot of content and tons of quality of life. Yeah, it does on a macro level 100%. Marketing going full without overview sounds a bit worrying. I don't think that's what he's saying. I would have to go play back his Japanese and listen closely. I think he's more just saying some things slip through because he's very busy doing a lot of checks with patch and whatnot, and sometimes they need and also there's a certain amount them having some agency is a good thing. From the reminder, we've got about 10 minutes until they begin. They're still just doing sound tests. Dan forgot we even had Alliance Raid this time around. I'll be honest, I've been a bit forgettable for me. I've been adoring it, Jank, so I mean, can't speak to that. And I'm not a huge 11 fan. I know a lot about 11, but I'm not a huge 11 fan. Also, narratively, the fact that they're interacting with the interdimensional rift, as well as Electrope and specifically Magics and the way they're doing it, I think are pretty meaningful. I'd also say that, I don't know, this may not be true for you, but a lot of times if people are, if the expansion is the first time they're caught up, engaging with the Alliance raids where they're not playing them all in a row right through, but instead playing them with 8 months between each section, they can, I think, not stick as much in people's mind. All right, my PC instead of my phone, now I can reiterate everything is perfect. Nice! Also, I would definitely go to the bathroom and get some drinks right now because we're going to be here for a couple hours. I know something really hard to do and take time, but I recently went back to check on WoW and quality of life. They've done transmog and housing run laps around 14. Yeah. I mean, housing-wise, I mean, they built the housing from the ground up, so inherently you would have to expect it. As for transmog, yeah. No, I mean, but that's the thing is, if you look at the transmog stuff that they've been doing and laying the groundwork for throughout Dawn Trail, in particular, with some of Endwalker, but mainly Dawn Trail, 14 is now laying the steps to be able to have a much more robust and meaningful transmog system. So, yeah, again, with housing, you would hope so, mainly because you have the architecture and infrastructure from 13 years ago versus one built from the ground up today. Been away from the game for a while. Yeah, a patch behind the story. Yeah, no harm in that, but I've been paying attention to the game news. Nice, nice. What is the one? This is going to patch 7.5. Omen, good to go out of you. So for those who don't know, the way that patches have historically worked is you've got the 1, the 2, the 3, the 4, the 5, and the 5.5. I think technically this is the 5.1 and 5.5, but it's the same thing. This is going to be basically the first half of the last patch going into the expansion is split in two, usually with a part 1 and a part 2. This is part 1 of the final patch, basically. And the narrative part 2 to it will happen in a couple months after release, about 4-ish months after release. Actually, technically, I think it might be a little more than that. But no, it's less than that because April. Wait, is it September? That's part 2. Anyways, so yeah. Let's pull up the special site too real quick. Again, when the live letter starts, expect the Japanese version of the trailer to play, and we will watch it in English during the break. Today is part 2 of part 1. Yeah, basically. Also, this is the period in which a lot of people who have been taking long breaks from 14 come back in the lead up and hype cycle into the expansion and catch up on what they've missed. They mentioned wanting to make the housing glitch an actual thing and potentially point out. Yeah. I would expect a lot of things like that going forward. I would also, I'm not saying housing specific, but I would expect a lot of meaningful, in 8.0 and 8.x, I would expect a lot of meaningful, not just quality of life generally, but broad systematic improvements and changes, like what we've already seen the groundwork done in Dawn Trail. Doesn't usually the 0.55 drop right before the final FanFest? So if I'm right and it is September, that would be a month before the final FanFest. So we're basically getting the part 1 of 7.5 in a couple days after North American FanFest, and we should get part 2 right before... about a month-ish before JP FanFest, which makes sense because then we'll probably yeah. I'm gonna be farming the 7.4 dungeon, also honing my rotation 7.5. Good lord, I just got a rude awakening how much I became sloppy. You gotta work on it. Sloppy, you gotta work on it. My computer's in the shop basically until patch. They're waiting for a part, and there was stuff we gotta do. Oh, that's a bummer. This is very exciting indeed. MSQ part 2 for the patch will be 7.56. Yeah, which yeah. Clover gets to go out of it. Xehanort gets to go out, yeah, which is slated for after EU FanFest. Yeah, but if I'm not mistaken, the 7.56 would be September, which is a month before JP, because that's October. It's October 31st, in fact. I don't know what FXIV plans for the next expansion, but one thing I'd really like is to make open world more lively, fun to explore. Also, sorry for grammar. Yeah, no, you're good. Your grammar's totally fine. And yeah, I mean, I would love that too. I think that historically the difficulty is that long-term open and lively to explore is kind of an impossible thing to sustain endlessly. Like, no MMO has, I think, widely succeeded. I think you have much, like, and I mean long-term. I don't mean that, like, in the short-term or medium-term you can't. I think it does help when the maps are interconnected in such a way that you're traveling from the world to world. It helps it feel more alive. And you can definitely do things to, like, make it better. I think the problem is you kind of can't infinitely and sustainably. For the plot of Trail to the Heavens, which is this coming patch, we know it's in part going to be about the key. This is the piece of Eorzean crystal in the key. When I say Eorzean, I do not mean the Eorzean's referring to Ultima. I just mean an unaspected piece of crystal that contains magic and or memories. Go see one of my recent videos of talking about this. But the crystal that exists basically within the key, they have removed from it. We've got the Scions who are a part of the story up on Mare Lamentorum, and they're clearly talking to, or probably end up talking to, Helmarut. This is over on Mare Lamentorum, on the other side where Helmarut is. Here you can see Heimdall's stand. I forget what the type. The Heimdall satellite. She's basically staring out at Atheris. You got everyone here. Return from the 11 racked land to the night. The warrior of light and their companion resume investigations at the key. They begin to unravel mysteries and analyze an unsettling message threatens to draw their attention elsewhere. So that's the Helmarut thing. We've got the Winder stuff. We got the Shantoto here, Prish and Alshal, Cyrilja and whatever he's planning. Expected to probably have to do with Promathia and somehow. This is the Winder's map. We're probably going to see at least some of this or some of this, the White Gate from Treasure Vault are gone. This is the Shantoto fight. Because you can see it's outside the Winder's tree, the boss that they're going to show for the 11 is almost certainly going to be Shantoto. And then the gear. Beastmaster, they're going to show off a bunch about Beastmaster. If you've read the recent the 3 interviews in Japanese that came out, you will have there was already a lot told to us about this, but we're going to see a practical application. The Cladium, in Japanese, the term is Magitech Factory, so we know it's a Magitech Factory, and all the images aren't here, but there's other images we have. The Cladium is almost certainly the northern half of the Garlean capital. We know that there was a northern half of the Garlean capital that we don't go to. I think it's talked about in either the Roll Quest or in the Garlemald 6.0 section, Endwalker. It's one of them. You get, like, one mention of it quickly. The reason I think that is because if you look at this boss, you can see the Tower of Babel in the background. And this is not the normal Garlemald map. The buildings are different. So this is almost certainly the Cladium, or at least part of the Cladium, is the northern half of Garlemald. Interestingly enough, it's a Magitech Scorpion, but fused with a Void Scent, and it looks like an Angra Mainyu fused. Engaging with the idea and themes around Void Scent fusing with the machinery and what the implication of that is and what that could mean or have to do with the narrative is very, very interesting. But yeah, so we have the Cladium proper, which seems to be the northern half of Garlemald. We've got the Cladium, which is the Magitech factory that was basically an installation where they developed a lot of weapons during Imperial Garlemald. But then we have the Trial, which is the Unmaking, which is a fight against Enuo, which Enuo is a super boss from FF5, only in the Game Boy Advance. Well, I think it was technically not. It was the version of it that was the remaster, basically. But the main version of that I know of is the Game Boy Advance version. And he's tied to the Void and very Void-centric. And between the portal behind him, his design, the other Void Scent we saw, it's very clear it's going to be Void-related. So expect that. We've got the Occult Crescent North Horn, which is very exciting. Pixies and Scholars and what ho. We've got Skalin ruins, almost certainly, because they're similar to Alamigo. We haven't seen any above-ground Skalin ruins before, but this matches the architectural designs of a lot of them. It could be one of the other 12 lost cities of the 5th Astral Era. Can't say for sure. But, yeah. More floating Nim. Also interesting, this is the first evidence we have that this floating city of Nim specifically was etherically floating before the astral charge of the crystals from the 7th Umbral Calamity. This is interesting because it's Amdapori, but it looks like we've got mold on it. Why that's interesting is the mold that existed in Amdapor was a byproduct of Earth aspected Aether being weakened after the 7th Umbral Calamity. So it specifically being that way is a 7th. Well, late 6th, 7th Astral Era thing. It's not technically a thing that's like was true of Amdapor at the time of its existence. So that's fascinating. Force Tower Magic and some of the jobs and stuff for playing that. Weapon enhancement quest line. It looks like they're finally upgrading Archive's knife, and I'm so excited. Okay. And that's that. Again, a reminder, we'll be starting in about 1 minute, and it will be, I'm going to turn up the game volume, or the, because it's going to be the trailer, but it will be the Japanese dialogue, and we will watch the English one when they hit the break. No, we get the 7.5 trailer in about a minute here. How excited y'all for 8.0 and 7.5? Told her stuff here. Yeah, yeah. I love thinking we need to make Shantoto a boss, but she's so small, but we would do enlarge. I mean, if you played the early 2.0 FF11 crossover event, that happened in that. She became gigantic. So, for those of you who haven't seen it, you should watch footage of the, like, Final Fantasy 11 crossover event they did, like, 10 years ago in 14. It was hilarious. Normally use the final battle music for NUO, so I'm curious what music they have. Yeah, it'll just be the Dance Macabre. But yeah, it'll be super interesting with the music that they go for. Excited enough to see what's next? Yeah! Since this is YouTube, we're contractually obligated to say like, share, and subscribe. Thank you, Ray Ray. Absolutely getting hyped for what's to come. Yeah, yeah. I definitely am. No, I'm excited. I'm also very... Oh, here we go. Here we go. Void portal. It's okay, Hydra. I can't fix it right now, but it doesn't matter. It's in Japanese. Hey, the magic of a Zem. I mean, we knew that was in the crystal. Beastmaster! Oh, the Crucible looks so good. Oh, Oxessia. Oxessia is so pretty. Windrust and the White Gate. Oh, there she is. Laughing everything. Oh, they even gave her voice lines. Yep. Oh. The Hildebrand finale comes. The new PvP arena. I knew it. I knew Zero was going to be coming back. Technically. I mean, purveyor of all that is botanical. It makes sense that Halmaru to be focused on that. Okay, we'll watch that in English during the break because there'll be the dialogue will be amazing to talk about. But yeah, very exciting. Oh. Interesting. I'm guessing that has to do with the ultimate. Kefka showing up like that. Expect that to be the ultimate. Okay. I'm turning their audio back down. Again, they are going to be in Japanese. I will be doing the Kefka Chaotic. I wouldn't expect Chaotic, because remember, he was a raid, not an alliance raid. What I would expect is it's going to be the ultimate, and I wouldn't be surprised if the ultimate is like a reference to all old Final Fantasies or something, like 1 through 15 or whatever. Okay. Ultimate, because we're getting an ultimate in the patch. So the Chaotic would come from nowhere, but the ultimate we know is coming. And we also know it's going to be different than usual. Okay, again, thank you to Muna and Iluna Minori for doing the translations. You could do Kefka and Morgenstern. I would look more. I mean, yeah, you could. I would look more specifically to a larger swath of the history of the game. We'll watch it in English in at the break. We are live. Part 2 always starts with the trailer, and we packed the trailer. It says Yoshi P. Some things people might, and some things people might not have expected. I don't know that there was anything in that I completely didn't expect. I think the one thing I'm most interested to see is the entity that came out of the Void Gate that had the orange glow of the crystal. Kefka about to do a funny, yeah. Yoshi P. So after have we 100? We will get in-game footage. Again, they have not said this, but expect to see Windurst and the fight against Shantoto, as well as Beastmaster. They're going to show off those two. Yoshi P. FanFests are starting next week, and there are a few things about patch 7.5 I will announce at the NA FanFest and not here. One of those is the ultimate. He's going to be talking about the ultimate at FanFest. Do not expect him to reveal the ultimate here. So we tried to make today's stream not too long. I need to get back to work after this. It's 8 p.m. in Japan right now. Yeah. Part 1 is April, and part 2 is early September. Yeah, so part 1 is going to be like 3 days after FanFest, and part 2 is going to be a little over a month before JP FanFest. So it'll be after, and it'll be after European FanFest, which is either, which is July? I think it's July. And it'll be before JP FanFest. I will be able to have a dozen ley lines at a time. Yeah. Laffy over here, jealous of Shantoto. Yoshi P says, there will be a lot of information during FanFest. For those of you who haven't noticed, the keynote for it is longer than usual. Usually the keynote's pretty much the same length. They made the keynote almost an hour longer than it usually is. They have a lot to talk about. I'm not sure if it's even okay to talk about some of those things without having released the 7.5 MSQ Part 1, but we're going to do it anyways. And every label line will be targeted by AoE. Yeah, July. Okay, thanks, great. Yeah, here is the order of operations for what we're getting for the patch 7.5s and the FanFest. We're going to get the American FanFest. 3 days later, we get the story, patch 7.5, the Alliance raid and whatnot. Technically... I forget how it's all broken up. But anyways, you get patch 7.1 in early June. You get, then you got the EU FanFest. Then you got the 0.55. Then you've got the 0.56. Then you've got JP FanFest. It's broken up a little differently than usual. I think one of the things they're doing here with this is, I mean, not that it's been bad historically, but that this is a little bit more even-keeled with the content drought going to be spread out. Because remember, after this 7.56, there won't be any new content. That's coming out in September. The expansion is almost certainly likely to come out, unless they change things up a lot, which they always could, in like January or February of 2027. So there won't be any new content for at least probably 4 months. The official YouTube has the different trailers, different trailer languages up now, so you can go watch them and feel free to. We will be doing that at the break if you want to with us. Otherwise, feel free to go do so now. And AoE for every little line. The Oreo hot chocolate is good. It's like drinking brownie. We are watching it again.
久しぶりにね、共造世界とかね、いろいろワードがね、出てますね。はい。そう願うことがすべての破滅をもたらす。I didn't realize I. このね、後ろに戦艦がいたりするので、ちょっとテンション上がるんですけど、個人的には。久しぶりじゃないこの暁というかさ。
It's been a long time since we've seen all the Scions.
みんなあそこに集まって、大体 感じ難しい話してる
そうですね。
大体 DPS が飽きてジャンプする
I'm very interested what's going on with this gate here. Like, the magic of Azem's opening and pulling things through the interdimensional rift is not new or anything around that. Obviously, that's what the key and the magics of Azem seem to be able to do. But what's specifically going on with the gate?
ような話を
込み入ったことをね話してました。
さあ鍵とは何なのかねいよいよ、はい、
Beastmaster looks amazing.
出ました。
I'm so excited.
魔獣さん。
Yeah, Hori Boulder, Behemoth. Yeah, good call out. Yeah, earlier in
も
the
うジョブ
trailer.
クエストも本当丁寧にね、
はい
後でもちょっと話しますけど作られてて、
楽しみです。
Accessia, this is the cosmic exploration.
寛容ですね星は
本当かな。
I wouldn't be surprised if Zero isn't one of the trusts in for the Cladium, because they specifically didn't show them. Euless or Zero are definitely going to be at least one of the trusts for the Cladium.
だろう
出ました。
この真髄って奥からこう大爆発
Oh my god. This guy, I'm very curious, because he clearly voids that energy, but that orange glow is particular and unique, and I'm very curious about it.
黒い悪魔がやってまいりますね。
This is just for PV. This is the new Crystal Conflict map. Got Calyx back.
馴染んできましたね彼もね確かに
See, us like approaching the game. I'm so curious what's going on with this. Because I'm like, I assume it's just with dealing with the interdimensional rift, but it's a unique form of engaging with the magics, and this came from the Crystal Azem. So like, I'm so curious.
こいつっていう気持ちになるけど。
So you can see this is clearly the Void, which makes sense what we would have expected for Annuo.
いやー。まじこっからのこの BGM の感じです。
It's also calling back to the like arenas that we fought some of the four lords. You can see Golbez here. It looks like Golbez will be in one way or another fighting with us in the trial. But this also calls back to XCII's arena in oh my god. You can notice that Zero and Golbez, but you can see
いやなんかやばそう
if you look closely, that's Enyo in the background, so we know they're showing up.
だな今。
Northhorn?
別にね、
はい
次のまあ 7.5 じゃなくてまあその先
Remember that Halmarut was the Asian and was the convocation member in charge of all things botanical and of life. So I think from her perspective, she's got an obsession with not just like natural life, but all life in a way in which she may prioritize the continued preservation and existence of life broadly rather than just sentient life.
大いなる冒険がね別に第13世界とかいうわけではないんですよただまあこのエピソードを作らないとつなげていけないっていうところもあるんでまあそこら辺はぜひね確かに来ませんよ
そうやー。はい。
ちょっと異例のパターン
はい。
まああえてそうしたんですけどはい
Okay, let me lower their volume. Let me know if they're too loud now. Okay. Again, you don't want to hear them too much. Yoshibi, some terms there'll be some terms we haven't heard in a while. It's been a while since all the Scions were all gathered in one place. It's usually when they're discussing heavy topics. The Beast job quests are also very well done. We'll talk about it a bit more later. We don't know what that last teaser with Kefka might mean. I'm just as unsettled as everyone else. I'll discuss more details about that next week. Just know that Kefka talks a lot. So here's a short overview for what we're getting in 7.5. As mentioned, the MSQ is split into two parts. Each part has the usual volume of content, so just think of it as two regular MSQ patches. Imagine the moment that the moon is when she reveals her sigil. I mean, it's possible. It depends. I mean, remember that Halmaru was a sundered Asian. She's closer to Fandaniel than she is the unsundered, and we don't know how much, like, her preoccupation with her role and position and whether or not she identifies more with herself, with Halmarut, or with the individual she was before she was risen to office. So, like, there's a lot of interesting questions. Each part of the user, curious about what we're seeing in the background. Don't worry, it'll be clarified fast in the MSQ. I mean, if it's not clear, that's the key, and that's the key in the background without the crystal. The Dawn Trail Allied Society capstone quest, that'll be fun. If you haven't done them, you got plenty of time, and they are very good. I started crying recently. I finished off the final quest in the Yokui and the Mammal Jaw one because I kind of kept them on the side, and both of them. The Mammal Jaw one, I was liking it, and then the finale of it, I really loved. The finale of it also pretty heavily confirms that, pretty specifically kind of confirms what the timeline is. Hildebrand, sweet. Wonder if Helmut's original life has anything to do with the tribe of the Alroth features in the Alexander raids. Almost certainly not Shadow Grimsey. It would be far more likely that she's from the 9th, only because of her clothes. And specifically, depending on whether or not she can take her clothes with her between rifts, which is unlikely, historically. The comments made by Calyx would make that reference. I mean, it's possible. It is super possible. But it would be weird because that would make her a Zayla from the steppe, basically, according to lore, which would be odd because of her green horns and other features. I would actually be pretty surprised if she's from the source. I would be, only because most of the Sundered Ascians that we know of have come from other reflections, historically. But it's possible. If it is 7 meters of it, but she said that she revealed herself at some point. Yeah, sooner rather than later, for sure. New custom delivery, Auntie's Taco, Cecil Ja. Would be funny if even having a voice like Kefka's laugh is still Kefka's laugh. MP3 from FF5, yeah. They say he talks a lot. The dude putting aside stuff for the good of people is really nice. Yeah, exactly, Paul. Exactly. And it wasn't even just nice in itself, Paul. The reason I love it is the way it's written to me actually carries the weight of the context, which is I don't know that I can forgive you, but I know the future is for them to inherit, and I would rather look to peace. Like, I think it's a very lovely in how it's tackled. But I wouldn't be shocked. Yeah, I would have to watch an English Hydra before I can say. PvP Series 11 begins. PvP action adjustments. New Crystalline Conflict Arena. No surprises there. Also, the final 2 duty supports. We're getting Dusk Vigil and Shisui of the Violet Tides, which means every single dungeon will have duty support or trusts, I believe. Actually, I guess all of the, all the non-hard modes will have that. Like all the MSQ related dungeons. Technically, Dusk Vigil and Shisui are optional, so they're not technically MSQ related, but they are the leveling dungeons. All the leveling dungeons should now have basically duty support. Can't wait to get my new part-time job, yeah. Yoshi P says on the tacos, we've got so much taco love from around the world, so we want to give it back a bit in game. We even made a lot of taco-based goodies for FanFest. Yoshi P, we'll zone into the new map later, so they are going to show us the Archaea Harmonious. But they've got a few new gimmicks that they want to show. The Cladium, this is probably the northern half of Garlemald, based off of some of the images they showed leading into the Magitech factory where they were creating weapons for the war. All MSQ and leveling. Yeah, okay. Thanks, Laf. I wouldn't say no to expert dungeons support though. I wouldn't say no to it either, but I do think it. I'm super okay with them never adding expert dungeon support because the idea that that's ones where you need to bring people. The idea that the duty support can let you play through the narrative, but if you want to like spread out and do all the other things, you do need to play with other people. I think is a healthy balance. There are a few technologies you will see in the background during the Cladium dungeon. Technologies you would have expected Garlemald to have. Yeah, I mean, it's just basically Magitech. So interesting stuff for lore enthusiasts. Who? Me? Foxconn over here being like, ooh, the lore people, give them a little bit to work with. Look, I've been eating good for a while, so I ain't mad. I still want to know the lore behind the Charlian Library Rumble Arena. Dude, the multiple of the arenas I want to know, like, I mean, to be fair, we say that, but remember that at least one other of the arenas, and potentially 2, depending on where the volcanic map is, whether that's like the Far Reach or a Garlean geothermal area or whatever. Like, there already is a map that's a Charlian PvP map. Lore? For us? No. Yeah. The Garleans have forklifts, I must know. They have to, right? I mean, they might not because they use the magic attack to carry stuff. Windurst, the third walk, the final of the Alliance raid. We're going to have Windurst. We're going to have the White Gate from Treasures of Argon. And expect Promathia to show up, if not like Promathia and Altana or something like that. The one thing I can tell you is, other than Windurst is showing up, the White Gates are showing up, and Shantoto is going up, is Promathia is going to be a boss. Prish has been a main character. Promathia is, in a meaningful sense, the final boss of the narrative, depending on if you want to define Cloud of Darkness. But new trial. It's not called Enuo. It's called, I believe, the Unmaking. But the new trial fight is Enuo. During the media interviews for 7.5, I was told, I was asked, where did you get Enuo from? Like, why Enuo? For those who don't know, Enuo is a super boss added to Final Fantasy V, the advanced version, though he's referenced in the lore of FF5, and is basically a master of the void and kind of a fundamental antagonist of the broader story. And if some of you who are on the super I want more Final Fantasy VII stuff bent want some ammo for your theories, Enuo was designed by Nomura, so enjoy that. The extreme for this fight is going to be very straightforward. Little to no gimmicks at all that involve the map. So it's going to be quite the opposite of the Doom Train. So, which I think is actually good, because we've, like, I prefer having map gimmicks and stuff like that, I personally, but I think having a very straightforward fight, especially for our last one, I think is perfectly good. But then if you match carry stuff, when that makes said Magitech forklifts, we'll be doing the Unmaking. Yes, we will be doing that Unmaking. I'm going to be moving the Saturday's events on the Discord to almost always being focused on the current fight, and also making it a little bit more serious focused. So yeah, we'll be doing, Saturdays we'll be doing Enuo. We may wait a week or two for people to gear a little bit and you know, guides and whatnot in case people, but we'll definitely be doing the Extreme. And then normal we'll be doing blind as usual. If I understand correctly, in JP, the naming of trials bleeds into the stream because they're called the boss names in JP. Kind of, yeah. I actually have a video coming out on the Dungeons and Trials naming schema sometime after FanFest, and the way that naming works in Japanese is very interesting. New Ultimate Raid secret. Based on showing Kefka, I'm really wondering if it's not either A, going to be fighting versions of the stories from like the Alpha, Gamma, and Delta Escape or whatever. I wonder if they're not going to take a bunch of bosses throughout history and make you like progressively fight through them or something like that. Like fight Chaos and then Mateus and then Xande or Cloud of Darkness and then Zeromus. And like, if you think about it, most of the like enemies from 1 through 9, like the final foes, are present in game in some way. I like gimmicks, I love train, but having straightforward fight between them is nice too. Yeah, exactly. It's a good cooldown, Crepe. Exactly. I like map gimmicks. I like them too, okay, Ikage, but I think it's important to have variety. My set plans to farm out the XCII and blind the week since we're all Abyss. Nice! Tangent, but the way they've played with the arena and all of Dawntrail has made me chef's kiss. Oh, agreed, Kage. The trials across the board in Dawntrail have been, in my opinion, fantastic, with the one exception of I hate ice in Sphene, but that's only because a lot of people struggle with it. If it was a little bit easier. These are two of the new Phantom weapons. We saw these during the last live letter. Also, Yoshi P says, next week, Ultimate talks, we will talk about the Ultimate next week. There was a teaser at the end of the trailer, and I want to talk about it, but please wait another week. Balance and adjustments are done already for it, and we're just fixing some text now, so we're on track for release. Foxconn says, the Ultimate is flashy. Yoshi P says, yes, very. I think it'll be very fun to watch. Revolving heavily around Sigmascape and Deathscape is my hope. My hope is them doing like bosses throughout the history of Final Fantasy. That would be my biggest like heck yeah. Foxconn says the weapon this time are all super cool. Yoshi P, yes, thanks to the graphics update as well. There's a lot of extra things that we can do stylistically that we could not do before. Yeah, for those who don't know, a lot of the effects and stuff on the relic weapons and other things, some of them they've been able to do before, some of them they couldn't without the graphics update. If Ice Phase was earlier, it'd be a lot better. Behemoth, exactly. If Ice Phase was the first phase, if Ice Phase was where Wind Phase was, it would be fine. And a good example of that is the advanced dungeons, or the Criterion dungeons for Merchant's Tale. Some of the harder mechanics for most of the bosses are usually early on, and it makes playing them and learning them so much more fun, because you just deal with the hard thing and get it down. Yeah, doing the fight and then getting to practice it. Yeah, exactly, Behemoth, agreed. So this is the North Horn. These ruins are probably Skalin in nature. If you look at the architecture, it's very similar to Alamegan designs and other. But remember that there were 12 nations, one for each of the 12 in 5th Astral Era Eorzea. You had Scala, Karnak, Amdapor, Nim, and Mach are for the 5 that we know of. And Karnak, we didn't know its name until the South Horn. I wouldn't be surprised if we actually find yet another one. Or hear about another one in Northhorn. Beastmaster. They're going to tell us a bunch more about Beastmaster and show off some Beastmaster gameplay later on in this live letter. Yoshibi says it's not just extra areas to the map, but it's a completely new field, the Northhorn. And we're going to see a lot of Beastmaster later, right? Yes, we are. I will talk about the systems and then show them in game and then explain the systems as well. New ocean fishing update, Thavnair. I need to work on my world-class troller. I'm only on 1 million. I need 2 million more. And I bet you they're going to add like a 5 million ocean score. New Cosmic Exploration start. This is the final planet for Cosmic Exploration, XCII. If you've been playing them, you know the narrative for Cosmic Exploration is actually super important and like has been building up to this. This is probably the home planet of the Voyagers. I wouldn't be surprised. Dab fishing, Gippy, yeah. What's interesting with dab fishing is that positionally, that would mean that the fishing for this would not be that far off from going to a Korvosian route. Because we're basically on the southern side of Thavnair and Korvos is on the northern side across the Korvosi Narrow. Gold Saucer update, we knew this was coming. Housing update, increased placement limits for indoors and outdoor finishing, new interior fixture designs, and new settings under system configuration menu to adjust the number of characters displayed inside housing. All things that we knew were coming. For those who don't know, they're increasing the indoor-outdoor stuff by, I believe it's 1.5 for the storage as well as the amount of items that can be shown in and outside a house. I believe it's 1.5. It might be a little bit more for one of them, for either outdoor or indoor. Oh, also, friendly reminder that Beastmaster, you can have your pet out in towns. So Limsa is gonna get insane, and even more can I recommend not going to the Balmung quicksands. 2x outside, 1.5 inside. Thank you, Hydra. You're finally granted Accessia to a new play. And well played, Infinite, well played. Don't speak 5 million evil into the world. Yeah. Look, they put the 30k. I was working on the Horde achievement. I was at like 2,500, I think. And then they added the 30k in, and I went, nope, I'm done. I can't with this. This is insane. Scala add. Don't you start saying North. Don't you start. Behemoths are going to be hogging up in towns. Yeah. You will be able to. I'm going to tell you right now. They haven't said it. You will be able in your settings to be able to turn off people's pets. I will bet you so much gil right now. Pets are going to need set to a small... Yeah. Well, there's no evidence that you can change their sides like Eggies yet. And I think there's a chance that you won't be able to change their sides like Eggies. But we'll see. Yoshibi says, I cannot talk about the Gold Saucer update. It will be in the 7.5x. As said, in part 1, increased limits for housing. So thank you guys for waiting. Yeah, I'm super interested what the Gold Saucer update is. That I wouldn't be surprised if FF7 related, just because of how many Gold Saucer mini games there are. Obviously, Gold Saucer comes from 7, but how many Gold Saucer mini games there are in 7, as well as in 7 Remake, Rebirth, and the 3rd game coming out before too long. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Gold Saucer update is 7, comes from 7. It may not be 7 specifically related. Queen's Blood would be nice. Yeah. Being able to make someone's behemoth small feels like a power move. I'm 90% sure pet size works on them, which is considering I have them on large for my summon power fantasy. There better be no pigeons for Beastmaster. That would... Yeah. Yoshi is explaining something really quick, but I don't have the translation up yet, so give me a second. So far, which piece of content are you guys most excited for in 7.5? Beastmaster, Alliance Raid, quality of life fixes. I know, I'm super excited for the Arm War update where I can put all the armor from the 7.x dungeons in it. I farmed up. I have all the armor from UA Iwata Field Station. Oh my god. The Underkeep. the Meso Terminal and the man. Oh my god, I'm forgetting everything. 7.4 dungeon where you go to Treno. But anyways, I farmed all the armor for 7.1 through 7.4, and I'm so ready to put it in. I'm so excited. The dyes, yeah, the dye system is super exciting. Yeah. To add to this last point, since we're increasing the furnishing limits, there's obviously is a desire to increase those even further in the future. But with that in mind, some of the player environments might not be able to handle all the graphics in the future. We're working on limiting certain displays. There is no need to render everything in the second floor when you're on the first floor, right? It shouldn't impact a lot, but please be careful when you do complex designs that require placing elements on different floors. Basically saying to increase the amount of items they have, they're trying to make it so that they cull more items. So if you have a second floor of your place and you can't see anything, those will be culled so that you'll have better performance and to potentially make it so they can add even more stuff in the future. What he's getting at, though, is that if you find a way to glitch something with something that's technically on the second floor, but it's reaching down onto the first floor, if depending on how they fix things, it may get culled. So just be ready for that potentially being something in the future. And if it's a problem for people, give feedback and they'll be reading it. They've been on a bent of reading a lot of stuff lately. Mistwake, thank you, Xenordo. I don't know why I couldn't remember Mistwake. The ability to scrutinize Garland technology, can't wait to see. How do you have X but not Y? Any idea why he can't talk about the gold saucer? So the main reason I would think he can't talk about the gold saucer is if it is FF7 related, especially if they're trying to do synergy around Part 3 announcement. That would be the main reason that I can imagine not saying it. Or that would be the most conventional reason, is that there's synergy with something other, or like how Fall Guys was a partnership with another company, if this is a partnership with another company. That the main reasons would be those, is either synergy with some other Square Enix item or a partnership with another company in which they would be announcing specifically at the same time. And if you want to prioritize the house design and don't care about the players, you can just limit the display of characters to improve performance rather than housing items. Quality of life needed so much in alliance raids. I wanted to like limited jobs, but the fact that they are limited always turns me off. Rather, they are fun and short bit of while. So you're not wrong to feel that way, but I will point out that like limited jobs, if you make a limited job not a limited job, you will have to balance it, and if you have to balance it, you will remove the fun part of it. So I think limited jobs are important as limited jobs so that they can make them broken and entertaining. I hope that one day they add an auto outfit or auto optimize button so they don't have to manually move items. Yeah, that'd be nice, kid. 100%. What could they even add to the gold saucer to cross over with 7 Queen's Blood? I mean, there's a bunch of... I would have to, like, think through the games. I have not replayed Rebirth yet, so I haven't seen all the new versions of all the games. But there's a lot of options. I just hope that we get, and maybe it's snowboarding. Yoshi loves snowboarding. If we get a 15 and 16 collab again. 16 collab, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a 16 collab before 8.0. If they bring back the 16 collab. 15, I'm unsure. The dye system update. So we know that they're doing the dye consolidated dyes update. For those who don't know, they're basically taking all the dyes and turning them into 3 dyes. They are going to be, well, with asterisk. They're going to be all the dyes from like 2.0 and 2.x onwards as basically a 1 dye, an alpha dye. You have the second dye, which is going to be all the dyes from the diadem, and you've got the third dye, which is going to be all the dyes from Cosmic Exploration. Which is a smart move because then it doesn't devalue the ones from Cosmic or Diadem. However, any dye that is purchasable on the store is going to remain as it is. I'm going to go back real quick. Dyes currently in your possession will no longer be functional after the patch goes live. They can be exchanged for the new consolidated dyes by speaking with the Calamity Salvager. That's pretty normal. That's what's happened with other things. And details will be explained in the patch notes on the dye system as well. Our entire FC chest is just 999 of all dyes, so I'm going to be like transferring those over, and I'm going to also, when I get the charges for those, probably hand them out, some of those out to people. Usually speaks with Mr. Naoki from 16, and they agree to rerun it. Yeah. I will also say, now's a great time to stock up on any dyes that you can get really cheaply, because effectively any dye that's super cheap right now will count for more expensive dyes. As long as it's the right subtype. The dye thing is huge, yeah. The free space after the update is going to be great. 100%, Racia. Yeah, 100%. They're getting ready to show us footage of Windurst the Third Walk. Almost certainly we're going to see Windurst the tree and whatnot, and we're going to see the Shantoto fight. That is almost certainly what they're going to show next. They haven't said that, but that is the usual pattern and what looks like. Usually when you see Yoshi P turn over in the corner like that, he's setting up his computer to show off scenes. Right now they're getting the cutscenes from Windurst. so I think they're skipping over them real quick. Or they might show the intro cutscene. They usually do. Yep, they're showing the intro cutscene. Hey, it's the Windurst music. I mean, no surprise, but... Windows. Promathia! Oh, wait, no, sorry, not Promathia. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. She just... Absolute virtue, and Shantoto just goes... just blows it up. That's really funny. That's absolute virtue getting blown up by Shantoto as an intro is... Okay, that's absolutely on point. Accurate fucking peak. Yeah. That's great. That's such a great way to introduce her. For those who don't know, Shantoto is a very important and powerful character in 11. She's what would happen if you made a Y'shtola god tier and combined her with and made her a Hildebrand character. I don't know how else to describe it. So this was the Worf effect. Yeah. Water looks kind of tasty. Cinema, as the kids say. Yeah. They're not. Is it called market board for that one? But that's the one where you would do the like buying and selling items with other players, but not with the retainer system, if I'm not mistaken. I've played a bit of 11, but I've never played in the Windurst region really. I didn't spend time there. I started in Sandoria because I'm filthy Elzen. Elvon. Auction house. Yeah, it is the auction house. Yeah, which I do appreciate that they played it off. Oh, there's lore notes in it too. The G-Poser's gonna go crazy. Yeah. They really need to add an explore mode for the Alliance raids. I know that people asked for it, and they mentioned... Yoshi P noted that people were asking for it. Like, I think that was 7.4. So, I wouldn't be surprised if we see it. Of course you're... Yeah! Can I catch my breath from laughing? Yeah. Awesome, Will. Foxconn, if I drown in nostalgia, I won't be able to finish the raid. Yeah, especially with the amount of notes now. Yeah, we'll be, so as usual, we always run the opening night as a community over at T. Go join the T Discord. All are welcome. And we'll be doing a 24-man all people, and we'll be doing a slow go through where we'll be reading notes and stuff. Oh. That's gorgeous. And I love how enormous because we didn't get an Aoife tree, I know we had the Animo terminal, but because we didn't have like an Aoife tree after Aoife tree, I'm glad for 7.x we got like a giant tree. Are we fighting her more than once? One regular and then her awakened form? I mean, I think we're starting out, she's gigantic, and I think we're fighting... she might awaken or something in this fight, but we're just going to fight her like this. And then when we go to the White Gate, we'll probably fight Glul Jaja. I only say that because that would make a lot of sense, but I feel like that would be too convenient. What I do think is that we're definitely fighting Promathia at least, either as like third or final boss, or they're going to do Promathia and Altana, or them combined, because of the two heads of... the Glul Jaja Shade that Cyril just summoned. Arrow Terminal. Did I say Animo Terminal instead of Arrow? Yeah. Arrow Terminal. Yoshi P, but while you're at it, if you don't... Yoshi Foxon, if you don't know 11, you'll still be able to enjoy a lot of this, of course. And Yoshi P said, but while you're at it, why don't you go try 11? I would, Yoshi P, but I'm sorry, I can't... I would play more of 11, but it... My problem with playing 11 is nothing to do with anything other than the way that the UI and UX and in moving and character and camera work is just... I can't. It's unpleasant for me. It's not, I'm saying it's unpleasant. Just for me, it's unpleasant. Combined sub, come on, Square. I mean, a combined sub would lose them a huge amount of money, though. Like, most people who are interested in trying 11 are already trying 11. And trying 11 for most people is like the thing stopping them is not the monetary entry. They've done the market research. But yes, it would be convenient for us. It feels a bit... The other problem is that if 11 makes less money you tie its sub to 14, that makes it harder to make sure it's sustained. Which you want to make sure that 11 continues in perpetuity. I don't know what Shinzui is, but Maho obviously is magic. I just want to look at all her attacks. Does anyone know if that's her Dissidia Japanese voice? I'm curious if they used the Dissidia voice actors. A triple tank stack? Nothing too crazy about that. Oh, hey! I mean, those are all the elements obviously in 14, but the way they're manifested is the 11 way. Oh, she's destroying the arena! Oh, no. Yeah, she's lifting them up. Okay, is she gonna pull them forwards and crush us? Yeah, you have to find the place where she's not gonna crush you. Oh, that's good. Ley lines. Okay, so she's going to go in that order. Oh, and then she does a ring. Okay, so you gotta end up, if you have to end at the final ley line, and then she does a ring after it. And then a ring. Oh, no, because then a ring, and then just... And then they're gonna probably have her do other magics and do other patterns. That's cool. And then an AoE after, so make sure to get out right away. Would you if 11 got Guild Wars Reforged streaming? Absolutely, yeah. If 11 got the Guild Wars Reforged streaming, I'd love to spend way more time with 11. It's just not enjoyable enough on a mechanical level, and I don't mean the combat. I just mean the genuinely like camera and everything is just too much of a friction point for me to play a lot of it. But I desperately want to spend more time with 11. And I spent a lot of time reading everything in 11 too. So I've tried to learn a lot about the 11 lore as much as possible. I played hours of 11 and didn't get quest drops. Kind of not interested. I mean, aren't most quests acquired by just talking to people? That's my understanding. If Shantoto didn't play around, she would have caused a quadruple tank stack. Yeah. Another geometry boss. I love geometry. Foxon, well, everyone knows Shantoto isn't going to stop here, so this is all we can show for now. It's gonna get hectic. But story-wise, why is Shantoto here, and why the first boss? You'll see. Her being the first boss makes a lot of sense. She's an incredibly powerful entity, but also she's gonna become self-aware real fast. Because if the brothers can, if Eldnarsh and Kemlanot can become self-aware, Shantoto's gonna be self-aware as heck. I can't get an MMO normally. 14 is very much an exception. Oh, nice. But I've tried to do the same 11 reading so much. Yeah, a lot of reading. Yeah. Yep, nothing new yet. But yeah, that's very exciting. And that's going to be a lot of fun. I think that this is going to be Echoes of Enadiel, especially for 11 fans. I think it's working great for me as not an 11 fan, and not that I dislike 11, just not as a person who like grew up with 11 or anything. I hear really a lot of joy from all the people I talk to who are big 11 people, and I've mostly only heard relative to the worst I've heard is it's okay from people who aren't 11 people. So, and I think when the worst I'm hearing is yeah, it's fine. It's probably pretty good. Is it even a recreation of Shantoto in the first place? Almost certainly. Yeah. No, these are definitely still the Electrope entities for sure. Yeah, the other question too with I think they're gonna be showing Beastmaster next. Oh no, rewards. They're showing rewards from the Alliance raids, the different armors. Am I gonna show the rewards on Lala? Cute but small. These are on the special site if you want to see them all. They look pretty good. They're not my speed only because they look like they're from 11, which is a like lower poly aesthetic and a it's more simple. But they are really good 11 adaptations. I don't even play 11. I know her mostly from rap battles with Ultimeshia from Dissidia. All rewards should be shown on a Lala. Well, you're in luck. Yoshi P usually is a Lala player. Like, that's the tank armor. And I like it. I like the pauldrons, but the tabard and stuff is a little too simple. But if you like that more classical look, and if you want like a very classical paladin look, that's great. It also works really well as looking like a more like Ul'dan paladin look in general, without just being the Ul'dan paladin aesthetic. So I think these are good. They're not my favorite, and they're not probably going to be used a lot by me, but I think they're good, and I think they're going to be great for the people who love them. And I'll always remind you, having more glamour you don't like in the game is a good thing, because it means there's more glamour someone out there loves that will wear, that makes the choice of glamour you wear more meaningful. Yoshi, let me show you the gear. Yeah. Picks the smallest race. I mean, to be fair, Yoshi P has been playing Lalafell for 13 years, so. Or maybe it's 16. Is there any footage of Yoshi P playing during 1.x? I'm sure there is. I'm gonna be using some of these. Nice. All jokes aside, the scaling job for Lalafell armors, they do usually very high quality. Yeah, nothing feels like it was just squash and Photoshop. Interesting fact, they changed all the armors for the Mikote to look more like the Mithra versions that were different in 11. So, yeah. Yeah, this one, this striking one is pretty good. I think it's the striking one. Yeah, because he's on Monk, so. And then this is the slaying. The first one we got, I believe, was the maiming. The second was fending. The last one we just saw was the striking, and this is the slaying, I believe. Or not slaying. Slaying's the accessories. Can you tell I don't play DPS a lot? What is Reaper and Samurai called? Thief in 11. Oh, nice. Oh, no, you're right. It is the aiming set, because that was on Viper. I'm a dummy. I was thinking Reaper and Samurai, but you're right. This is on Viper, which means it's aiming. Or scouting, right? This should be the scouting, I believe. Which would make sense for Thief, because it would be the Ninja Viper. I welcome any glam that's not sci-fi. I know some people love it, but I just can't vibe with the Tron aesthetic. Yeah, I mean, definitely if it's not for you, 100%. I think that's the great thing, is that Final Fantasy has always, in all of its incarnations, existed always in every single one of the games on a gradient between fantasy and science fiction. And I think 14 allowing for both means that it's you can go with more high fantasy, or you can go more Solution 90, right? So luckily there's a lot of options. Aiming is range and Ninja Viper accessory. Yeah, aiming is range and Ninja, but then scouting is the Ninja Viper armor, right? And remember, you can wear all of them on any job now. Yeah, so I believe, so this is, so fending, striking, scouting? Maybe that's not scouting. So, okay, definitely fending, definitely striking. Viper would be scouting. So that if that is, they were on Viper, assuming that they were matching them, so that's scouting. Sorry, I don't spend a lot of time thinking about DPS glam because I play tank and healer so much, so forgive me. Green looks like aiming. You say that, but he swapped a Viper for it. Thanks, Ray. You would know. 50-50 on whether the green divide is scout or aiming. Yeah, I would bet the blue is aiming, only because he was on Viper for the green one. And also, the green one is Thief from 11. I think someone was mentioning that, and that sounds right. Yoshi P, of course the gear will show tails and all. And all will be dyeable. We put a lot of work into these. That's it for the Alliance raids. So, okay, yeah, so they're all dyeable. Also, I will point out that if you'd be like, well, what's the point of having the blue and green one then? If you look closely, the tops are different. Although, technically, I think that's female and male, so of course they're going to be different. But there are some visual differences between them, though they're more subtle. Unless, one possibility is maybe that is the same set. Well, no, because you would need a set for all the jobs because of stat reasons. There's nothing I hate more than when they remove tails from gear. Yeah. They've been pretty good at about not doing that. Lately in particular. Even like things like not removing Viera ears either. Like, I mean, even the Cosmic Exploration Space Bubble Helmet has the Viera ears. They often die differently too. Good call, yeah, Levi. We're fighting in a library. Something and now we're gonna show something of a new gimmick. A healing glyph will be situated in front of each team's starting point. While standing on their team's glyph, players will sustain 50% less damage and recover HP over time. I mean, I guess that's... It seems like an odd choice. A new kind of checkpoint located halfway between the center point and each team's checkpoint. A tactical crystal will come to stop upon reaching an aetherometer. I have to assume that the glyph has to be not near the crystal's end location. I mean, that makes sense. It's not like they're next to each other in the other maps, but like otherwise you just create infinitely prolonged fights. Oh, we going full Google? Yeah. To be fair, this is almost certainly like lore-wise in the Numenon in the lower levels. If the advancing team remains within the crystal's ring, the aetherometer will begin to charge when the aether index reaches 100. The tactical crystal can move once again. I mean, isn't that just a checkpoint like normal, basically? That's not, I guess that's not that different than the current checkpoint system. Is there something different for the defending team, though? There's got to be some play on this. So you want to stay on the panel until the circle on the crystal is fully filled. The Aether Index will revert to 0 if all members of the advancing team leave the crystal's ring, or if a member of the opposing team enters the crystal. Oh! Okay, I see. That's what's different. One, you reset to 0 if you have anyone leave it. And secondly, you need to keep it locked down and keep people from going in. So as long as the enemy team's on it, you cannot progress it. So it creates a team fight on it, and you basically have to team wipe the enemy team. Yeah. I think Tails sticking through capes looks stupid. Yeah, that's fair. But that's also kind of an impossible solve. I mean, I guess they could create a huge split. No, because then the physics for the cape would work different. Yeah, it's not an easy solve for that one. Once an aetherometer is fully charged, an ethereal bridge and jump glyph will appear. Okay, I like this. Honestly, I barely consider that a gimmick. I almost feel like this is just how Crystal Conflict should be in general. So if you see, the bridge is forming afterwards. So basically, parts of the map will be, like, locked out. Well, I don't think they're locked out because you can see the speed bridge is technically still connected there beforehand. The bridge on which the tactical crystal advances is manifesting beyond the ethereal. The bridge remains in place for the remainder of the match. Yeah, so once the bridges appear, they're there forever. This will be a bloodbath, holy moly. Yeah, a lot of team fights. Not that there aren't already in Crystal Conflict. Stepping on a jump glyph will allow players to travel swiftly to a specific location. The glyph will appear at the base of the team which manifested it, and once active, it will remain active for the remainder of the match. Okay, so once you get the glyph up, that'll help you speed up getting into the fight. I don't know, man. I'm looking at this, and I'm just like, I feel like this is just how most maps should be in general. Like, it's not that it's not a gimmick. What are y'all thinking? And why is it that half of you are like, I don't touch PvP anyways? Yoshi B, we're forcing a 1v1 here, so please ignore the UI. And also, this is just to give you an example of what it's like. Yoshi P says, looks like someone put effort into their Dragoon portrait. Oh, this is a glamour map. Yeah. Sounds like a fun map. Yeah. Reminder, PvP series rewards. You have about a little over a week until the PvP series ends. Go do it. Reminder, though, that it is not FOMO, as the rewards from it will eventually be available for crystals, I believe, at the Wolf's Den. So don't feel like you've got FOMO'd if you don't, but also I'd highly recommend doing it. Oh, interesting. That's smaller. Wait, but the glyphs Oh no, because that's a healing glyph. Okay. I'm super interested if this is going to lead to protracted games or really quick games. Because I could imagine it going either way because of how the glyph, the crystal stuff resets. But they're so close to the crystal that, like, once you wipe, it's basically going to be one team wipe. Depending on how fast it loads, it's going to be like one team wipe. And then you'll be immediately able to push on to the next point. I suspect, I could be very wrong. Yeah, especially with how fast this is going. I suspect that this map is going to result in pretty fast games. But also there's reason, because the healing glyph is so close to the fighting zone, you actually are really incentivized to go grab the healing zones and take advantage of them and quickly get back in. Yeah, I'm going to love this map. This is going to probably be, I suspect it'll be one of my favorite Crystalline Conflict maps. This feast of samurais, yeah. Lots of cover, yeah. Yeah, this has got to be in the Numenon. I mean, I guess it could be somewhere like Yorn. Although I assume that Yorn is probably one of the other maps. Or it could be technically, probably not in Google, only because the naming schema for Emporium isn't used completely with all the locations, and it's using the naming schema of Sharlayan, of Old Sharlayan. Yeah, this is probably beneath Numenon. Or, I mean, I guess it could be also another installation or building. The island is bigger than just the main city. I would have paid good money to be there during the forum meeting, and who proposed it? I want to know what the for and against votes were and what Forschnell did. Yeah. Too well made to be doable. Yeah, I mean, it's almost certainly not Google, just also because there's no indication that it actually has been completely cleared out of all void sent threats. But I'd point out that Google isn't, like, decrepit, precisely. But yeah, almost certainly we know, like, Numenon's incredibly, has many, many floors and layers. It would make the most sense, I think. I'd argue that I'm making shit up, to be clear right now. There's a, if we're just taking this as face value, which we shouldn't, but at face value, there's a possible indication that this arena already existed as an arena before, like this before. And was not, like, retrofitted. Maybe it was a place to test, like, magics or fighting or combat or whatever. Like, I don't know. But the in which case it would make more sense to allow for it to be used in that way. No translations currently. You ain't wrong. The fact that Charlie had its own band of assassins at their beck and call. Yeah. Well, and also, I mean, people forget that, like, it's an institution of learning, but that doesn't disinclude combat. Like, they were isolationists, not pacifists. To be fair, though, Yukio, what you're using is the bibliotheques. Like, the bibliotheques use that. And to be fair, they hired them more than anything. Trial by fire would be librarians. If you win, you're hired. Yeah. Wait, the nerds have it. The bibliotheques hired hitmen. The extreme isolationist group of the forum hired hitmen, like Silvestri. I do love that you can see Silvestri on the forum in Endwalker. It's makes me, like, if they hadn't, it'd be fine. You could easily headcanon someone else had replaced him or something, but it's lovely to, like, get those nods. Yoshi P, we're improving our map design skills, and we've tested a lot about cutting line of sights, expecting the areas where a lot of the fights happen. Oh, are they updating Chocobo? They also mentioned that with Beastmaster being updated, they may be updating Chocobo. I don't know that that's what this is, but they did mention that the Chocobo companion system may be being updated. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's this. Improvement to the sightseeing log. Ooh, I actually really care about this. I do all the sightseeings, including I finished all the ARR sightseeing log, which, ooh. The log message displayed upon reaching the vista will now display the emote required to complete. My brother in Christ, thank you. Oh my god. Any of you guys do the sightseeing logs? We have sightseeing. For those who don't know, those blue orbs you see around the expansion maps, those are the sightseeing logs. A Realm Reborn, they don't have the orbs. If a vista has a specific time or weather condition, the log message will now indicate when those conditions have not been met. Awesome. It's special, like the Realm Reborn ones are just... Honestly, they wouldn't be so bad if like a blue orb appeared when they were available. Then it wouldn't be that bad. But the fact that they're invisible is... Yeah. This is a great quality of life update. Used to make money selling paintings? That's crazy. Yeah, AR log is rough. I do think, like, literally, if you just made it so the blue orbs appeared when they were up. I don't know that singularly would solve it, but it would really help. Yoshi P, it happens a lot that even when you saw a spot, you just pass by it because the conditions weren't met. Alpha Glamour update, let's go! Come on. Tell me. Speak to me, Yoshi P. Gear from dungeons added from 3.30 onward will be eligible to store as out. Holy shit, they're doing the whole thing at once! We knew they were doing 7.x. They're doing it all, baby. It's all of it. Woo! So for context, all dungeon armor will be eligible to store as an outfit glamour. All dungeon gear is going to be compressible. Well, 3.0 onward, 7 words onward. Individual pieces of gear will be able to be removed from outfit glamours. Sweet. Yes. So guys, compression. Yeah, glam. Yeah. This is huge. Yet one more step towards the like full, effectively functioning transmog system. I'm going to have to farm so much. I know, Kage. I leave tomorrow. I don't have time for this. I don't have time to farm. Yoshi P, why? At least I farmed every tank, every fending glam in the game already, so I at least have that down. He's going to show us how this looks in game. So yeah, so just the compression system, as you know. What's interesting is that the 7.x got put in the armoire, but all the other dungeon gear is compression system. And I'm curious if they're going to allow for the dungeon armor to be armoire eventually. I mean, the main reason that's difficult is that any dungeon gear that's dyeable kind of... I don't even know if it can be because the flags can't be stored, but at the very least, it definitely can't be stored with any of the data on it. Yep. There we go. Oh, man. Oh man, this is so good. It's so beautiful. I feel like some of you guys are crying. My inventory is crying tears. Literally, yeah. Can we have a glam night? Yeah, Yukio. That's a good idea. We'll start doing glam nights as an event. Maybe we'll throw that in on Monday or Tuesday. Yeah, we'll get something set up. Maybe after the patch calms down, we'll start those events and help people get ready for 8.0. There's so much this is everything. Yeah. No, this is gonna be awesome. I haven't even had issues with glam storage and I'm about to cry. Yeah. Well, the thing is, here's the thing. Here's what I think people need to remember. This doesn't just, oh my god, my inventory. This incentivizes people to now go farm all the glams, which makes more people want to do dungeons, which means more people are queuing for dungeons. And yes, the older ones you might be able to unsync, but there's a lot of reasons people will now just queue for them. You know, or play them with friends, or do trust, or do... This doesn't just help glamour, it helps the rest of the game and the health. It's a really incentivizing reason to play for a large swath of people. Heck, if we have an extra 4 people anytime we have an event, we can do glam runs. Yeah, I mean, basically while we wait for people and whatnot, yeah. For those who don't know, we run multiple events throughout the week over in the Discord, or discord.gg/Eorzean archives. We run a lore book club every Friday. We run 3 different forms of EX farms, one for teaching people, one that's more mid-core-ish, like chiller, and one that's more hardcore on Monday, Thursday, and Saturday. We have map events on Wednesdays, on and on and on. Okay, Yoshi P, and since you already have 8 pieces of the 9-piece set, it tells you that you can just add the final piece. Hopes this cleans everything up a lot for people. There are a few people saying that after seeing this, now they're gonna go gather gear. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, it shows the number of items. I mean, it already does. The compression system already shows the number. Every single time the hypest moment is some absolute minute, but also a huge quality of life. Yeah. Yeah. Yoshipi, it surely helps for collections, and it's easy to tell if you complete a set. I did the math. If they have all of the 3.0 through 7.x armor compressible, minus weapons, you should be able to get every dungeon glam and raid glam in the game in your glamour dresser. I remember calculating it, and I think I came to some number like 770 or so. I don't remember what it was exactly, but you should be able to have every piece of dungeon armor and raid armor minus weapons. I don't know I don't know how much space you'll have left over. I mean, there's about 100-ish dungeons, and there's let's say 5 sets per. That's basically very really back of the napkin math, but there should be like about 500 items from this. And that's not, well, that's 3.0 onwards. That's not including 2.0. If you minus 2.0, that it probably increases it a bit. Yoshipi's explaining some stuff. If you enjoyed the stream and aren't a member of Discord, why not join us at discord.gg/Eorzean-archives. Thank you, Ray Ray. It does didn't notice. Yeah, unless there's something I somehow turned off. Yeah, all I know is I can tell you that it already shows them. Newer logs. Go find the orbs and do an emo AR logs on the first week of May during the crestfallen moon. Only during Ray's sneeze. The exact. Yeah. Raysa, that is exactly what it is like doing AR logs. I just kept a Chrome tab open that was a list of all of them showing what was up, and I would just, when I logged on, check if one was and do it, and just over the course of months finished it. And that was, yeah. Yoshipi, I know people will open this in-game and see the new feature they saw during the producer live letter, and they will get overwhelmed because they will want to do everything at once, and then they'll end up never doing it. Please take your time. Do 3 today. No need to do all of them today. Not only take your time in general, we have probably about 9 to 10 months until 7.0 drops. Or 8.0 drops. The safe bet is February of 2027. You've got time. You got plenty of time. The content drought is coming. The like 4-ish months that we're gonna see after the final patch. You're gonna have plenty of time. So how excited did Elio react to the Glam update? Very excited. I'm a little more contained right now. They'd have to do something like introduce EE4 for me to like go full pell-mell crazy. But I'm very excited. The only reason I'm not more excited is I already knew this was coming. The only surprise is they moved up the rate at which it's come. There was no question this was going to happen. It was just a question of when. So the exciting thing is that it's this soon. Yoshipi, it will start feeling organized and clean halfway through. Don't try to reach the goal all in one go. This applies to everything. Step by step, the Warrior of Lights can do it. You're fighting hard content, do difficult crafts. Even if you don't know prime numbers, you can clean your items, says Yoshipi. Still knocking people for Ritter on a lighthouse. Foxconn, cleaning and organizing techniques up to 3 a day. I will say, I love cleaning and organizing my inventory, so I'm gonna go ham on doing this because this is fun for me. I know there are players who can do it all at once. I know, but there are players like me who are very unorganized. Look to it. Just remember, if you struggle with it, that's fine. If you struggle with it and then don't go try to figure out how to do it and learn it, that's your problem. Both of you assume we didn't have it 80% complete already. Yeah. Yoshipi, you want to see my inventory? Well, we have this debug command called clear bag. More convenient crafting? Oh, what does that mean? While on standby with the crafting log open, players will be able to... My brother in Christ, thank you. I mean, I'm kind of upset because I've done like literally 500 hours of crafting in the past 6 months. And that's not an exaggeration, but also, yes! Oh my God. Oh my god, thank you. Yeah, yes. Oh my god, you could just swap between the jobs. Yes. Move items and home. If you do a lot of crafting, this is as big as the glamour update. Like, if you do a lot of crafting, you know that this is a very annoying pain point while doing a lot of crafting. Yeah. Omni crafters rejoice. Yeah. Listen, I failed math in my native language. No way I'm doing it in English. Fair. Rejoice! Yeah. The one thing I don't like is that there are two sets. They only differ in one item. Just make a set with 2 pairs of pants, please. The problem is on the back end, Crepe, is like storing incidental versions, and then it becomes a case by case. You need to be like, oh, the maiming one for this and the aiming one are the same, so we put them in the same one. It's like really a bad idea to do that from a longevity and systematic standpoint. And the thing is, you can just put the pants in, right, of the other version. Also, I'll say for someone like me, I get the joy of collecting it all. So I get what you're saying, though, practically from a user experience standpoint. Chocobo Companion update. Added new animations corresponding to Companion Rake. Hell yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, if you speak Japanese, right, it's like, ich, ni, san, shi, go, roku, shi, cha. I don't know what Racist speaks, but, like, yeah. Like, the words for numbers are different, and if they're playing in English, like, let's say that their native language is Portuguese, right? There isn't a version of Spanish or Portuguese for them to play with, so they have the 2 layers. Chocobos will now react to pet and poke. Yay! I pet Obacho and Milkshake all the time. Got into Omnicrafting, having to close logs and swap. It was so annoying. Yeah, I've been an Omnicrafter since I started playing Skydream, and I have the Pteranodon mount. That's how much time I've spent in the diadem, and I'm like 10,000 points away from the Cosmic Exploration mount. I spend too much time crafting. So I spent a lot of... I have every crafting achievement in the game other than ocean fishing ones and collecting every single fish, though I have most fishing ones. I spend too much time crafting. And this is such a nice change. This is going to be so nice. Yeah, you can pet the Chocobo. The numbers are the same. No, but the translation layer. So if you knew Japanese, but you had to translate English to Japanese and then do the math on a timed test, that's like for a lot of people, that's like multiple levels of like processing. Hey, new color schemes. Okay, 1, clear pink. Cool for those who love it. I know some people who are going to be very excited about that, Amara in particular. But transparent classic, clear gray, I'm probably going to use this. I love this. I adore this. I use the default currently. I love how close this is to the default while also being transparent. Peak update, yeah. Surely the gathering log's the same treatment, right? Right. I mean, the gathering log, you don't really have that issue, though. Because when you collect the items, you're stuck in the collecting mode. Unless, are you saying if you look at the gathering log, like the items you need to get, you can't swap? And yeah, the transparent in Bluna. I mean, I bet you the transparent layer, maybe they're applying to something that you can get for all of them because they have it for these 2. And it'd be weird to do clear. No, because it says clear pink, clear gray. Also, Yoshi P says, there's reasons that all this stuff was not possible so far is that the reason that this stuff was not possible all so far is that we prioritize safety to not lose items no matter what, etc. during the Aram Report coding. The Chocobo update is going to be small. Please think of this as a starting point for the Chocobo update. There will be more. Felt weird that some of the minions we are adding react to emotes, but the companion you had for ages wasn't. We have more things planned for the future, just a little step to show we did not forget about the Chocobo. Yoshi P. During A Realm Reborn, we prioritized simple UIs that didn't have too many options for change. But obviously, UIs have evolved a lot in the last 10 years. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, the problem on so I see what you're saying, Crepe. The problem of what I was saying kind of still stands from a like systematic and information data storage standpoint, but maybe like hopefully yeah. And like especially because their prioritization of consistency and safe. I use the light one, the transparent one looks nice. Yeah, there's finally one of these moves me. I'm switching to clear gray. Yeah. Please put all that in one. I don't want to store one item in its own. Have a second set that's only partially failed. Yeah, there are practical reasons why not, but yes, it would be convenient if they changed it. Pink one will absolutely flashbang me in the middle of the night if I use it. So obviously you're swapping, right, Infinite? Like, the thing is, if, like, part of the reason that the armoire and the glamour storage stressor are so scuffed is partly because of data entry issues. So, like, yeah. So I'm not surprised they prioritize that. Okay, they're going to go to break, and then they're going to do Beastmaster. So, we are going to pull up... YouTube trailer patch 7.5. We're going to pull up the English trailer. Let's just go to the official website. Hopefully it'll be on it. A lot of times it hasn't been. Okay, good. Your face was literally the monkey from the stop motion Batom Tiskis that I forgot. Okay, let's turn up the game volume and let's talk about this. They'll be off for about 15 minutes. So we've got some time to discuss this. Let me know if the audio ends up being too loud. I will be probably pausing it as we go.
Both the source and the reflections are home to irreplaceable life.
Okay, I was right. That was Alice's voice actress in Japanese. Okay, so yeah. So this is the Cladium, clearly. And you can see multiple voids that we know of. You can see like a small Cerberus. You can see... Yeah, so this is... Oh, interesting that there are Magitech flying through. I wonder if those are in control of the enemies or if it's not that the Garleans of the capital are trying to defend it from the incursion that's going on.
The source and the reflections are home to irreplaceable life.
The source and the reflections are home to irreplaceable life. Yeah, no surprise there. This is like, this arcade is still probably the Cladium. I'm assuming that this is probably midway through as you're going to the precipice that leads to the Magitech factory itself. Like the area we just saw is probably before this. The other possibility is that this is the lead-in tunnel to the northern half, but I think it's not, only because of what we can see up here.
I would protect them all if I could.
I would protect them all if I could. This is where Garlean ships you can see were being worked on. This is the Magitech facility. You can see a lot of void tears. I'm so interested to see how they're being manifested. I mean, a couple possibilities are if Enuo is a powerful mage user and the walls between reflection and source are weakening for some reason, like death of Hydaelyn or whatnot, could be causing it to be easier to break through, or Enuo could be a danger from the void but has more capability because of other reasons. You can also see a succubus over here. Lot of different possible reasons. The question is why the Magitech facility? One possibility is we know void gates exist plentifully in void tears exist plentifully in Garlemald, which means that it as a location may be more astrally not astrally tuned, but like more in proximity to the void itself, which means either as the walls weaken or as someone powerful like Enuo would want to take advantage of the easier point of access. That or the Magitech itself is desired.
But if doing so means ushering in complete annihilation.
Okay. All life on the reflections and the source is valuable. And I would save them all if I could, but if doing so ushered in complete annihilation. What happens when you need to choose? What happens if saving the 9th, the 1st, and the 13th kills the source? What happens if, what happens when the astrality and umbrality of what happens when letting the 13th to continue to be risks everyone else? It's a good question.
Ushering in complete light. Both the source and the reflections are home to irreplaceable life. I would protect them all if I could. But if doing so means ushering in complete annihilation.
Another void gate. This is going to be earlier on. What's very interesting to me is that it's a void sent fused with Machina. It's not just like I mean, one possibility technically is a void sent could have been placed in the Machina and then it corrupted it from there. But this combination of the two is really interesting and semi-unique. And I also think it's going to be relevant narratively. The idea of void sent life adapting by taking control of Magitech and what that might allow for, or allowing it to preserve in an environment or myriad other things means, yeah, and this is an Ahriman, but I'm pretty sure this is an Angra Mainyu. Or at least it's a different color, but it looks a lot like the Angra Mainyu from World of Darkness, which is interesting because you also saw Cerberus earlier.
Then what can we possibly do?
What can we possibly do? Everyone's meeting up. Also, we got Hoary Boulder, or not Hoary Boulder. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why am I? Wait, is that Ador Cockburn? Cockburn's back, baby! The girl who wants to be crushed between two boulders is back, baby! Yeah, no, that is Hoary Boulder. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I was thinking of his brother Ochre. That's why I was getting thrown off. But oh, his brother's behind him. You can see his brother behind him. If only Aenor was closed beneath them, then she truly would be crushed between two boulders. This is the key. As we've always known, the key is Electrope that was augmenting the crystal within it, that it was being used to access the interdimensional rift and travel between the reflections, doing things like dimensional compression. The question is, what is the key itself? Its material looks to be Aurosite. Again, not Ultima Aurosite. That's a different thing. But Aurosite as in a neutrally aspected crystal that is able to contain Aether or magics or memory or plenty of other things. And it looks to be Amarantine. People who have been paying attention since 7.0, we all know this. The interesting thing is when the Queen Eternal uses it, you see the symbol of Office of Azem. So the question is does it contain magics of Azem, or are the magic that the crystal of Azem contained from something or somewhere else themselves? It's very interesting. So, like we saw, I'm curious if the shot of Halmaroot, it is the same in the special site. So interesting enough, Mericidia down here, Thavnair down here, Eorzea over here, Ulsabard over here. Right now where she's looking, that's basically right where Whirllit would be. Which may mean absolutely nothing at all, but just an interesting note that where she's being framed right now is with Eorzea, Ilsabard, Othard, Thavnair, like Corvos over here. Othard would be way over here. Mericidia down here. Taral would be over on the dark side. So it looks like the Crystal of Azem is, I mean, if this gate is not stylistic but actually meant to be thing, it's creating that, which makes sense, especially because we see the Aurosite crystal also create a similar gate, or at least be tied to it. The coloring is the same as the magics and coloring of Azem. The question is what is this gate? What is unique about it? Is this just an exemplification of the magic itself? Also, you can see this outline here. This is the Warrior of Light, I believe, from the key art. So that's just the framing device. It's not like some hidden person. We're gonna get more of this after the break, so we'll touch too much on it. Very excited. This is the Crucible. This will be a way to power up your animals as well as to play it like a this is Hawk Manor. Because you'll be up to level 50, you'll be able to do dungeons. So Accessia, this is the fourth and final plan in the Cosmic Exploration. I'd highly recommend you do it. Cosmic Exploration is super easy to do, even if you're not a huge crafter and gatherer and play the whole story. And I'm telling you, the Cosmic Exploration story might not be tied to 8.0, but it is setting up things for the future. So definitely worth doing.
The star is tolerant to life.
So this is Halmaroot speaking.
The star is tolerant to life.
The star is tolerant to life.
It holds no grudges.
Holds no grudges.
And neither rages nor weeps for being sundered.
I knew it. She's gonna. So her whole thing is botanical and the flow of nature and life. She is going to have no sentimentality towards people and sentient life, and she's going to view the flow of nature and its lack of like judgment, good or bad, but instead its natural flowing cadence, devoid of judgment, probably to be a good thing, or at the very least to be the way of things supposed to be. That will probably put us in conflict with her to some extent.
No grudges.
No, this is not a new residential area. This is the fourth planet. This is a new planet for cosmic exploration. This is probably the Voyager planet.
And neither rages nor weeps for being sundered.
And neither rages nor weeps for being sundered. Interesting. The planet that basically the state of the sundering is neither good nor bad in and of itself, which is interesting. Especially a take coming from an Ascian, right? Or former Ascian. Because their whole thing was the rejoinings, and the ardor. But it's worth pointing out and remembering, the Voyagers are tied to Oasis. So you would need to go play, well, and a little bit to Feyna, but mostly Oasis. You need to go play the Cosmic Exploration. The Voyagers are an organization, or not an organization, we're a group of starfaring peoples that at some point were checking out planets, and they have ruins left behind, but we don't know what has happened to them exactly. Like the Firmament. Cosmic Exploration, like the Firmament, but better. Imagine if there were 4 different diadems and they were much more pleasant and fun to do, and it had more going on. You should absolutely do Cosmic Exploration. It's rad as hell and crazy. But Halmaroot not being like nature is neither here nor there, and the sundering is really interesting. Because remember, she's a sundered individual. She has her own disposition and personality mixed with the seed of the convocation of Halmaru and the memories contained within it that were embedded in the memory crystal from La Habrea, Emetselk, and Elidibus. So, like, she's not going to be like the unsundered. And the closest analogy is going to be Fandaniel and the dominant personality of Amon. I wouldn't, but it's not gonna be the same. But I'm just saying that, like, in the way that so much that, like, Amon is not co-aligned with the interests and outcomes ultimately once freed from the leadership of the unsundered to be induced.
And neither rages nor weeps for being sundered.
This music is
You've no recourse but to cower before my true power.
That's Reen's voice actress, I'm pretty sure. My question is, who is this? Was it a Garlean who turned into a Void Scent? Was it the interesting thing to me is the orange glow, which is a much rarer. You don't see that color with Void Scent as much, and we see the orange glow obviously with the gates, the crystal of Azam. I'm curious what this is going to have. And you can even see the inside of his palms. The nature of this guy is going to be very interesting.
Mayhap the time has come for another journey across the salt.
Hey! Okay, this is going to sound stupid. Graha sounds like Graha and sounds normal. I don't think we need to be worried that we're losing Bailey or something. I don't know about you guys, but Graha sounded a little weird in 7.4. And I don't know what it was, but we're all good.
Mayhap the time has come for another journey across the salt.
Maybe the time has come for another journey across the what?
Mayhap the time has come for another journey across the salt.
It sounds like it's saying journey across the sun. Across the salt. Oh, Yukio, you got it. It is across the salt. It's not sun. Across the salt. That makes sense. So the question of journey across the salt, is he journeying to pass the Tyrell to the Fathomless Seas? Across the salt usually means either going from Tyrell to Eorzea or Eorzea to Tyrell. Hildebrand is Hildebrand.
No amount of devastation and
we will talk about theories and stuff after this. I'm going to take more time to talk about all this after.
No amount of devastation and death can compel it to stop the wheels of creation from turning.
No amount of devastation or death can stop the wheels of creation from turning. Basically, the wheel and woe of life and flow. NUO, again, this is callback not only to the Void itself, but also to, could be, we'll talk, yeah, we'll definitely talk a lot about where we're going after. This is definitely within the Void. The question is it in the Void or the interdimensional rift itself? And this is definitely nodding back to not only NUO in 5, but also to X-Death, which makes sense because NUO and X-Death are tied together in 5.
So many seeds of life have already been lost.
So that was 0 on the Red Moon, you can see, and then NUO, and then you can see Golbez and 0. What's interesting is you can see other party members, right? That's not just like, it implies that the trial itself is like, they're going to be present to some extent for, because that's NUO definitely in the background.
Countless perish as nature runs its course.
Almost certainly.
People can.
Here, I want to go back and listen to.
Countless perish as nature runs its course.
Countless perish as nature runs its course.
Yet in spite of this, people continue to believe that the morrow will come.
Yet in spite of this, people continue to believe that the morrow will come. The morrow will come.
But it will not.
But it will not.
For nothing lies beyond the solstice.
For nothing lies beyond the solstice. The eclipsing of the sun. Or the highest peak of the sun. I mean, solstice isn't an eclipse, but like, I mean, if it's the winter solstice or the summer solstice, is it the nadir or the apex?
And no one will be left alive.
And no one will be left alive. I don't think there's any evidence other than Emmett Selk's line to assume Blind Frost. I don't get me wrong. I love Blind Frost. I've talked about the Blind Frost for over 5 years. But there's no evidence that the Blind Frost makes sense as a location other than, yeah, exactly. The nadir or the apex of the sun or the.
せっかくだから両方見よっか。ということで、それを全部立て続け。
This is just them showing off stuff. Are they back yet? Nope, they're not back yet. I refuse to believe tomorrow will never come. Tomorrow comes. I mean, the thing, Halmaru's position, Yukio, is to point out you choose to believe that. People, despite whatever they're faced with, will continue to try and persevere. But her point is, also, whether or not you choose to is irrelevant. What is what is. And something is coming that will be the cessation of life. At least on the star and the reflections. The question is it the height of the sun or the longest day or the longest night? The nadir being lowest point, apex obviously being highest point. I'm gonna hear Kefka's VA. Oh, yes, here, sorry, let me go back to Kefka's VA really quick. I forgot about that.
Did you think you'd won? Guess I'll have to spice things up.
Interesting. Did you think you won? I guess I'll have to spice things up. I'm super curious where they're gonna go. I really, I mean, it may just be like Kefka doing shit. And just like God Kefka. Maybe, we already did that obviously in Savage, but I would love I would love an ultimate that's like one boss from every Final Fantasy. And it kind of be hard to do as you go along, because obviously there's not really easy candidates from like 10 onwards, that are existent in the game already. But long term, I would love an ultimate that's something like that. So if you want to hear, funny thing, how the northern summer, winter correspond to when the sun is furthest closest yet in that exact order. Yeah, because the actual temperature factors, angle, sunshine said, yeah. Hammer's like, existence is ending in 15 minutes, have a nice day. Hammer's more like, existence is ending. I know you guys will want to persevere no matter what, but also existence is ending. And the thing is that what the Winterers want to do is, like, the term Winterer is meant to be a thing that hibernates, that preserves throughout a period of, fallow, right? So the Winterers, I think, are the people who want to survive whatever the solstice is. The question is, what is the solstice?
音ない。
第92回
And they are back.
音が行方不明。
音が帰ってきました。
Given the Winter's name is probably just I disagree, Okage. I would not take the term Winterer and immediately assume it's the winter solstice. I do think you're right in so much that I think it would make sense that it's the nadir, the idea of the sun added, the longest night, right? The moment where there's the least light and warmth and sun and shine, especially with Azem as the symbol of the sun, right? I think you're probably right. I disagree that the reason to think you're right is because of the Winter's name. I don't think the nomenclature alone implies that, because it only means a thing to endure. Yes, and typically through winter because of the hibernation, but in and of itself. I also think we could go to Blind Frost, don't get me wrong, but the thing is,
はい。なるほど。
unless there is a secret continent.
平和な動画。
すごく平和な気持ちになる。
いや、なんとですね、この二人の、というかね、まあ、休憩。
Thank you for catching me, guys. Unless there is a secret continent, in the Blind Frost that's been hidden from us, there's nothing up there. Like the Blind Frost is basically the Helkraxa from Arda, from Tolkien's work, right? As far as we know it. You could have, maybe there's a hidden continent. There's a reason that the planet is axial tilted so that you can't actually really see the Blind Frost from Mare Lamentorum. Like, there's ways they could do it, don't get me wrong. But like Blind Frost being a map, there would need to be a meaningful reason for that to be the case. And as of now, there's no specific reason. Oh my god! So Yu-Gi-Oh, we don't have Jollibee. Actually, we might have Jollibee in the States. I've never seen a Jollibee in the States. They might have some on the West Coast, so I didn't pick that up. But yeah, for those who don't know, that's like what if you had Colonel Sanders riding a chocobo. It's not a perfect analogy, but you get the idea. New limited job, Beastmaster. Oh, that's cool. It's the shield and the axe as the symbol. I like that. I think that's cool. You have them in California? Okay, thanks, Des. Can we please not do dangerous? I mean, to be fair, Infinite, I totally, coming from WoW, totally get what you mean. I do think they're a secret continent within the Blind Frost. You can create a lore justification that does make sense. That said, like the Blind Frost being an area that's dangerous, not explored, and also ethereally shrouded. There's all sorts of things you could come up with that makes sense, but I do think it's not likely. This Catboy will show up during the job quests, a beast tamer that made a name for himself. I also love that they referenced that there are many different types of Beastmasters. Like, they referenced the Beastmasters of Alamigo, of Landis, of Tyral. We know that there's multiple Tyrali practices of beast taming. So, like, there's ones in Yoctael, and this guy's either from Shaloni or probably at least from Jacques Tyral. Not only because he's a Hetzaro, but because he's got a bunch of turquoise, and turquoise comes from, like, New Mexico, like that sort of what Shaloni is based off of. And we also know that there is turquoise in Shaloni because you can find some of it in Yasulani in a cave that's referenced. Level cap. Please do the job quests while you level. They explain a lot. We really put a lot of work into this, and I hope everyone tries it. The Disciple of War, magical level 50 above, completed 2 mains. Yeah, so you have to have a Dawn Trail count, but you only have to have completed 2.0. I love it when things you can play earlier, because the idea that you're meeting someone from Tyral, like a new player who finishes Realm Reborn and then is meeting someone from Tyral, well before they ever go there, I think is really cool. Thing is, we already have Mara City as an unexplored mysterious continent. Well, no, that's not true. We know a lot about... That's not the case with Mericidia. It's not a mysterious continent we know nothing about. There is a lot known about Mericidia. It just hasn't been actively engaged with as much in recent years. Yeah. Weaken the beasts in the wild before attempting to capture them. Up to 50 types of beasts can be tamed. Some of the ones we know are Curl, Dodo, Behemoth, Gubu. We saw some others during the trailer too. A Jollibee collab and it's NA only is lame. Did they say it was NA only? I don't know if they said that it was. I'd be surprised if it was. I would have been surprised if it was JP only. Please do the job quests while you level. They explain a lot. Of course, while you level, you cannot tame high-level mobs, and we will show this all in game. All beasts can be captured through solo play. Call upon tame beasts to walk beside you. For those who don't know, you can have the beasts out with you in the cities. They can be. This is the Aft Castle, for those who don't know, up in Limsa. This is like second floor of Limsa. You can have your pets out in cities, so get ready to enjoy that. Now it's time for us to go back to Charlene. Okay, thank you. That's a great clarification, Shizuka. So it is, they're saying going back from Tyral, going from Tyral back across the Salt to Eorzea. Thank you. Awesome. That's great to know that's specifically what they meant. No. I want to be a Spriggan tamer. Please let there be a Spriggan option. I hope so, Reza. The only question I have around that is that Spriggans aren't technically beasts. They're technically, what are they? They're not... They're a weird classification because they're like basically a pseudo-arcane entity. Yoshi P. There are mobs you can capture as a party, but for those who want to go solo, every one of the 50 monsters can be captured solo. So there is no... You do not have to play with other people when you're playing Beastmaster. It is intended to be able to be played completely solo if you want. Though it might be harder to capture creatures. Yoshi P talked about this in the recent interviews as well. Am I forgetting what classification? Technically, they should be spoken. There are mobs from alliance raids, but if you want to do it solo, you can obtain those quest rewards through quest rewards, for example. This is gonna bug me. Yeah. Spriggan are technically classified as soulkin. Spriggans are neither sprites nor fairies, but share similarities with both. They are known to inhabit rocky regions, deep recesses, the black, blah 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 blah. All you need to know is basically they're an interesting rung. So that doesn't mean we won't have them, but they're not of like the Bloodborne phyla. So it super depends on if they're gonna include those or not. But isn't this info of Mara City we have a outdated game sense? No. I mean, well, it's an out... It depends on what you mean. If you're talking about the if you're talking about the war between Allag, no, we know a lot of absolute information about that time and period. If you're talking about recently, we know less because there's less active interactions between Mera City and the rest of the world. But we know. If you, it depends on what you mean by game sense, but no, the information we have about Mera City is not outdated and like it has been proven out to be correct as recently as Endwalker. You can read about it in EE2 and EE3 EE1, 2, and 3 in particular, as well as quest text in game. Oh, speaking of Rare Infinite, can you link T-Tools and explain what it is in chat? You can walk around with tamed mobs even in cities. Your rotation as a Beastmaster will have skills of the mob you're using. Depending on the monster, elements will change, for example. Some have stun, some have interrupt. Your tactics in battle will change depending on the beast at your side. You will be able to have 3 of these beasts with you at a time, but you're swapping between them on the fly. The Crucible of the Unbroken is a dedicated single-player experience, a completely new type of duty unlike anything else in 14. It seems like it's going to be a lot like Slay the Spire-esque, sort of roguelike. You can choose, oh, do I go... You can only heal and rest at tents. Do I go there? Do I go to grab the chest? Whatnot. It'll be very interesting. The other thing is you can level and power up your beast that you have through it. While I wait for a second for a translation, the link that Infinite just put in is called T-Tools. This is a tool that me and V, mainly V coded, that will let you look up any text in the game. You can type any keyword in the game, and all text, dialogue, item descriptions, everything in the game is on that website. All you have to do is type the keyword, and it will pop up. So if you type in Mera City, every time Mera City in the game shows up anywhere in the game at all, we'll give you every instance of it, its name, its item text, its dialogue, all that. You can also filter the searches. But if you have any interest in trying to look up information about lore or the game's story or anything like that, please use T-Tools. It's very useful. I use it every day. Depending on the mob, elements will change. And while using those monsters, there's a unique content for Beastmaster. This content has different difficulties and rankings as well. The entry is part of the job quest, so those will introduce you to the Crucible of the Unbroken. So you must do the job quests for Beastmaster. I'm curious somewhere where a person will get the behemoth at level 50, location will be limited. Yeah, the one in Kurthus, the behemoth can be acquired in solo play. They like made it explicitly clear you can do the quests and there are ways to get everyone without doing the open world version of the boss. However, open world versions of enemies can also be captured. So yeah, people are going to probably be going a little ham on the behemoth fate, depending on if it's workable with Kurthus. The Chimera one too in Northern Thanalin. The content for Crucible of the Unbroken has different difficulty rankings as well. The entry is part of the job quest, and when we're getting close to release, we might do an extra segment just to show everything about Beastmaster even more to help people understand it. But today we are talking about basics. Capturing Beast. Monster no Torai. Oh, I forget that kanji. Yaburu. Yeah, so gauge, weaken, catch, success. Gauge is an action that will check if the mob can even be captured. Are you powerful enough to capture it? Is an enemy that can be captured, etc. Kata. Thanks, Laugh. I know it's a common kanji. I just completely blanked on it. Is Beastmaster 7.5 or 7.5x? If I'm not... I know they have said, I do not remember off the top of my head. For now, I would assume 7.5x. Because it very much feels like a 7.5x. I would not assume 7.5, but I could be wrong. Yeah. The mob hasn't had the first cup of coffee yet. You can't capture till it has its first drink. Yeah. The next step is simple. You hit it to weaken it. So you fight it like normal. Reduce the beast's HP to have a better chance of capturing it. Can't say I'm shocked that this is the framework they're going for. And depending on the hit points, the chance of successful capture grows. Basically, lower hit points, more likely to succeed in capturing it. How do You basically show the mob who's boss, and you're the Beastmaster. Once you see catch, go ahead and knock the beast out. I hope it's as simple as, like, if you reach certain threshold, you'll be able to just do it, and it's not like a percentage chance. A percentage chance is fine, like having it be like, oh, you have to try multiple times to capture beasts and difficult. It's totally fine. I don't know. I'm good just capturing it though. I'm going to accidentally disintegrate so many beasts. I'm very bad at the percent. Remember, Infinite, you're going to be a level 50 at max, right? So you're going to be on par with some of these guys in a way that you're not used to. You're not going to be playing your normal job that you're warrior 100. Try a great ball, you'll have a better chance. If you're successful, the beast will be recorded in your master bestiary. I know that it's literally not out yet, but I'm so excited to watch this get expanded over time and to go back to old zones and try reading and capturing different monsters. We should also do another book club where we talk about the phyla of different creatures too, as we go along with Beastmaster. Maybe I should do a bunch of shorts that are on all the different creatures. I did a video on taxonomy a long time ago that's still up, that it still works. But like I should do like a short on a bunch of the creatures out there. Because there's some really interesting and funny or hilarious lore around a lot of stuff. Master's Bestiary. Beast Mastery. Once it's recorded in your bestiary, you can summon it from there. An in-game demo now. I am level 50 here. So this is Eastern Hydaelyn. I'm pretty sure. This is the, oh, what are they called? The Raincatcher's Gully. Oh, they didn't happen to bring up the gear, right? Because what I'm curious is not only seeing the gear, but seeing if you can use Paladin shields or if they're not crossover. The fact that Paladin is tied to equipping the sword rather than the shield means that allowing them to cross between the two should be a lot more easy to do. Yeah, did I say Eastern Hydaelyn? I meant Eastern Lenosia. Thank you, yeah. I've just been talking fast, talking a lot, and dealing with a lot of stuff. But yeah, Eastern Lenosia and Raincatcher's Gully, which is the western part of Eastern Lenosia. I think you could even see Oxidens up in the corner earlier. And that's it. So he's showing the gauge thing, so let's point it out again. So like you can see all the abilities down here. That's the capture icon. You fight, you can see the different horns for being able to summon different creatures. Oh, he killed it, so he can't capture it. Oh, wait. Did he? Oh, he did press the capture button. I was looking at the gauge button instead of the capture button. And booyah. He's captured. Some of you are going to hear that sound and see that symbol, and it's going to be some, like, just the strongest hit of dopamine. We saw these guy in the trailer. I actually don't know what that guy is, the first creature. I don't know if that's something we've seen before. But yeah, we see Curl, Gubu, Chimera. Sorry, after you use the capture action, you still need to knock it down. That's when the capture gets registered or fails. So you have to capture and then kill it. You have to defeat it. Etherochemical, what's its run? And I'll have the poetics for the last two maps. Nice! Last time Alexander faced the last Sphinx Scroll. Nice! Congrats! So you can see the different elements, like the curl is a lightning element, makes sense. You can see its size, large. You can see its ability and support abilities and whatnot. Blaster, which is one of its attacks normally. Chaji to. Oh, charge the whiskers. I've noticed it gives you a buff, so you may always know if you're going to capture. Oh, that's a good thing. We've got a second until we have a translation up, so let me go back. So gauge worked. Yeah, you can see the buff right here. Lasts for 1 minute. Yep, good catch. Did we have an English translation of the curl already? Yeah. You have an English translation of the curl on the special site. I didn't look at it overly closely. But yeah, you can see more of the menu icons and all these things there. They'll be explained more full sail. Is his element steel? Or piercing? And this bestiary, of course, has some lore entries as well. Let's go! Maybe I'll have to make video on all the different lore entries. It's... Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that is. Oh! It's from Ilsabard. It's from... Oh, it looks like it's from Garlemald. Or at least it's something going on with Garlemald contradiction. Yeah, this is from Ilsabard. That's why I don't know it. No, they don't start foaming at the mouth. But lore! Get the first. Oh, I'm certain. Yeah, Dark Thunder. I'm certain that because it's number 1, I'm certain like you get that first. And the fact that they're also giving you some Ilsabardian stuff first makes sense. I mean, not least of which, because I wouldn't be surprised if it's from Landis, or something like that. Yeah. You can see her here. Katute wa Randisu. I think this is a beast from Landis, or at least like the beast tamers of Landis also capture it. And I think this Mikote guy either has traveled there and engaged with other beastmasters and learned it from them, or we're meeting another beastmaster who's giving it to him. Yoshimi, you are borrowing actions from beasts as well. Here's an example of beast fight-alongs of your beast skin. Select a beast to call upon. Use the mastery bestiary to review your captured beasts. Select a beast from the Master's Bestiary and assign them to a battle horn. Up to 3 beasts can be assigned at once. You're basically swapping between them on the fly. You're borrowing actions from the beast as well, so here's an example. Beast Skin, a defensive cooldown from Curl. You can place the Bestiary on your hotbar. So you literally can place this as an item on your hotbar, which is you can do that for like Blue Mage, you know. You fought Lion and lived to tell the tale. I mean, remember that Lion's not the only person from this is like... Remember that that is a practice within that land that exists as a history and legacy. There's every chance that Lion doesn't pop up at all. I mean, I won't be surprised if he does. It's important to not keep things so narrow that it's like just that one character. I want them to like make the world feel big. You only call upon 1 beast at a time. During the battle, you can swap between the 3 beasts you have assigned to battle horns. I wouldn't be surprised too if the Mikote or the Hetsaro like it's like, oh, I met a guy and like obliquely reference it and it's Lion because of him being tied to the Bajia storyline. Beastmaster, right? For those who don't know, in Japanese, the L and R sound are really easy to confuse because there isn't like a distinguishing. In Japanese, the R sound is ra, and like when you localize R or L sounds, they're the same. So Lion becomes Ryan. It doesn't become Ryan. It becomes Ryan. It will be like Battle Horn 1, 2, 3. And once it executes its strong attacks, it will return and go on cooldown. So once that happens, you can summon Battle Horn 2. You're basically, it's almost a little bit summonery, but like more creaturey where you're having them use powerful attacks and stuff and then swapping into another one and your own actions and all that. I guess I'm never gonna... Jesse, I would super not say that. Just because you did not get Kuja in Dawn Trail doesn't mean you'll never get it somewhere. Like, one, I do think that there's a way that Calyx is actually the more analogous Kuja when you look at the like kind of crux of their narrative and what drives them. But more importantly than that, like they could still do Kuja as a battle reference elsewhere. It's not like Dawn Trail's 9 and 11, so we never use 9 and 11 again. There's a bunch of Final Fantasy 10 in Dawn Trail. There's a bunch of Final Fantasy 7 in like Shadowbringers. There's 4 in Endwalker, but also else. Like there sometimes the expansions are themed around a game more strongly, but just because something wasn't used in like Final Fantasy 4 stuff will still show up in future things, even though Endwalker did a lot of it. So I would not put the Kuja fight away as a possibility. Once again, it executes a strong set. I didn't see anything battle horns yet. So let me set it to Horn 1. So it's been set to Horn 1. And like you see, you can just walk around. We got FF5 twice. We've gotten FF5 more than... We've gotten FF5 in A Realm Reborn with Kryl, or Heavensward with Kryl. No, Realm Reborn with Kryl? A Realm Reborn with Kryl. We've gotten We've gotten Bloodlizzy Arsenal and Stormblood, and everything with Galif. We've got The Day Will Come and Endwalker. We've gotten Dawn Trail as a bunch of FF5 stuff. I mean, we've had FF5s in almost every expansion. Yeah. 6 had Heavensward Trial and Stormblood. Yeah. Yeah. And Stormblood raids. Yeah, exactly. I never despair that the thing you love will not show up in 14 as long as 14's making new content. We have Omega. Omega, obviously, yeah, literally Omega. Yeah, Omega's a 5 thing. I always forget that, yeah. There is no cooldown for stuff in sanctuaries, and you can change the display size. You guys are right. You can change the display size for pets between small, medium, and large. You want more 12 content? There are things from 12 I want. I would prefer it that they adapt it more than just kind of pull it wholesale. Not that there aren't adaptations with like Return to Ivalice and stuff, but I would prefer it a little bit more adaptive. But I love 12, so yeah, there's plenty of things in 12 I think would be really cool, including locations. Yay, itty bitty behemoth. To apply the change, though, you will need to resummon the pets, so it will not happen in real time. Accidentally summoned the dodo, but now he needs to resummon the curl if he wants to see the sides change. Dude, Limsa's gonna be insane if you have pets turned on. The FF Spirits Within expansion. I mean, I could say some funny things about ways in which you could argue aspects of Spirits Within are already present in 14, but not intentionally. Oh, wow, yeah, that's the large one. It's definitely bigger. Just give us both here. Don't, for all that is holy, please don't just rip characters wholesale and put them in. Like, adapt them. Like, Zero is a great adaptation of Cecil. I mean, at least Golbez is still a great adaptation of Golbez, and there's like a meaningful context change. I guess under that lens, Fran's okay in Return to Ivalice as the context change for Fran is present. But like, still, I want adaptation, not just cut and paste. The Great Gubu Wall will rise again. Okay, yeah, we gotta all hang outside of Ul'dah. Is to 4 after years than 4. If you're talking about 6.0, I can see what you're saying. Yeah. If you're talking about 6.x, I would not necessarily say so, only in that, like, so much of that stuff is... well, I see what you're saying even if you talk about 6.x. I get what you're saying. You're not... I don't even think that's that hot of a take. It's an interesting point. Like Beatrix to Zelenia, yeah, different context, rename, obviously an homage and a reference, Otis and Steiner, Sphene and Dagger, you know, Garnet, like, but they're adaptations, right? We have 2 Golbezes in the game, technically. Yes, you have the historical Golbex and you have Durante, but I get what I get what you mean. Yeah, Steiner and Otis, yep, he is the leading man, but Velio said hopefully we have a Balthier-like. I would love a Balthier-like character, to be very clear, love a Balthier-like character. I want an adaptation. And I want the few times that they more directly adapt. To me, a good example of that would be Golbez, because the Durante, the Void, like all the context around it is so meaningfully reinterpreted that it's a meaningful shift to me. Tiny, Ilio, easy to bitty. I do wonder if they're matched to your player size at all. Like, would a normal size Gubu for a Lothal and a normal size Gubu for a Rogadin be different? I mean, to be fair, thematically, that's because thematically Necron makes sense in 9, but like narratively is not kind of, doesn't come out of nowhere, but it kind of comes out of nowhere. Okay. If you want to better understand all this, please also watch the cutscenes and play the quests. Here are some examples of beast actions. Finisher, perform a powerful attack with a large area of effect and leave the field. Instinctual skill will be detailed later. Perform an action. Tempered release, perform an action unique to each beast. Nature's gift. The Beastmaster draws power from the beast to perform an action themselves. There's a lot of interesting interconnection here. Oh, that sucks, AC. Try searching for Synchro String Master and click the areas on that. Yeah. Also, Yoshibi had an interesting... He explained why they didn't go with whips, and I actually very strongly agree with why they didn't go with whips, which is that beast tamers, like ringmasters and circuses with beasts are famous for being very cruel and not caring well for animals, and the whip is like a scare and hurt. And this is supposed to be a partnership between you and the beast fighting in tandem. It's Pokemon, right? It's not like slave do my work, right? So I agree with the ethos on why they didn't go for whips. I even thought that might be why they wouldn't. And so I'm just not surprised. That's so weird that Jollibee collab is US only. That has to be a Jollibee thing. Get in the comments of Jollibee. Go on social media and at Jollibee, because I don't think that's a Japan thing. I'm sure that's like a business deal thing, not a because Jollibee is way bigger in East Asia, as far as I know, than it is in America. I could be wrong. Americans, especially non-West Coast Americans, do you have a Jollibee near you? I have literally never seen a Jollibee in person. The finisher will have the beast return to the horn, so it uses at the end. Basically, when you use a finisher, it's gonna swap out to the next beast, so just be ready that if you use it, you're gonna swap. The icon for the trick will change depending on the beast. This is the default icon. So in the beast case, the tempered release is a 6-hit cut. For the case that they were showing. For this case, it will be a 6-hit cut. These are the different... Yeah, I grew up mainly in Wisconsin and Minnesota, Zero, so, like, same. I only know about Jollibee because I have Filipino friends. And the Dodo will release a buff against earth elements and blind, so it's not always an attack. There are different things. Can be a buff, it can be an attack. It's also elementally aspected, so you need to know what creature you're fighting and their elemental aspecting as well, which for those of you who missed 1.0 and Final Fantasy 11, congratulations. So this is like the loadout of the 3 creatures that he has and their abilities. This is the beast. These are the different beast skill. Beasto skin. So beast skin, Kurado. Kurado scheme. Cloud scheme? How are we all feeling about Beastmaster? Excited? I don't know that I would, Des, because everything I have seen about that spaghetti would probably make me throw up. Like, Jollibee, as far as I have seen, is tailor-made to not be for me. Hyped as heck? Yeah. I know a lot of people who are really excited for this. Here's my secret thing I'm the most excited for, and I promise I'll read any translations I get in a second. The thing I'm really excited for most for Beastmaster, other than the, like, playing and capturing the monsters and the lore and the quest lines and all that, I'm very excited for, is doing maps with it in the future. As it gets more additions, doing like 60 and 70 maps and farming out the final achievements for some of the ones I need. Yeah. I'm more excited for it than Blue, which, sorry to all Blue fans first of all, but second, gotta catch them all. Yeah, I feel that. Tempered release makes the beast perform the action, and nature's gifts makes you borrow an action, and you're executing the action yourself. I wonder why you would want to do one versus the other. I'm sure there's benefits in common. The Dodo's gift is smudge. Oh, I think he means that one. Well, that's not for Dodo, but this one. How do you do? Unleash instinctual skills. This is for fight alongside your beast, so this is more your skill set. When the gauge for Beastmaster and Beast both reach 100 or more, they can be consumed in their entirety to allow Beastmaster and Beast to perform instinctual skills simultaneously. Fuck yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if Jollibee's trying to make more inroads into the US, and that's part of why they're doing an NA campaign with 14. Also, I am pouring one out for all of those. Also, Yukio, if the Jollibee campaign has like an item associated with it, we'll get it for you, because you play on NA, so we would be able to get you a code or whatever. We'll take care of it. We'll figure it out. The higher the gauge, the stronger the hit. Yes, of course. Trigger instinctual combos. Yeah, if any of you out there are in America and you aren't near a Jollibee, we have plenty of people all throughout America in the tea community. We'll figure something out. Well, maybe I'll pay people who are in the Western, and we'll figure it out. Yeah, I'm willing to finance your trip to Jollibee. Yeah. You're upstairs. Well, I mean, as long as you're playing on an NA account, if the codes work, we'll still figure it out. I mean, I'm just shocked Japan, because Jollibee's bigger in Japan than it is the States. So I think it's got to be a Jollibee side thing. If you want them to do it with Europe and Japan, get in them social medias and let Jollibee know. That's the way to get change. Do it politely and constructively, please, not rudely, but definitely. Again, Yukio, you got to start thinking business and not thinking about like, oh, they don't care about Philippines. If they're trying to, if it costs them money and they're trying to make a tactical and specific inroads into a location like the United States more so, this makes perfect sense. Think about it. This is their businesses. Why are they businesses making a business choice? Think about it that way. When Beastmaster and Beast continue to use instinctual skills in succession, even more powerful instinctual combos will be unleashed, so you can build up into the stronger and stronger forms. The Beast has all 4 elements in their skills, but the Beasts have their own elements as well. Pay attention to the affinity of instinctual... Dude, if you were into Eureka, I feel like this is going to be... If you're into Final Fantasy 11, Eureka, or 1.0, I feel like you're going to enjoy this a lot. Yeah. Yeah, like people not understanding how theaters and deals work for Amazing Digital Circus or Hydra. Yeah, I totally get it. Before you get angry, take a breath. Think through it. Think if there's a way to understand it or make it make sense. Once you have fully done that, then get angry. Don't start with anger. I beseech you. Think. Here. What was it that Hydaelyn told us to do? These elements are performed clockwise. The arrow on the extra job UI shows this. Interesting. Yeah, so you can see the way that they're going and rotating. Interesting. Yeah, I can see why no blue, because damn, Beastmaster thick. Yeah, I mean, Beastmaster's, I think, going to be a hefty sum. I also think what this will do for blue is allow them to make the next update better than just a few spells, and instead, like, really give it some life. I mean, maybe they'll just do, 10 more levels or whatnot, but Blue's support has not been great for ever. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hear, feel. Fush. Yeah. I mean, that's what Goblin Hydaelyn said, Okikage, but yeah. Speaking of goblins, Ray, oh my god, Yukio. Ray or Infinite, you want to link our most recent video? Pay attention to the affinity of instinctual skill. At higher Beastmaster levels, you will learn abilities that will fill the gauge instantly, allowing you to connect multiple combos. Interesting. Yeah, these elements are performed clockwise. Foxhound, but it doesn't matter whether I'm doing an element or my beast does it. Yoshi P, yes, either counts, but please keep the order for increased damage. At higher levels, there will be some rotation, learning, and optimization. Fun and easy to play, interesting to master is the way to go. Looks like they're... Blue random. It's not just design space, it's that there's, like, it's not just a design space for skills. The issue is that there's not a meaningful way to interact with those outside of group content for the raid achievements. And then the circus doesn't get enough challenges to be able to have meaningful and complex interactions. Because it's hard to make them, don't get me wrong. It's not just a design space issue. Because, like, if you have the Crucible for the Unbroken, but for Blue Mage, it would probably help a lot. Or something like it, right? This is the level 50 gear. Also, if you don't know, this is a reference to FF5 as well. This is the Beastmaster armor, minus the turquoise, but this is like a version of the Beast, an adaptation of the Beastmaster armor from FF5. Can you tame Wavekin 2? I don't know that we've seen any, so we don't know. What did I miss? Yes, Tam. Yes. You've missed a lot. But I'm gonna go back over everything after the live letter, because I'm not gonna have time to make a trailer analysis video before FanFest. So I'll be spending probably an extra little bit of time talking after the live letter finishes, going back over everything we learned. Also, actually, I just realized. Also, come to book club. We have a book club every Friday for Final Fantasy XIV lore. But this week the topic will be on the live letter and talking through and going through all of that. What is on her head? It's like a sort of ram's horn, sheep fur helmet. Oh, Tam, that sucks. Sorry. Hope you feel better. Hope you get some good sleep. You can level up and improve the gear in special content. I wonder if that's Crucible of the Unbroken or if it's something else. The fact they didn't say so is interesting. Unless it's actually a yum burger and a burger steak meal, since you don't like Jolly Spaghetti. Wait 1 minute. Elliot, try the chicken tray. I'll definitely try Jollibee, Yukio. Oh, I accidentally paused and didn't even realize it. So we're in Amdapur Keep, which is level 50 dungeon, and they're trying out Beastmaster. Which is pretty on brand, because it's a Void Scent themed dungeon. Yeah, we haven't seen any Wavekin yet. Assuming we can get through everything in 2 hours. I mean, we'll go fast. What I'm going to do, Xenorda, is I'm good for book club. Oh, speaking of, come join our Discord, discord.gg/Eorzean Archives to join the book club and any other events you'd like to join. All are welcome. But the... we'll go through the information really, really quick, and then we're just going to focus on talking about the trailer to keep things focused in the 2 hours. Yoshi P is using dev hacks to make sure that he cannot die, so be aware of that. You can see the gauge that is filling and the release skill on cooldown. I will point out, one day, whenever we get to Dawn Trail, that maybe capturing Yon will be a thing. Whenever we get to level 100 Beastmaster, maybe you'll be able to capture a Yon. And if not given any other commands, your pet will just auto-attack. So they are like fighting side by side with you. You'll notice they do not have a health bar, though. Although they mentioned pets having some kind of health or something in one of the interviews. I don't know what's up with that. Discord custom name? Yeah, okay. I will get it. Ray or Infinite, once I give you a new invite link too, at some point, can I get one of you guys to go back through the old videos and fix? One second, I need to make sure I'm catching the translation. Yeah, no new translations yet. Here is the link. Oh, Ray got it. For our Discord. Come talk 14 lore for Final Fantasy 14 with us. Especially it'll be fun to do a lot of stuff going into, we also have a FC on Crystal Curl if you want to join. But it'll be a lot of fun going into the hype cycle going into 8.0. 8.0 is going to be big, guys, I'm telling you. We're going to see a lot of systematic overhaul. And I don't mean just UI and UX. I mean, like, I'm not saying this will happen, but I wouldn't be surprised if there will be things like much bigger maps or mounts are more dynamic fly or like I think they're really thinking about shifting for the future a lot of things. Gonna be BRB while this is going on, getting energy. Yeah, good idea. Good idea. Once the gauge was at 100, we used Trick, which triggered the next elemental combo, and that was the finisher. So now I gotta summon the next one. Why did we pick a dungeon that's this dark? It's terrible for seeing what's going on. Dude, this is gonna be so fun. Making Beastmaster something you can do with people but also do solo is good too, because if like sometimes I want to like chill and like do something solo to restore social energy, and so being able to have that choice, but then also being able to set up events and do stuff with you guys is just great. Isa, we'll see. I'm not sure that they are dropping support for older consoles next expansion, which would greatly affect the ability to change map size. Well, we do. I mean, we don't. We know that they're potentially planning on it. Where we would probably find out about it is at fanfests. But also PS4 is the data streaming limit. I don't know is the fundamental limitation. My understanding is that the main limitation for map size up to this point has been rooted in engine limitations rather than in hardware ones. And you can also figure out ways to do culling or LOD, fog. There's a lot of things they could do. Well, this isn't a rebirth like 1.0, 2.0. There's probably going to be a bigger update in gamers history. I having read every interview Yoshi P has put out, I would strongly feel that that is going to be the case. There's no specific singular thing to say it must be, and it better not to like over expect. But I think you might be right, and I think it's also planning for the future. Okay, we're gonna change the dungeon. Actually, no, we're gonna go hit a dummy. Hey, Chimera. Ooh, large behemoth. Hell yeah. I do wonder if it's even bigger if you're a Rogadin. Dude. They have to have those to be able to be turned off by other players. I mean, you can turn off people's eggies and stuff, so that has to be. But, like, because otherwise, I'm just imagining, like, giant circles of behemoths around the Aetheryte. Well, we'll know for sure in a week, yeah. Well, we'll know at least part, right? Because we're not gonna learn everything at NA FanFest, but we'll definitely get the partial trailer and learn a lot about their intents. Like, NA FanFest is where we first learned about dual die system and the graphic update, right? And that, like, a lot of the initial information. Behemoth belly rubs. Maybe like an eggy size command. Yeah. No, there is. Tam, you missed it. There is. They can change them between 3 sizes. The question is that even amongst those 3 sizes, are those 3 sizes absolute or are they relative to the Beastmaster? Just one moment. I'm filling the gauge with debug commands. Not all the names are finalized, so just be aware of that. I think the interesting question to me will be the survivability of your player character in content. I'm curious to see how much you can modulate or handle with that. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, there isn't as much, but, like, potions see a more meaningful reason to take on potions. Because if you don't have unlimited self-heal, potions might see a big resurgence in that case. When you combine 2 elements, you get light or dark, as seen on the job UI. Those elements you have to use quickly or the effects will run out. Oh, interesting. So when you use stuff, you also have a light or dark debuff. I wonder if it's light or dark or astral umbral. Probably light or dark, because they specifically said that, and you even see it looks light or dark. Reminder that light and darkness are inherently tied to umbrality and astrality, but they are not the same things. Like, something can be astrally charged, it doesn't mean that it's dark. Something can be umbrally charged, it doesn't mean that it's light. It's just that light is inherently umbral and dark is inherently highly astral. I do think that's always a very important thing to remember. Like, the corrupted crystals are highly astral, but they're not highly dark, right? Corrupted crystals are just a byproduct of astrality. That's a long dot. I was in the... I feel like everyone has been frozen by a Chimera before. Yeah, because you could freeze them just like Chimera freezes you. Enjoy the Rams! Enjoy the Rams head, bitch! The skill that annoyed everyone, now you get to use it. Probably not Astral Umbral, since this is only explained in Shadowbringers. No, Astral Umbral is explained in Realm Reborn. The understanding of their polarities being inverted of cause and effect is Shadowbringers, but Astral and Umbral is literally explained in the MSQ of 2.0, not even 2.x. Like, when you're doing the quest line to grab crusted crystals to get into Garuda's Howling Winds, Astral and Umbral is explained there. And it's also, there's also plenty of quests inside. It's been present. What happens in Shadowbringers is we understood the idea of growth to be the domain of light and decay to be the domain of darkness, but in actuality, astrality and umbrality are inverted in their cause and effect. So like Umbral, you do need umbrality to beget life, but umbrality is actually the process of stasis, and astrality can cause decay and corruption, but it actually is the quickening. So yeah. Oh, the Chimera can freeze enemies with its ult? Laughs in Blue Mage. Look at what they need to mimic a fraction of our power. Yeah, sir. It was their power you took from a faction of in the first place. Spider-Man pointed at Spider-Man. That's why even when Urianger is explaining astrality and umbrality in Ilmeg, he's pointing out we already know about this because he's telling you about this, but we misunderstood the cause and effect. It's just that I think people only remember learning about it in Shadowbringers because the MSQ makes such a hardcore point to point that out in that cutscene. Whereas all the other places, even when they're in the MSQ, they tend to forget. It's the same way that like it explains the notion of what primals actually are, like in 2.2 and 2.1, like very clearly. But people also tend to forget that. Or how the Ascians function in terms of how they're retreating to the interdimensional rift, or yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a totally fair thing to forget. Forgetting like some pieces of non-voice dialogue that appear throughout most of the earlier expansions is completely fair. It just happens to be a subject I specifically have read every piece of dialogue in the game. I have literally T-tooled Astral and T-tooled Umbral and read everything in the game more than once. So I know it's too committed to memory. Sure. It'll be helpful to remember which beast has which elements. Oh, crap, I messed up. He did not combine the elements correctly when he was playing it. But yeah, you can see the whole rotation. It's so interesting because you like have this aspect that's kind of summoner-esque in the way that the three creatures are summoned, but you also have this rotation where you're building the elements almost like a little bit. Like, there's a lot of comparisons to other jobs you can make with it. It's its own thing and it's fresh, but it's interesting. Yeah, that really doesn't surprise me. Yeah, fair enough, Issa. Fair enough. Okay, he's going to talk a little bit about the job quest. I think if I'm catching it right, what he's saying is to do basically with the job quest will help explain and teach you all this a lot more. I think the job quest for Beastmaster is actually going to be like actively a tutorial. When a limited class is more summoner than summoner. I will never agree with that take. That's only true if you only depict summoner as summoning lasting entities a la like 10. And Final Fantasy 10 is my favorite. But like most of Summoner's history of all of Final Fantasy is to summon a creature to do a mighty attack and then it disappears. Like current Summoner is more like classic Summoner than old Summoner was. Welcome back. I can't say you missed too much. I'm not saying you have to like current Summoner, to be clear. I'm just saying that like current Summoner is actually representative of like what the classical fantasy of Summoner was in Final Fantasy. Except for, let's see, where are the ones who summon? So 13 technically you summon. 10 would be the strongest with Aeons. 12 with the Espers, I guess. Yeah. 15 kinda. Not really. 16 you're channeling them, but I'd argue 16 is even more like Summoner from 14. Yoshi P, you will level up doing the job quest. So if you want to do, all you want to do is collect beasts, you can do that too. But yeah, definitely do the job quests. Probably the thing I can think of is the combos and rotations. I'd say that most active would be Viper or Dancer, the moment of Dancer. It kind of depends on how you define it, Pyron. Like you could make a really big argument for Ninja, not only because of the amount of buttons, but because of how constantly you're having to interact with like your oh my god, why am I forgetting? I'm forgetting, but your Mudra. It depends, I think, on if you're talking about playing the job correctly. Viper has a lot of buttons pressed quickly, but it has very few buttons and a very simple rotation. So it's like, I wouldn't, so like Viper's fast, but it's so straightforward that it's one of the easier ones. Yeah, Mudras, yeah, not, yeah. 16 less summoner rather than just being ice. Yeah, yes, kind of. Well, you're not channeling them in that way exactly. But I point out, like, there's not a lot of difference between the way you're kind of using them in some of the earlier ones than like versions like Rydia, right? I mean, execution of it's different how it's being channeled through you. But yeah, you're right that you're right in so much that it is channeled through them like how Iceheart is, like using them like not like armor like Iceheart, but it's its own version. But I'm saying like mechanically, yeah. Ninja's far more. Yeah, Ninja's definitely more active if you're talking about doing the rotation. And in the solo instances, you can level up and train your beasts. At the end, there might even be extra subspecies, like different skins or designs for beasts you have captured. Let's go! Alternate coloring and skins, that's rad. Once we're closer to the release, we'll do that extra stream. We should invite Mr. Ozma as well. For those who don't know, Mr. Ozma is one of their lead combat designers, and he did a lot of, if not most of the design for Beastmaster. At least, for sure, he did Crucible of the Unbroken. I don't know about more broadly than that. And Foxconn says, so you can show us then. Yes, you should be. Or so Foxconn says that so Ozma can show us. Yes, he is finally more free now that he's finished Beastmaster. His gameplay is crazy, and he demands the same level from me when I do the producer checks. Ultima Beast when 3.x is added. Ultima. Which thing are you referring to, Hydra? Shiny hunting. Yeah, shining hunting would be, yeah. Oh god, I'm gonna lose V for forever. Get hats for each head of the Chimera. That's hilarious. So as we know, we've got the okay, one more block before announcements. So we have the Anaheim Convention. So this is next week. This is going to be the FanFest, NA FanFest. When this happens out, expect that we're going to get a partial trailer. We're not going to get any jobs. They're not going to be told about any jobs, but Yoshi P will be wearing a t-shirt that's going to be like a teaser for the job, but it's going to be very esoteric. And we're going to find out a lot about their plans and stuff going forward. We might even get like some concept art of some of the maps or locations, whatnot. Like, for instance, we saw a little bit of Shaloni, a little bit of Heritage Found, a little bit of Yakta L. I think maybe a little bit of Kozumaoka. Yeah, there was Kozumaoka concept art. There was Urkopacha art. Yeah, we got, I think, some concept art. I can't remember. Maybe I'm wrong and some of that came later. But we got a bunch of concept art and stuff. Fractal Continuum. Oh, you're talking about the Ultima Beast. Oh, right. The final boss of Fractal Continuum. The one, yeah. The behemoth model one that you fight at the end. Yeah, I know what you mean. I just forgot that was called Ultima Beast. Only one. What do you mean only one job? Well, no, so the way it works is that they don't announce a job at NA FanFest, but they tease one of the jobs with a t-shirt. Then at the European FanFest, we'll get a job announced, and they might, not always, but might tease what the next one will be. Sometimes the t-shirt teases both two jobs. Sometimes it's only one. Like, for instance, they did a shirt for Samurai. They did the shirt that they had during NA FanFest for Dawn Trail teased both Viper and Pictomancer because it was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And then the JP FanFest is where we'll see the second job. Assuming there's two jobs. We don't know. There may only be one. Maybe there'll be 20. But historically, there will be at least one. The one thing I can tell you is there will be at least one job because one of the #1 marketing material, like successful marketing materials for 14 is, and MMOs in general, is new jobs. Oh, that staff on Black Mage was red. Yes! Sorry, I'm a Paladin main. Like, I'm a tank main in general, but I'm a Paladin main in specific, and that is fire. Definitely using that shield. The answer is we don't know if we're getting two jobs. You will never know until we know. They could change it at any time. The only thing I can tell you for sure is that we will always get one. Until the game is in, like, some kind of maintenance mode. Did they just add customizable camera? No, remember, he's on a dev version of it. So Yeah, no, that's already in. If you're talking about that, that's already in the game. You can change and lower your camera height to character head and above already. That's already present. You just have to go in the menus to change it. The sword aura. I mean, I agree. The sword aura is like, I don't even know if excessive is the right term, but it's wide, which kind of affects the profile. And I think maybe more than that, my problem is that we have so many versions of things doing stuff like that. I mean, you probably are saying the same thing, but the issue, my only issue is how wide it is down at the base. I wish it was almost like tighter, or that it just only had the flame. Yeah, if you have never actually like taken time to go through the character and system settings, I cannot recommend enough actually taking an hour or so, or only 30 minutes, and going through each thing of all the tabs. You will find that there are so many amazing settings that you're like, oh, I've always wanted this to be this way. Astrologian. Oh, that's good. That one's nice. Looks strict. I do love the glass and the orb and the detail. I mean, the Astrologian astrolabes are always a delight. Is it worth recalling the Sage was revealed in the first FanFest for Endwalker, so it's not given the reveal to have in the second fan? No, only because the Endwalker ones aren't, you shouldn't use those because there wasn't going to be the same lead up because of what happened during COVID. I would not use Endwalker to predict anything because it being COVID and everything else around that made it a weird situation. Possible? Yes. I just wouldn't use Endwalker as a data point. I love that Dragoons. That's nice. Of course he's blocking. He's blocking his head with me, but he's also blocking him. I really like that. Yeah, only the flamer wind effect. Just got a meeting. Sounds good, Issa. Because it's worth remembering that as things, they want to evenly space everything out between NA, EU, and JP, and for each to have a major, like, thing. At least one major thing, right? Because it's supposed to be a, like revving up the hype and getting it bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. So, like, doing the job at NA and then another at EU and then not having one for JP is a little bit weird, especially because NA is already so exciting at being the initial partial trailer and whatnot. I mean, again, they could always change everything up completely, but I would think they'll probably stick with this. The only way I can't imagine they wouldn't is if there's only one job. That's the only way I would imagine the job announcement cadence being swapped up. In which case, I would actually still imagine that it would be at EU, just there wouldn't be one at JP. That's what I would assume. I just that there can be exceptions. Yeah, there can be exceptions. I just point out the context for that exception with Endwalker was because of COVID and how all the FanFests got messed up because of being canceled, right? Other than the one we got, which was the digital one, right? Which was collectively everything. And then the small mini announcement thing that Yoshida and Koji did, that where they heard about. That wasn't really a FanFest as much as it was like a preliminary thing. That's cool. Sorry, I'm just looking back at him really quick. I like the bard bow. That's cool. I like that it has like sort of fur feather effect at the top. That's cool. It's okay. This is so cursed, and I'm sorry if any curses anyone for anyone. It kind of looks like it's a boom mic bow, right? Doesn't it look like a boom mic? Doesn't it look like the boom mic like cover? I do like that bow though. YoshiP, I know people would ask for all jobs. You gonna show them off, or is he gonna say, but I'm gonna save it for now? Sorry, Sarah, did I ruin it for you? But even with the debug commands, that's quite an effort. So sorry, this is all we're doing for now. Looks like a bow that's got a built out of guitar. Yeah, Gibson. You say that, but the thing is we have, wasn't it the Dawn Trail one that is like literally a guitar? Like when it opened, it's literally a guitar bow. Like once we had that, it was like, you know, Zeppelin is the term generally given to boom mic cover. Zeppelin? Really? I never heard that. I mean, I trust you. You're in LA. You're in the like land of film, so I'm just surprised I've never heard that before. Oh, he's got a mount to show up. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Wait, whoa, whoa, whoa. Guys, I think I might know what the mount for the final wings is. It is like angel wings of like, it looks like a bunch of different wings. Because this one is, it looks like this one is NUO. And then that one's that. This is another motorcycle. That's a new one. This is the blue mount that's almost certainly from Cosmic. This is going to be oh my god, they made a pink elephant Magitech spider. And yeah, biblically accurate mount, 100%. Oh my god, there's a platypus and a colibri. So these four are all from Cosmic for sure. My question is, where's the colibri, the platypus, the bike? I wonder if that's the bike. I wonder if you get that from Hildebrand. And then you've got the Magitech fist, which is Roketo Punchy. Roketo Punchy. Oh, it's made by the Ironworks. Interesting. I wonder where it comes from. I was about to say, yeah, it looks like the motorcycle from Hildy. Yeah, exactly. I wonder what... where do we get... where does an Ironworks mount come from? I wonder if some... Actually, you know what? I wonder if at least one of these guys is not from... One, there's going to be a mount for the probably capstone of the Allied Societies. But secondly, I don't wonder if one of these mounts is a gathering... script mount, because we've had two and it feels like a third would make a lot of sense. The rocket punch is rad though. Allied Society captain. Yeah, we're definitely getting one on it from this Allied Society capstone. I'll bet money on that. Also, there's PvP series rewards, so this could be a PvP series reward. Platypus might be Northhorn, do the tower stuff. Good call, Paul. I think that makes a lot of sense. Oh, did you read the thing, Laffy? Does it say Wings of Legacy? Well, it's interesting, too, because if you look at the wings, they look like the Alexander wings from 9, which also works. Between the Pink Mountain and Shiny Hunting with Beastmaster, we're losing Amara for a bit. Yeah. Exactly, Sarah. Wings of Dawn. Oh, yeah, because Gilded Legacy. That's, Laffy, that's smart call. Yeah, I bet, or something like that. I can imagine that. For those who don't know, in the Japanese, the title for Dawn Trail is the Gilded Legacy, or Gilded Legacy. So Wings of Legacy, Wings of Dawn would be a good localization. Cry's never going to have Shadowbringers allied rank. How come? They're not. It's not that hard. They're fun. I mean, the Pixie questline's a good story. The Dwarf questline's a great story. And I just finished the Cocoon on another character. It's a lovely little story. Yeah, that's the NUO wings. Yeah. Wait, actually. Not nihility? 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 Nihilism? I don't know. Qatari are amazing. Yeah, I love that you get to make choices for that one too. The hand mount looks like from AlphaScape. Yeah, I mean, I bet you it's literally the model. Yeah, Wings of Nihil. Yeah, Nihility. So they're stuck at the rank under Allied. Shadowbringers doesn't have an Allied Society capstone quest. Oh, I see. Crying Allied rank. Okay, I see what you're saying. I see. Now I follow Tam. I wonder if they'd ever consider going back and adding one. I think if people said something, it would. Yeah, so this is a Cobri. So, like, I wonder... Talk about... Interesting. Yeah. It's not giant! It's also possible that some of these could be tied to doing the quest line for Beastmaster as well. Quiet Colbert. Yeah. What I'm trying to figure out is... Yeah. I'm very interested to see where some of these guys are going to come from. Yoshi P says, yeah, wings. We'll show off the wings of legacy in a second here. Oh, I didn't realize I had paused for so long. They're going to show off duck-billed platypus. Interesting hammer. And Cake literally carries you on his back. That's so cute. It's so good. Look at him. Oh, he's a buddy. I want to hug him so bad. Oh, he's so good. I love his little staff, too. He's swimming through the air. Oh, he's so good. Okay, they're going to show off the wings of legacy next. Oh, what? Literally, they have Ophanium eyes, like, flying around it. So that's just if you're sitting normal. Oh, man, this is good shit. Fly up. I want to see what happens when everything expands out. Oh, my... Wait, it even has a ring with eyes in it. It's literally... They literally did the Ophanium thing. Wow, that's so funny. I had hoped, but I never thought they would. And it also is like does have some of that Alexander Wing-esque appearance too from 9. So so you have the gilded aspect, the golden, the memory, the like dude. Also, the story for the last Mountain Endwalker was so beautiful and touching. I'm really excited to see what the story for this one is. Pose reminding me of Sephiroth. I mean, that's because the Seraphim, right? Sephiroth being inspired by similar source material. But yeah, see, like literally has golden wheel on it. Puts Angel's costume from Mog Station card. God damn it. Yeah. Been playing too much Warframes. That's tight. Yeah. Mainly some mounts. Yoshi P says, white golden glam combined with this would be amazing. I want to flex, so I wish we had 6 wings when we're not flying as well. Yoshi P, you can just fly. Foxconn, but PvP. Yoshi P, that's actually making me think about it now. So Foxconn's like, I want to be able to show this off in PvP and flex on people, but like I can't fly in PvP. And Yoshida's like, oh, that's a good point. Oh, wait, is he saying what I think he's saying? There's no translation. Let me see if I can catch this. He's talking about the way that the game does ground and flying animations, and I think he's trying to ponder through if it's possible to allow you to basically have the while flying version open while on the ground. And I think he's if I'm catching right, I think he's basically saying why it can't work, which is tied to not only animations, like when you're on the ground, you're doing different animations than when you're flying, but also like a lot of things would clip and issues like that. And then Foxhound's like, maybe this wasn't the right time for me to express those wishes, because everyone's now commenting in the chat. The Mad Mad is cooking again. Yeah, do not expect this. There's a lot of reasons that like that would. So even if you just take these wings how it is right now and put that Lalafell on the ground, those bottom wings are going to clip through the ground, right? So it's not as simple as just we'll allow people to turn it on. And that's not to talk about other animation and other issues on top of it. I want the Air Rider to be in drone mode on the ground rather than just flying. Yeah, the problem is like one, animations and clipping, right? Pretty much what it comes down to. And Yoshi P is like, I'll think about it. Do not expect that to happen or change anytime soon, if at all. Ooh, that bike is cool. That's a good bike. That's a good bike. Okay, these are OC glams. Oh, it's Bart's outfit. Finally, we have an actual Bart's outfit. Well, actually, it's not quite his, because his is technically a different. Isn't it a lavender? So this might actually be the freelancer outfit, right? FF5 freelancer. That might be what it is. I might be wrong. Yeah, it's the freelancer outfit. It's like the male freelancer outfit, as I think what it's supposed to be. Yeah, it even is based off of the FF5 it's based off of the advanced version. I think the ported version. The version that has NUO and Necromancer and Cannoneer and stuff. The art from that rather than the pixel art. I just wish we could dye mounts. I'm torn on that, to be honest. Yeah, okay, yeah, these are the freelancer outfits, because that's the female freelancer, if I'm not mistaken, for, that first one was the freelancer for Bart's, the second one is the freelancer for, why am I forgetting her name? Pirate Captain, Ferris. And then that's, I think, Kryle's freelancer outfit, if I'm not mistaken? Yeah, no, not Kryle's, it's, Lena's. Lena's, freelancer outfit. Ooh, is that crafting? Wait, isn't that Sid's outfit from FF15? If not, it looks a lot like it. Oh, Levi's gonna be happy. Yeah, it's not literally because it doesn't obviously have like the booty shorts and whatnot, but it is like that top is very reminiscent of it. Oh, I love these. These are so good. Oh, these are so good. I love these so much. There's a lot of content coming, so these are some of the many, many rewards, and this is just a few of them. He did not specify that that was not OC, but I don't think that those last two were OC glams. I would not assume that they were or not OC. OC, Occult Crescent. The last two do not assume were OC. The first three were definitely OC. They're from 5. It's possible those are from Cosmic. They could be crafted glams. They could be... There's various places that those could be from. Those last two could be from. Yeah, reminder for the different fan fests. And reminder, we're not going to learn everything all at once. Imagine the fan fests are like... Imagine that the way it works is there's like 5 parts, right? You've got like NA Fan Fest, then the first part of the MSQ story, then European Fan Fest, and the second part of the MSQ story, then the Japanese Fan Fest. And like we're going to learn more and more and more and more going at 8.0 over the course of the next about 10 months. There also, Yoshibi mentioned there will be a media tour. Is there a Jollibee Club here in the US? Yes, there is. Correct. I would guess that a mechanic would be Cosmic or PvP. I think are very safe guesses. Next week at this time there will be we will be saying 3 to 4 more hours till the keynote. I'm not sure if the keynote fits the time we scheduled for. Basically, they gave the keynote an extra hour already, and they still don't think they're going to be able to fit in everything they're going to announce in it. So I'm telling you guys, 8.0 is going to be big. And I don't just mean like literally a lot of content. I just mean like the game's it's a good time. Good time. The keynote will start at 2 a.m. Japan time. Since it's a weekend where it's fine, right? What do you mean wake up for it? No. You don't sleep. It's just at 26 o'clock. For the Friday morning NA keynote would be 2 a.m. Japan time Saturday. How are we all feeling? How are we all feeling coming off the back of that? We excited for 7.5? We excited for FanFest? We excited for 8.0? Oh! Koji is going to be there. It sounds like Koji will be doing the... Yeah, Koji will be doing the English part of at FanFest. Yeah. Okay, cool. This will be the main visual for all the fan fests. Interesting. It's everyone you'd expect, which isn't a problem. It's just interesting. I really wonder if Eorzean and Thancred are going to be with us. Excited for FanFest. It's more exciting than New Year's. Yeah. I'm exhausted. I got 3 hours of sleep. I need to watch it back. Sounds good, Tam. Also, Tam, if you're able to make a book club, I'll go over everything in book club. I'm so ready for FanFest. Yeah. Oh, these are lovely. So sad. I need to get Ears and collection order to see what dungeon sets up. Oh, yeah. Reminder to everyone. They're making it so all the dungeon gear from 3.0 onto 7.5 can be compressed in the glamour dresser. So now a gear set for like all the fending armor from one dungeon can be turned into one piece of gear with all of them. So you can go collect your heart's content. If the Loporrits are involved, Eorzean's involved. The Loporrits are involved. We have an image of Eorzean talking to the Loporrits on Mario Lamentorum for the patch. They have all these items are up. A reminder that these are not, well, they're usually not time gated. They shouldn't be time gated, so you should be able to buy these even after FanFest, though they may be more expensive. They scrap? No. The armoire hasn't been scrapped. So after I'll explain. The thing is that you're welcome, MM. And I will be we'll go back over the trailer and be talking for the next little bit. But for those of you who are expecting any new announcements, they're just going to be covering stuff like this. There's not going to be any like gameplay or anything, so you're welcome to head out now. Friendly reminder, check out our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Eorzean Archives, and come check out our Discord at discord.gg/Eorzean Archives. We've got a lot of people who talk and hang out and play the game together all the time, looking for group and whatnot, and we have events most days of the weeks. How many cloud bikes will we eventually have? Yes. The armoire functions different than the glamour dresser. The armoire does not store a bunch of the flag data that the glamour dresser does, which means it's way more efficient, but like it can't store things like dyes. It can't store things like spirit bond or materia, or it stores very few flags. Because of that, having something be able to put in the armoire and something put into the glamour dresser are both useful, because if you don't care about dyeing your gear or anything, or any of the flag data that's relevant in the glamour dresser, you could save an entire slot just by putting all those items you would even compress into the glamour dresser into the armoire. So it's still useful. It's just the armoire only really makes sense for things that don't even have those flag datas to begin with. For instance, none of the 7.x dungeon gear is dyeable, and so there's no data on it and it's not a crafted item, so it can't store the flag for who crafted it. None of that's relevant, and so the armoire still exists and works. Yeah. After listening to the trailer some more, the second song used in the Garlemald Express motif, definitely the dungeon theme. Oh, yeah, we'll listen back to the trailer in a second. I definitely sounded familiar, so when I hear it, I'll probably immediately hear what you're saying, Hydra. Gotcha. If they got everything which also, if it's the Garlean Express motif, then it's the Garlean, it's the White Snow, Black Steel, or whatever. It's the music of the Garlemald map. Gotcha. If they got everything compressible in the glam dresser, that's why I wasn't sure. Yes. Yeah. So basically, you have to think about them as different systems solving different problems. But in effect, the answer is you're getting both of the benefits rather than one or the other, because the armoire only has some negative issues for some people who do glamour. For me, it wouldn't matter at all, but for some people, and the glamour dresser runs up against other storage limitations and other things. Sounds good, Des. Get some good rest. Stage events on both days. Excluding concerts will be streamed for free. If you're not going to FanFest, you can still see everything other than the concert, which you can pay to see this year, which they're showing now. So do not feel like just because you cannot go does not mean that you won't be there. Also, if you're going physically to FanFest, I am going, and I have like 20 plus people from my community who are going to be there as well. If you want to, please definitely come say hi. Please don't be afraid to come say hi at all. And if you want to like hang out and join some people who are going to be chilling and chatting and doing stuff, know that you're welcome. The armoire wouldn't suck if it didn't strip dyes. But if the armoire stripped dyes, then it would be the glamour dresser. Like that's the thing, is that the armoire solves a different problem. And the thing is, like, for someone like me, I don't pre-dye things and do not like to. So like having to store it in and I am in glamour dresser for reasons that I don't benefit from, it's better to have the armoire version where I can store it and not take up that slot, right? So the armoire doesn't suck, it just solves a different problem. And if it's useless to you because it solves that problem's not for you, an issue for you, then totally, I get it. You could pay to see the Tokyo concerts last time. That's what I did. Nice. And since this is FanFest, the Primals concert will obviously have elements that you wouldn't have in a normal concert. Well, yes, it's FanFest, not a normal concert event, right? Oh, I think they're announcing the location of the JP FanFest. Yeah, this is the JP FanFest location announcement. Is this the place that's like north of Tokyo? Yeah, it's Hall 1-8 we got for the JP fan. That the long building in the back, that's Hall 1 through 8. We got 1 through 7 for the JP. Basically, they got almost the entire building for FanFest, which is good. That's like more space than I think they usually tend to have. Well, let me make sure. That's not the Tokyo. That's definitely not the Tokyo Dome. Makuharu Mesa. Yeah, this is Makuharu Mesa, which is... Am I going crazy? Why can I not find Tokyo? Yeah, okay. Well, okay, it's not north technically, but it's over by Tokyo. It's like out east of Tokyo. I was thinking it was a little bit more north towards like Narita, but it's like between Narita and Tokyo, which makes a lot of sense. For most of you, that's not going to matter. I don't know, but fun factoid. Oh shit, lottery time already? Yes. For those who don't know, the Japanese Fan Festival ticket lottery. I mean, I guess they did ticket lottery for NA as well. But it's opening up. So if you plan to go to Japan, FanFest in Japan, definitely go sign up. The ticket registration for lottery for Japanese Fan Festival, October 31 November, will begin shortly after this broadcast. Deadline Sunday, May 10th. You have plenty of time. Go do it now, though. Obviously, do not sign up if you are not in Japan or planning to be in Japan at that time. Do not take tickets from other people. You can pay. It's perfect for undieable stuff. Yeah, undieable stuff or stuff that isn't crafted. So, for instance, if I craft an item, it says made by Elio. But if you could put that item in the armoire, it would delete who it was made by because it won't save that flag data. You should come to FanFest even if you're alone. Everyone at the event is a warrior of light. You're never solo anyway, and we're there too. So yeah, and that's not just for JP. That's also NA and EU. Like even if you are like alone, you're with thousands of other people who all share something that you love dearly. Okay, they're doing a little bit of a couple more announcements. This will probably be business crossover stuff. Probably anything too game related, but they might be mentioning like the Jollibee crossover or whatnot. Yeah, download. Does anybody have any questions off the back of what we've seen here today? I can try to answer them. We wanted to hear details, so we have a special guest. Oh, they're having a special guest. I wonder who it could be, and why does it definitely everything burns? I'm going to do other EXs, aren't I? Yes, you absolutely should be doing. Also, remember, Monday, we teach people to do the EXs and get better. Hey, Soken! We wanted to hear Soken. I don't know what about me is special, but here I am, Yoshi P. It's been a while, Soken. I just wanted to say a few things before this. Soken, what was that 7.5 volume at? Jollibee is a restaurant, Lore. Unless you're Wrath Games, then you are solo only because of self-imposed challenge. No. We're talking about going to the event, to FanFest. I love Soken shirt. I just wish it came in fat guy. I feel for you for, yeah, Japan does not necessarily have a lot of XXL options. Heartbreaks in Philippines. Again, Yukio, let Charlie B know that you'd like them to come to the Philippines. I can't hear you. Yoshimi, but everyone is saying that we want new songs for new content. That's not me. Token, I understand, but the schedule doesn't change. Basically, Soken was saying, what was up with how many songs I had to make for 7.5? And Yoshimi was like, I don't know, it's not my fault. I don't know. Yeah. Pretty funny. Apparently, Soken had to like cook for this patch. I'm lucky I work in Times Square, so there's like 3 or 4 Jollibee. Oh, nice. Yeah, I've literally never seen a Jollibee in my entire life, other than like in pictures and know about them from the Philippines. Nope. The Ultimate was we were told the Ultimate was only going to be officially announced during FanFest, so we won't know the FanFest. What we did get is in the trailer at the end. There's a tease for Kefka showing up and like laughing, and that clearly is an allusion to what's in the Ultimate. We don't know though. I'd be pretty surprised if they were sold out day one, Bear. Soken, so we gathered data and it turns out we almost made as much music for 7.5 as for 7.0. Basically an expansion. And we need to make a new expansion after this as well. Yoshi P, new expansion? We didn't announce anything yet. Soken, oh, right. Okay, let me talk about downloads for the Fan Festival. Yoshi P was like, we didn't say there was a new expansion. Soken, comparing it to famous JP festivals to put it into perspective. Yeah, until I moved to New York, I hadn't even heard of Jollibee. They're pretty good, but good Lordian nutty at times. Lines are nutty at times. That's crazy. I've only ever looked at that menu and been like, I don't think that's for me. So I'm surprised that it's so popular, but clearly it is. I just double checked. I was right about the Jollibee like 20 minutes for me. Nice, Tam. Oh, for those who don't know, the Primals basically got invited to like actual big musical festivals, which is a big fucking, like, if you play 14, you feel like it's a big deal and people know about it. And like 14 is a big part of your life, probably, especially if you're here watching this live letter with me. But like most of the world has never even heard of it. Most of the country you're in has never heard of it at all or anything about it. Like them being invited to like a mainstream musical festival is a big deal and has the potential to also bring in a lot of people who aren't currently 14 players to at least have heard of 14, which means that they potentially might try it out, which means that they might get new people. It matters. It really does. It might seem like, oh, I mean, that's cool, whatever, but like it long-term for the game's health could matter a lot. I got tickets to go to Distance World next month. Hey, congrats. Distance World's great. Also, I don't know if this is happening for you guys, but all your names are not like a lot of the usual names they are. So some of you guys who like, Tam, luckily I know your icon, but if I'm not saying your name, it's mainly because right now I'm seeing a lot of your names as like numbers or not the usual. They never heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy 14? No, not once. Maybe even a location concert near me one day. Yeah, there's hoping. I mean, the issue is you gotta remember that like all the people in the Primals are also development people, so it's hard for them to travel outside of being near to work because they need to work on the game, you know? Yeah, we had an offer to go even last year, but now we finally managed to get things sorted. But we're basically a game music band. They even added an extra booth just for us about the game. It's their first time, so they were also unsure how to actually do it. So the area of the Rock Festival will have a 14 booth. So they're not only set up at this festival doing music as part of the show, but like there's gonna be a 14 booth there, which is not nothing. I'm Marin. Thanks, Infinite. Oh, Okikage's tag. Okay. Thanks, Laffy. Yeah, I couldn't tell. Be glad that the Girikachu is memorable. Also, just looked it up to be absolutely want to try the Palabok Fusen. There you go. For the that much music. What an insane expansion is coming at us. I know the fact that the patch has that much music. I mean, think about it, right? If we simplify it down to like only map music, we have at least 2 different themes per map because of the day and night. And you have your dungeon theme. So there's way more than this, but there's at minimum he would have had to have made at least 18 pieces of music. He would have had an expansion has more than that, but just like as a simplified list, he at least 20 pieces of music probably. Depends on how hyperbolic he's being and whether he's counting something that's a very simple little jaunt as the same thing as a larger piece. Soken said that the 7.5 OST alone is almost as much as a full expansion. We don't know how hyperbolic he's being, but he said it was huge, yes. What was the OST of the 7.5 trailer? I swear it's the first. We'll rewatch the trailer after this. I just want to make sure that there's no interesting... Even if you don't know anything about the genre of the music, some of the names you will know. So everyone will be there. Yeah, it's serious. It's amazing. Soken, it's hard to see, but the top left of the download is says download in katakana. Foreign designs love katakana. It's true. Who out here loves it when katakana's on a t-shirt? Also, that's actually a really good shirt. I kind of want that shirt. I almost wish that the 2026 wasn't on it because I just love like the rest of it. But yeah. I mean, block katakana. The thing is, block katakana looks good, but also it's really efficient for like doing a lot of different type fonts and other things visually with. I'm sure that there'll be a post on the Lodestone later about all this. Because let's see, for 7.5, we got a new dungeon theme, new trial theme, well, the trial might even have 2 different musical motifs. New CE and OC theme. Hildebrand may have music. New themes for the Fork Tower, potential tracks for Beastmaster and MSQ cutscenes. Yeah. There may be like a Halmarut theme that we start to get. There may be musical motifs for some of the other things that we're dealing with or learning about. Yeah, there are a lot of things. Airabu katakana. Very good, Infinite. Very good. They're talking, Igirisu is England. So they're talking about bringing him. Soken, we have no idea what's even happening yet. But my UK Warriors of Light, let's all have fun. For those who don't know, this is in England. So Ray Ray is going to be our boots on the ground, obviously, because as we all know, Ray Ray loves hard rock and going to rock concerts. I need the official 7.1 OST release, though. So many songs out of the playlist. Yeah. And we're going to do music streams sometime, too. Once they release that, once the .55 comes out, story comes out, that's when we're going to do music streams for Dawn Trail to, like, go through all the leitmotifs and everything. Because I want to wait till it's all out. I love to go to this. Sadly, I cannot. Bummer. Probably announced at what's probably announced at JP FanFest? Oh, the OST. Yeah, sure, laugh. I need Endwalker Patch OST on Spotify too, dang it. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it's on YouTube, which is not necessarily helpful if like you do, shuffles and whatnot. But it is on YouTube. And like, I mean, I think that the official, like if you go to the, I don't know if it's Soken or Square Enix Music or which page it is, but like they have them on officially. Reminder, we have still not done Endwalker motifs. Yes. Basically what I'm saying, I think, didn't we do 6.0? We just didn't do 6.x, or did we not do 6.0 either? Either way, we'll do all of them as a full like week stream of streams or something. It's so cool. Man, I'm so happy for Soken that like people he looks up to, he's either getting to work with or actually are telling him he's rad as fuck. That's great for him. He deserves it. We know there are rock and metal enthusiasts under all the Warrior of Lights. We will find those at this event and we will say hi. Especially yeah, that's fair. That's fair, Bear Claw. Well, we are, well, all of us are going to the NA FanFest next week, so let's hype that up first. Yeah, for those who don't know, Yoshi P, Soken, and Foxconn, as well as Koji, will be at FanFest. I wonder, it's interesting that Koji's doing the, Kino, or at least is going to be there doing some of the English translation. I only wonder if Aimi will be there at all. I mean, it makes sense that, because Koji's been a little bit more back on the team specifically lately, so it makes sense to bring him. And he's done it multiple times, so, like, he's good at it. The man, like, is not only quick and good at the translating, but also knows how to, like, communicate Yoshi P intent really well. I mean, Aimi does, too, but, like, different vibes. Also on the side, it looks like you're feeling better. I'm glad to say, yes, I've been doing way much better. It turns out when you get a lot of like help for your physical conditions, and then also specific medications that actually specifically help with your neurological conditions, you do a lot better. And I am doing a lot better. And I'm doing a lot better consistently, which is very nice. And I'm very happy and doing well right now. And I am actively actually getting work done and stuff. And I've been writing scripts and putting out small videos, and I'm excited. I'm very excited. I'm super excited going to 8.0 because it's the first time I'm going to have felt like really put together and happy and secure and good in like really arguably in like 15 years, but at least like the past like 4 have been really rough. So it like the last time I was like in a really good spot while playing 14 might have been Endwalker launch week, but I wasn't even in a good spot. I was just like, I was in a pretty bad spot, but at least like that launch week was like really great. But yeah. Go XCII, good to go out have ya. Greetings to you. XIV and Nier Automata music, yes! Yeah, Primals, Nier Automata, and Undertale, yes! What a combo. Lala Arena in Tokyo Bay, yeah. Oh man, I'm sad I can't go to that. That's the first one I'm really sad I can't go to. That one, because Undertale's music, you know, Falling Down, Undertale, Megalovania classically, obviously, his theme, all like there's so many lovely, Home, there's so many lovely themes in Undertale. Beautiful, beautiful. To be fair, Fan Fatale theme Sinister was a very powerful intro. Yeah, it's perfect entrance music. Yeah, yeah. Imagine if HP walks on stage at FanFest to Fan Fatale's theme. It would work. Like, that's the thing is that, like, it would not be a good choice. But the thing is that he's going to walk on stage after the trailer plays. So we're going to see the partial trailer for 8.0, and then he'll walk on stage. If they maintain the usual way they do it. An arena full of Lalafell sounds like the 7th hell. Wait, this is also right before EU FanFest. Soken, yep, 1 day before travel. So he's gonna do this, get 1 day of rest, and then have to travel to Europe, to Germany. You can't go there because it shows only Lalafell characters and can enter when trying to squeeze through the door. Well played. Also, everyone, don't forget, if you're going, to grab your color batons. You know the saying, we Lalafells are so short because we're closer to hell? Does that mean I'm closer to heaven because I'm a Eorzean? Or is that just so you can light my balls on fire with the torches? As we all know anyways, I'm 3 gobbies in a trench coat. Double brooms? Well, I'm a real-life Rogadan, so I guess I can't go. I feel for you. I'm 5'11", so, like, I'm not tall, but... So this event is basically something to hype up Japanese games and game music even more. Game music has gone up in quality so much. You see so many games organizing their own orchestra concerts and all in recent years, like Monster Hunter as well, but not everything is fit to be made into an orchestra concert. The Primals used a lot of light and stuff, so we wanted to have an event like this. I mean, 5'11's not like, I'm not 6 foot and above. Like that, to me, when I think tall, I think like 6 foot and up. I'm like just at the edge of not being like tall. I'm taller than average, but yeah. Oh, you're a Highlander, bruv. I'm 6'9". Yeah. See, 6'9". That's tall. That's tall. Oh, there's the Jollibee. Okay, well, at least try fried chicken. I do like fried chicken. I hope those of you who love Jollibee, this means a lot because this is hilarious. And he's even a Lalafell. Maybe this is the oh, you know what? I wonder if we're gonna get the same fried chicken emote they got from KFC. I wonder if this is their way. Yes. This is their way of bringing the KFC chicken emote from that was only in Japan to NA. I'm glad I figured that out right at the last second. Well, V, we're going to Jollibee. Yeah, so for those who don't know, Japan has had this emote for a long time, but from a KFC collab. This is their way of bringing it to the Americas. Now they need to do something to bring it to EU. Oh, lawful player. This explains the challenges. I want Jollibee. Wait, if that's the case, why not Popeyes? Probably because Jollibee wanted to work with... So remember, Jollibee's way bigger in East Asia, and Jollibee's been trying to break into America more. So this is a brand synergy that makes a lot of sense from a business standpoint. And Popeyes does not necessarily... They may not have the same business relationship, and therefore just it does... They may have even approached them, and just it depends on who approached who. Yeah, Jollibee is the thing here. I need to go to Toronto for that. Yeah, I don't work on Tuesday open, so going after work is totally doable. Here's the thing to remember: if you aren't near one, especially if you're in our Discord, we'll probably talk to each. We'll probably like coordinate so that people can pay each other and like have each other go to grab items. Okay, I will admit this looks delicious. Every time people show me Jollibee, they kept showing me spaghetti, and I was like, "This looks gross." This looks amazing. I've been wearing some of the apparel on stream today, as you've noticed. Yeah, Yukio is also from the Philippines, and she loves Jollibee. She's only sad that it's not in happening there. The spaghetti is unique thing, yeah. I keep telling you why, Yukio, just because you haven't... Jollibee is better than KFC, to be honest. I haven't tried, so I can't tell you. And it also depends. Are we talking about good KFC or bad KFC? Because there's a gradient there. Because great KFC from a good KFC is fire. I could demolish a big bucket. Which is why. I will say this is the 21st. If there's a Jollibee anywhere near the Anaheim Convention Center, maybe we'll make a pilgrimage with T-folks to go grab. Yeah, which is why they showed off more. Yeah, like way better. As I said, the chicken is excellent. People I've tried told the spaghetti is phenomenal. Yeah. Better than KFC is best. Okay. I'll try it. I have a hard time believing that, but I'll try it. Also, are you in America, son? Because every time I go to a different country and have KFC in a different country, it's wildly different. Like KFC in Japan is not nearly as good as KFC in America. Just found one already. Looks like I have to go to New York to get it. Yeah, the East Coast and West Coast are where the most Jollibees are. Yes, that was a beheaded Serpent of Ronco. Here, I'll go back and... Yep, it's the one with the miner hat. Yeah, I'm lucky to be in California where I have easy access through different locations. I will also say I have never been to a good KFC in California. I've only eaten at KFC 3 times in California. All of them were not good. The only good KFCs I've ever had were a couple times in East Coast and mainly Midwest. KFC. I will say every KFC I've been to outside of America has been worse. I don't know if like the KFCs you guys have near you are just not good. Not sure why I want to drive across the city around 45 minutes in the morning for an emote. Yeah, we'll figure out. Sarah, me and V drove 2 hours 4 separate times to go to Gongcha Tea to buy Gongcha Tea and get minion codes for people in the Eorzean archives. Like, we'll make it work. We'll figure it out. We drove like 8 hours. No, because it would have been 2 there, 2 back. So probably like 10, 16 hours, something like that. But Jollibee's website is crashing. That's funny. Also, oh my god, on the bottom of the box it says, "Hear, feel, think Jollibee." Hear, feel, think Jollibee. That's so good. So I prefer this. I mean, yeah, if you guys are all saying your experience with KFC suck, I'm not surprised then that Jollibee's much better. Yukio, you're gonna be able to get the code and you can eat Jollibee. You're losing out on nothing. I guess maybe you can't buy merch at the store, but like, yeah. They pissed all the Filipinos. The Filipinos of Light already have a bunch of Jollibees. And if they play NA, they can still get the codes. And if they play JP, they already got the thing. Hydaelyn agreed to the promotion. I had Spirit King Porksy code from Gongsha back in the day and then gave it to one of the VH relatives. Oh, that's lovely, Zen. That's very kind of you. The shirts? Oh, Yukio, we'll figure that out. If there's something you really want, Yukio, we'll figure it out. Jollibee is life. Imagine getting the Echo and all you hear is fucking Jollibee ads. That's great. Oh, what the hell? Oh, nice. FX theme virtual reality attractions in Shinjuku. Huh. A demo version will be available to try at the Japanese Fan Festival. I was about to say, I'm surprised they're not bringing it to Fan Festival. They guess they don't have it ready, so it's going to be available only at Japanese Fan Festival. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if you saw that brought to stateside and EU at some point. Titan in a Chocobo race. Yeah, well, it looks like it's Hydaelyn, because you can see in the background the corrupted crystal. Although, yeah, because should be Central Hydaelyn based off of the water towers. Which means that that's probably Eastern Hydaelyn in the Flaming Wall. Although it's weird, because it kind of looks like the one near Occident. Do they like throw you off the platform to make you feel like you got hit by? I mean, you probably sit on a thing that's like almost like almost looks like a motorcycle or a chocobo or something, and then you put on the goggles, and then you're riding with Thancred and whatever and seeing shit get crazy. Oh, this is the thing I really badly want to go to. I wish I was in Japan for this. I'm so sad. I would I was lucky that I went to a bunch of different art galleries for different things. Like there was one for Yoshitaka Amano's art when I was in Tokyo. I think at Mori Tower, and it was, oh dude, there was Amano art that I know is not on the internet, and there was so many pieces of Amano art that like I adore and I can't find because they're not anywhere. They're not online and they're not in any official book. They spoke about the housing yet? Yeah, they spoke a little bit. I mean, all they reconfirmed was that the same things that they said from last live letter were going to be the case, as well as that they planned to potentially implement some things to allow for culling for between floors to increase performance and potentially, hopefully, one day increase further the amount of items. But yeah. So we got a little bit, nothing much. Apropos of nothing here, a friend of mine just sent me a link to Spaceballs 2. Oh, the Spaceballs 2 TNC trailer's up. Okay, I'll have to pull that up after stream. The search for more money. Oh, these are lovely. Watch our streams during the North American, European, or Japanese fan festivals on Twitch to earn chat badges. Cool. Sad I don't use Twitch that much. I mean, also I'll be on the ground, so it's not like I'm gonna watch it. The idea I was like watching it on Twitch while sitting in the crowd would be hilarious. Oh, no. Oh, fuck, Sai, I'm so sorry. I sent my friend, they said they were looking for localization people, and he's in Japan, and he really, really would love to work for them. But it's a German translator, not a Japanese to English translator. Oh, I'm sure he messaged me back already and was like, hey, sorry, these are German. Bummer. Marketing planner. Nice. FanFest stream next week? Yeah. Well, I'm going to be at FanFest. So the stream, you're just going to watch the stream that they do. But I'm going to be there, so I'm not going to be streaming it. I'm going to be there with a lot of T people. Yeah. I have Twitch on my phone during FanFest. I just look over at all you guys in a row. I do hope that they open up more positions. I mean, obviously, I understand that, like, speaking Nihongo is, like, a fundamental requirement no matter what. Like, it's just gonna, that's a reality. But I do wish there were more positions for people outside of Japan to be able to help join the team in some way. Regarding quest eligibility for limited jobs or patch. Yeah, they mentioned this. So basically, you are not going to be able to sign up for quests that are that if you're on a limited job that, like, basically require a job. And then they're changing the Zero rate. They're changing the Zero rating. In order to, they're basically making. They're not going from like T to M. It's not like that big a jump, but it's more like T to T plus or T+ to M, in order to make sure that G-pose and other tools can be continued to stay the way they are. And it's not just G-pose, but it's basically, the 0 rating is actually probably a good thing because it probably won't remove that many people from being able to engage or who want to already with the game. And it also potentially may allow them to do more dark things than they already do, which they already get away with a fuck ton, so. In approximately 27 minutes, I expect my feed to be full of live letter recaps. Yeah. Yeah, you're probably not wrong. Goodbye, Ditto Twitch badge. Hello, XIV ones. Yeah. That's it for the announcements. Patch note reading. We will come back from FanFest NA and instantly do the patch note reading because the patch will drop right after NA FanFest. It'll be the Tuesday after FanFest. After this, I'm gonna watch the trailer again, and we're gonna talk about that. And then also, if anyone has absolutely any questions about what's been announced today, I can try to answer them best I can. Hey, they got a DPS chair, a healer chair, and I got my tank chair. Might have well leveraged the risen rating, yeah. More dark themes. Did we all forget about it? No, yeah, I don't mean thematically. I mean, like, as an example, when they first started doing blood, like, it's technically not the first example. The example that, like, because, like, when Yustola gets cut. But, like, one of the stark examples for some reason that stands in my head is when, the Mistel. Why am I forgetting his name? Blue hair, artist friend. He also is in the custom deliveries and Shadowbringers. You guys are gonna have me in a second when I remember it. But like when he has to cut himself, like, and he's bleeding, like the ability to have more blood or more overtly raunchy language or more graphic. Yeah, Kaishir, exactly. The Kaishir got maimed. Yeah, exactly. Kaishir's the one I'm thinking about. Anton Lurican. Yeah, no, I was talking about Kaishir. Yeah. And I think that's a good thing. Being able to depict that if they want to. Not need to, not have to, not to do it right all the time. But Raw-Bomb was pretty bloody. I have no idea. Not... If you're talking about the arm, it wasn't. Specifically, it wasn't. We've been preparing the last few months for all the upcoming FanFests. They are packed. We are finally getting to the point where I can show you all the things we've been working on. FanFest in itself is a party where we're having every 2 to 3 years. So I want everyone to have a ton of fun, and I can't wait to see all the NA Warrior of Lights again next week. Thank you for watching today. Foxconn. That's it for the Bruiser Live letter. See you next week at FanFest. Thank you, Yoshi P. There wasn't any blood in the cutscene. Yeah, there was not any blood in the cutscene. Like, very specifically, there's no blood in that cutscene. You don't even, like, really see the stump. It keeps it framed out. Sayonara. Okay, let's pull up the... Real quick question. You guys want me to do a real quick playthrough of the English trailer and say nothing, and then we'll go back through in depth? I say we do that. But the scene made me feel for the big guy. 100%. Yeah, the blood for Raban arm getting cut off was only in the Heavensward CG trailer. Yeah. In truth, the rating raising was so that they finally can introduce Bear Feet. Okay, I'm gonna play the trailer once through and not say anything, and then we'll watch through again. Let me bump the audio for this. Let me know if it's too loud or anything at any point.
Both the source and the reflections are home to irreplaceable life. I would protect them all if I could. But if doing so means ushering in complete annihilation, then what can we possibly do?
Tolerant to life. It holds no grudges, and neither rages nor weeps for being sundered.
It is the Garlean theme. You're correct. Bum, 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 bum.
Mayhap the time has come for another journey across the salt.
No amount of devastation and death can compel it to stop the wheels of creation from turning. So many seeds of life have already been lost. Countless perish as nature runs its course. Yet in spite of this, people continue to believe that the morrow will come. But it will not. For nothing lies beyond the solstice. And no one will be left alive. No one.
Did you think you'd won? Guess I'll have to spice things up.
Yeah, I'm super interested in that. So, like, obviously that's with Kafka there. Also, they did, okay, so they did 2K finally. So they did actually, of course, the trailer where they finally start doing really high resolution, which would be great for video making, is the one time I'm not going to be able to make a video because I got to go drive to FanFest. But it is interesting that with Kafka, I mean, we didn't fight the escapes at all, right? Like when we did, I don't think it's going to be just as simple as just Omega doing and the escapes. I do think there's going to be more interesting nuance than there's going to be more. There's something more going on than that alone, but it is worth pointing out. Okay, let's talk about it. I obviously I did a preliminary analysis when we were talking about this during the break, but let's go through. So, for those of you who don't know, and I've been saying this in our Discord for a while, though, the Cladium is going to be in the northern half of Garlemald. For those who don't know, the Garlean capital actually has a northern and a southern half. We'd never go to the northern half. They tell you about the northern half in either the role quest or somewhere in the Garlemald section. I know they do in the role quest, but we've never been to it. This is basically, if you think about the entire Garlemald map that we've been to so far, we're on the like southern side of it. There's a northern half. That's where all this is taking place, and the Cladium is connected to that in some way. Yeah, the Cladium theme is an absolute banger. The Cladium theme, as Hydra was also pointing out, is a version of the Garlemald Express theme, which is the Tower of Babel dungeon, but theme. But specifically, the dungeon theme is based off of I may be getting it wrong, White Snow, Black Steel, and then there's like Black Steel, blah, blah. There's the day and night theme, but it's something like White Snow, Black Steel, which is the Garlemald map theme, is the dungeon theme, and then it's reinterpreted again for this dungeon theme, which is a very common thing that they do. So one, during the MSQ, if you don't know, all the dungeons that are tied to a map use that map theme as their dungeon theme, but it's redone. Sky Deep Cenote, that music is a version of the XCII theme. The Alexandrian theme is a version of the Living Memory theme. Kozumauka, Ihui Ukutumu is a Kozumauka theme. All that stuff. But yeah, so this is the Tower of Babel in the background, which you're used to familiar, but we're looking at it. This is this is almost certainly facing south, looking at it. So the other side of that would be what you're used to looking at as the map. Interestingly, so obviously we know there's some sort of Voidson incursion. We've known the second we saw NUO, you would have known this, or if you know NUO. But what's interesting about these are obviously in ruins, but what's interesting is that we've got the Voidson stuff that we're fighting through and dealing with. But there's this Magitech airship, which is question is are the people of Garlemald already trying to stave off and fight off this invasion and using these tools to try and do so?
Both the source and the
I'm going to do visuals first and then go back through dialogue.
reflections are home to irreplaceable.
Actually, I think you can see some. I don't know if they're Garleans or if they're. Yeah, it's not Ilsebardian contingent. That's he's wearing the Garlean armor from the Tower of Babel. So yeah, the Garleans are currently trying to fight off the Voidson as well, which makes sense.
Placeable life.
So this like arcade that you see here is probably the connecting area that leads from the main city area you're dealing with to the Cladium Magitech factory itself.
I would protect them all if I
Like, that back there probably leads towards the Magitech factory itself. It probably have the main city part, then, like, maybe a cave system or something that leads, after you finish that, into the Magitech factory proper. Something like that. There's the Magitech facility. You can see, obviously, some of the airships doing there. There's other images you can see on the special site. You can see plenty of void gates where Voidsen are coming out of. One of the things that's interesting specifically is that while they may not be the most powerful Voidsen ever, the fact that we have many Voidsen coming through these void gates and of decent power means that these are meaningful tears, too. Now, Garlemald itself has always had a proximity and a relationship with Void Tears, whether that's a byproduct of, like, astrality or the co-relationship with the Void isn't totally clear. But it's obviously things like Reaper and Lapis Manalis and all that. So none of that should be surprising, but for it to be happening on this scale is not nothing, and there's got to be something driving it, too.
But if doing so means ushering in complete
And yes, the person speaking is Alice. The two people I think we hear during the trailer, other than Shentoto and Kefka, are Halmarut and Alice.
annihilation.
So this is also either some for Void Gate or summoning, and there's something probably inside it manifesting itself too. What's interesting is also not dissimilar from the ethereal darkness that, like, forms and when a Ascian warps in or something warps in itself too. Oh, and Graha speaks for a little bit. You're right, Lef. This is a very interesting thing. I was pointing this out when we were talking about the, not just now, but I've been pointing this out for weeks since we've had the image. A Voidsent possessing a piece of Machina is, like, matters. Voidsent using a statue or other form in order to inhabit, in order to, like, because if they can't bring their body with them, they need to inhabit a vessel. Some Voidsen are weak enough that they can pass through void gates. Some are strong enough that they need to effectively pass their soul through, but not their body. What's interesting here is the question is this a Angra Mainyu or a you know, an Ahriman that has put their soul into a Magitech, like, is using the Magitech as its possession? And if so, there's, like, one, the fact that it continues to exist in somewhat of the form it is, plus the Voidsent is really, like, interesting. It also may be somewhat thematically relevant because we've been dealing with what counts as life, what is life, abnormal forms of life, not only with the Voidsense, but of the endless of myriad things. We're not seeing anything like this specifically, only more stuff like statues with gargoyles and all. Yeah. We've seen a lot of edge cases, but we've not seen more, like, we haven't seen it result in a amalgamation in this way. That's, like, the more interesting key thing in itself. The idea that a Voidsent could, in theory, possess a Magitech is, like, not in and of itself wholly, like, oh my god, but that it would create, you know, aberrant monstrosity is, I think, also what's very interesting. I was about to say they can use statues, so using constructs like Magitech is logical, kind of scary. It's logical, yeah, and kind of scary. But what's interesting is when they use statues that are similar to their form, they effectively just, it becomes their form, right? Like when the Void Druga take over statues, right? So this in this way is logical. It doesn't break any rules, but it is somewhat unique. We've seen other, well, Diablo Armament's not the same thing, though. Diablo Armament isn't the same, because Diablo is an aetherochemical creation meant to have a void entity inhabit it, but it's not quite the same as taking an inanimate object and possessing it. And, like, that might seem pedantic, but, like, etherochemical constructs that are created specifically to house a Voidsent are both techno-organic, not just technological, and also are already adhering more to the natural shape of the entity itself. Relic Quest does this with the Voidsent, so that's, the Relic Quest, yeah. The thing looks straight out of the climax final of Watchmen, the comics. Yeah, the squid and at the end, yeah. And you can see Thancred here and Alfino. My question is will Euless be
ushering in
or will
complete
Zero? I mean, obviously Zero's going to be part of the story, but my question is like Zero going to be part of it this early on, helping us, or... Huh. Okay, you can see Alice, Alfino, and Thancred, so those three at least.
Then what can
And like I said, I'll talk about the dialogue
we
after.
possibly do?
The Scions meeting up. We got Hoary Boulder, Ochre Boulder, Aenor Cockburn! The burn is back, baby! And then Coltene. So these guys, if you don't remember, are like the B Scions from A Realm Reborn and have been doing a lot of stuff in Eorzea while we're out exploring. You can find them at the Rising Stones. Everyone meeting back up, and them being here is kind of relevant because there's going to be probably some large-scale issues. I wouldn't be surprised if this is after we meet with Halmarut and discover more about what's going on. But it's also possible that this like is between the Halmarut thing and the, you know, there's a lot of different ways it could play out. So this is the key. We know about the key. This all stuff is electrope, and we've known that this is electrope. It's this crystal, this Auracite in the definitional sense, not as in the Ultima Auracite, but as in a unaspected, neutrally charged piece of crystal that can be used to store magics or aether. We've known that this was a separate thing that was found and used for a long time. What's interesting is when used, the symbol of Azem appears above it, and also we see it cast a similar, if not the same thing, same spell or effect that the Crystal of Azem does, which is we know is a magic of Azem, which is very interesting. I mean, it's not surprising. There's nothing that's in and of itself is surprising about that, but what it can mean and where it would go is going to be very interesting. But we're moving the crystal from the key. Also, you'll notice that the filigree on it is very Amaranthine design. We're looking up at the moon. The question is this before we meet Halmarut or after Halmarut? We've got Halmarut on the moon. If you're looking at the star right here, this is Thavnair. Down here is Mericidia. This would be about like where Whirlit is. You've got southern Ilsabard over here. I mean, this is still southern Ilsabard. Eorzea is over here. Gimlet Dark would be like over here, like Alamigo and Gimlet Dark. Actually, I just realized. Yeah, okay, you can see my cursor. So yeah, we've got the Crystal of Azem. You'll see that's the symbol of Azem. The same one that you see atop the key when in use in 7.0 when in the fight against the Queen Eternal. When this fires a laser, it's going to like it's the same color not only, but it like creates that sort of gate portal thing, which is the same thing we see from the key later on. See. And then we see this. Also, you can see that what's interesting is it creates this imagery, which is also interesting because it looks very sun-like. People have been asking me what the symbol of Azem could be, and if like the glyph of Azem, because it's not tied to any of the scions of light or darkness, like all the espers, like all the other scions are. And something like this would make a lot of sense, or a version of this. But also you can see the outline of the Warrior of Light behind it, because you see the silhouette of the Warrior of Light in the shots after this. Let's see, Warrior of Light again. Interestingly, we have, oh, I didn't catch this before, Kryl in front of the world map. Us looking at the key, we got Kryl and Shale. Then that's from the Beastmaster quest line. That's the guy from Ilsabard, the little tiger thing from Ilsabard that we were talking about before. That seems to be tied to Landis, which good, more Landis lore, please. This mole seems to be one of the things that we can capture, and this is the North Shroud, I'm fairly sure. I'm pretty sure this is the eastern half of the North Shroud. I think so. Oh, hey, we have an example of a curl already that's a different, remember how they said that there would be glams? Look, that curl's white. And that's what must be one of the offshoot curl glams. And it looks like Disa. Oh, I gotta get that version. Do you think that they would do a special dialogue with Shen Toto for people who did her fate back in January? Yeah, I hope not, only because the amount of people who that can account for is so small. But I think that I think it's totally possible. I kind of wish they wouldn't unless they bring back the event. But yeah, they might. There's also a white Daigoro. If you're talking, I don't think, Zen, you might have missed it. I think that's the Landis thing I'm talking about. And it's not, oh, actually, no, it is a Daigoro though. But like, that is the thing that they're talking about from Landis. We'll see. I'll look back at the thing in a second. Bill Evans, wasn't there a white curl in Brayflock's Nonstop? I forget if it's the white curl in Brayflock's Nonstop, but the idea that you could catch the curl from, I know there is a curl in Brayflock's Nonstop, and the idea that you could catch one from it makes it a lot of sense. Especially because Brayflock's Nonstop hard, I believe, is a 50 dungeon. I might be wrong. It might be Heaven's Word. It might be 60. But ever since I always speculate this thing is directly tied to Azem somehow. Yeah, I mean, it's not. The story makes the point of showing you that it is casting magic of Azem, and also it is in effect doing what the crystal of Azem is doing, just on a bigger scale. Us looking at the moon in Mordona outside of the Rising Stones, and I think we talked to Calyx there too. I don't know why you would think we talked to Calyx there, but we'll definitely hit that in a second. Definitely let me know if you want to further that idea. Here's my question. What is ceruleum exactly? It's oil. It strikes me as a liquid crystal. No. And in that case, what attracts them being blue and vibrant with energy. So we specifically, I can tell you, ceruleum is not etherically dense in a way that it is nice to feed on for void scent or other things. You cannot use it for primal summoning. It's not etherically dense in that way. What it is combustible, which allows for power generation via that mechanic. And so it is just oil / gasoline. I mean, it's like gasoline and natural gas as well, like the gaseous versions of it that you see from vents in like Northern Thanalan and whatnot. It is not etherically dense in such a way that it could be used to sustain anything that would want crystals, and it's not liquid crystal either. This is specifically stated in lore, in not only EE1 and EE2, but in well, I guess EE3 too with Garlemald, but in the Garlemald lore itself, in the ceruleum deposit lore around Cutter's Cry, around Northern Thanalan. Yeah, it's not liquid crystal, and it's not etherically dense like liquid crystal. Yeah. Wasn't there? Yeah. On the special site, it shows him in a plushy mode outside in Mordona. Okay, I must have forgotten that image. Good call, Paul. Where's my boy Riol? He's pretty out doing something. We see Julius at the end, so he probably follows along through the. My theory is that Julius as a companion for it definitely makes a lot of sense. If not, at least following along. Hey, so that's the white Daigoro I think you're talking about, the one from Landis that we saw later on. What's interesting about this is that if we can catch this Vilekin, that means we can catch Vilekin, which broadly expands that we should be able to catch Wavekin, Vilekin, Cloudkin, and whatnot. Yeah, you got the mole here again. And also that Vilekin and that mole, I'm pretty sure this is the North. Crucible of the Unbroken. Actually, I'm very curious to look at that map. I'm curious what is it a map of. This is Hawk Manor with the succubus at the end. Hawk Manor hard, I believe. Accessia, this is the fourth and final planet in the Cosmic Exploration story, and probably the Voyager home star. It might have also been just one that they inhabited. I highly recommend, if you have not done Cosmic Exploration, do it. I'm super curious to see where the story goes for it, and it's, if not directly tied into 8.0, is at least setting thematic seeds for it or for future stories. I'm not going to say it's relevant on the same level, but I would look at Cosmic Exploration in the way that I would look at Allo Allo. You didn't expect Allo Allo to be so relevant, and I'm not saying Cosmic will be that level, but it may be very relevant.
This
is beautiful.
star is tolerant to life. It holds.
That stuff being white usually would mean a sapping of life and etheric. I mean, it could be umbrality, but it also could just be the aether itself being damaged and drained. Though it could be the natural life is that color as well. But clearly this has been left to overgrow for a long time. So even if this is the Voyager home star, it's been abandoned. And if it is one of their installations like they were doing on Oasis, you have to wonder, why did they keep abandoning everything?
No grudges. And neither rages nor.
This is Winders. This is the new Alliance raid. This will be the final one. We get this. We also get the Treasures of Ottergon Whitegate, and then there'll probably be a couple other, at least one, if not two other maps as well. Expect to fight Promathia. And also, Shantoto, as her opening video, just destroys an absolute virtue, which is the perfect use of absolute.
Weeps for being sundered.
So this is the Whitegate. And they also tried to make it feel kind of like the, what is it called? Besieged? The 11 mode, yeah. White Chlorination. Not near! But yeah. It could be from what, Ash and Dust? Yeah, I mean, yeah, it could be, her famous laugh. And this is her right after killing the Absolute Virtue, I think. The way these ley lines work is she like can do different shapes. At least she does one shape that we know of, which is a ring. And as she goes to each ley line, she does the ring. Also be ready, after you follow her each time, after she's finished, she does a big old AoE. So get ready to run out. Why not both? No reason that it couldn't be. There's just no specific reason to assume so other than talking about Gulul Jaja. The idea that you could bring out Promathia and Altana and use those as the two heads of the Gulul Jaja could work. It makes sense.
No recourse but to cower before.
For those who don't know, Altana is kind of the Hydaelyn of 11, and Promathia is kind of the Zodiarch of 11. It's not a perfect direct allegory, and so don't over literalize it. But also, she's about to just blow up the world.
For my troop hour.
So yeah, you've got Euless here, you got Thancred, Oriange, Graha. What I'm so curious about is this guy. Like, by itself, the glow and everything makes me think, okay, it could be a Void Scent. Like, that's easy enough, especially with all the other Void stuff we got going on. But my, like, question is like, what's going on with all the orange stuff? Like, that color, especially for this trailer and this patch, is usually associated with Magics of Zem or the Crystal of Zem. Like, did this thing get access to, like, a Magic of Azem or something, and that's what's allowing it to cross over more easily? Is this NUO? You can kind of see a cavity in his chest, and you see a cavity in NUO's chest later, but in a weaker or different form? Yeah, I don't know. This guy's very interesting. Expect this to be very, very, very interesting. Also, the fact that Euless is walking up to it is curious to me. It's like, is it just because it's a being denizen of the void and now he's had experience with the void, especially with his connection with Zero, and he is acting as like the ambassador of Garlemald and making a statement or whatever? Or is it because it's a corrupted something or someone he's aware of? Reaper. What about Reaper? Look up Absolute Virtue and how hard that fight was on release, then it really sinks into just how potential. Yeah, you're not wrong, Behemoth. Could it be a transformed entity that Euless knew? Yeah, so I like I was just saying, Mark, yeah, there's totally a possibility. You would have to have a denizen of the source end up on the 13th and like fall to the astral corruption, like kind of like what was happening to Nero and the Alliance raid. Could be both. Could be both. Yeah. The thing though is also if it's a magic user, the thing is Garleans can't use magic. I mean, if they're actually corrupted, could that affect it and affect things? Could it be could it be the shard of a sundered Ascian that became a Void Scent on the 13th? Because remember, the sundered Ascians had shards of their souls across the different reflections. So you could have Halmarut of the 9th that was risen to office, but you could have like had Halmarut's soul shard of the 13th that was never risen to office that became a Void Scent, right? Like presumably the souls of the sundered souls of those not risen to office for the Ascians using the convocation crystals exist and on places like the 13th, and something presumably their souls would have become Void Scent. You know, it's possible. As a Reaper, Avatar, Orange guy. No, because Euless isn't a Reaper, and I don't think that's someone's avatar. Unless someone had formed a pact, but the question is who and why. Unless you're saying he's the Reaper and formed a pact with a... Oh, no, I see what you're saying. If a Reaper of Garlemald channeled a Void Scent all like we do in our Reaper form. I don't think so. Because usually you don't get that monstrosity. Like if you look at Xenos' form and our form and what's his form? His name starts with an O from the Reaper questline. Like they become more monstrous, but they still are very specifically human. Whereas this is next level. Although it's funny, it does remind me a little bit of Zero's Void Scent form, where it's the darkness around it, the floating, yeah. If they still have scales, the Void Corruption should shield them. Yeah, but that's only if they're on our side, or this person could have ended up in the Void before the Ilsabardian contingent. It could have ended up, like, there's a bunch of different ways that could play out. Like, there's a bunch of reasons, like, the scales are more widespread now, but they weren't always. NUO fuckery meddling with the Reaper Pact. My answer to that question is why? Like, NUO making a pact with the Reaper and then, like, possessing them and then making them much more corrupted, I guess? I don't think it likely, but it's not impossible. Oros rules. Do we know any entity that has hands as a theme? His head is 2 open hands. There are 2 hand grips. I mean, there's a lot of different things that have hands as a theme. You're not wrong to point that out on his head and his hands. There's a lot of different things. It also looks like you can kind of start to see some sort of face or something in the center of the head. Also, you'll notice these lights, the webs around this, are the same webs you see connected to the ships themselves.
Mayhap the time has come for another journey across the salt.
Davnarian fishing. Hildebrand. New PvP map.
No amount of devastation and death can compel it to stop the wheels of creation from turning.
And you guys pointed out that Calyx also, on the special site, here we can pull it up. We go to the special site. I do want to pull up that image because I didn't remember it offhand. Media, because sometimes the media is missing images. I don't see Calyx outside of Morta. Are you sure it wasn't from the live letter? Or maybe it's in media and not in everything else? I don't see Calyx outside. You might have meant the live letter images is possible from the prior live letter, not this live letter. Guidance and Eden Gate summon Void Sent giant hands as a bonus mechanic. Yeah, but that's like, there's a lot of Void Sent that do stuff like that. But you're not wrong. I haven't touched the Hildebrand Dawn Trail series because I heard each part is really short. Gonna do it once again. I wouldn't say it's short, but I'd say it's like Endwalker length. If Metron can become a Sin Eater, I can totally become an Acid and become a Void Sent. Yeah, I mean, literally, we know it's possible. Not from it's happened, but like metaphysically, literally, there's truly no reason it can't happen. But yeah, calling out the Metron point is a good one. Again, too much Warframe. The guy's head looks like a murmur hands. Yeah, I think, yeah, it's from the last produced live letter. I'll go find it real quick. Thank you, Mark. Yeah, it might be live letter. Vol News Alta. So this gate, right? This gate's
the wheels of creation from turning.
We saw it, so it created a bridge. The question is where we are. Are we in the interdimensional rift? I mean, you can see what looks like almost like stars behind it. That symbol, though, looks like a sun, right? Not only in the like radial sunbeams, but like the center core is a light. That you see a ring with a centered light around it, and the symbol of Azem is the sun, the thing that everything rotates around. This is, if not, I wouldn't immediately assume it is the symbol of Azem, but it is clearly implicitly a symbol of Azem. So, and the magics and that they were using. So its color is on, its symbology and imagery is on. And later we see the aura side do something very similar. What if it's a portal to the void? I mean, you wouldn't need that. So the void is another reflection, and you travel through the interdimensional rift to do that. The key and other functions to do that already do that. This is only relevant if we're using this to be able to cross between the rifts easily in a way that we can do at will, bridging them at any time. Like, that matters, but if it does that, its function of already doing that is already present in the story. We're going to Azem land. Like, to make clear, the reflections and the source seem to occupy the same localized space, but are overlapping, like, dimensions. You get to any of them via the interdimensional rift. The magics of Azem allow you to facilitate travel through the interdimensional rift. The dimensional compression, all this stuff is the same thing. Yeah, I think this portal brings us back after the NUO fight. Sure, yeah, the idea that we end up in the void, maybe not of our own intent or for whatever reason on the 13th, and then we use this as our mechanism to travel back readily. Yeah, I can see that. That makes sense. We'll use the dimensional travel to help evacuate the people on the shards. No, because it doesn't solve the problem. Because one, like, if you evacuate the people on the shards onto the source, there's a lot of ramifications that come about because of that, etherically, and life-sustainingly. And you obviously can't, if you don't save the source, the shards and reflections die. But the reflections being damaged is also bad for the source. They have a reciprocal relationship. And also, Hamur's proclamation is everyone's dying. It's not just like the source is safe and the shards aren't, and the reflections aren't. So this is on the red moon. I know that texture. That's the red moon's texture, and that's us with the crystal on the moon of the 13th. And this is us summoning allies on the moon of the 13th. I wonder if we fight NUO there? Because historically, that's the only reason we summon allies. I wonder if we summon the Scions to our side, too, as an option. This is obviously the void. The red moon technically is still the interdimensional rift. But obviously, like, if you know NUO Story M5, if you know X Death, this reference back, it's also not dissimilar in some ways. The arena is partially similar to places like what's it called? The Barbaricha fight. Yeah, the Barbaricha fight. You know what I mean. What's interesting to me is that design in his chest, because that's not in the original 5. And I'm so curious why and to what intent and effect and purpose Today we join the Warrior of Light summoning their friends on the moon. Yeah. Is it a similar sort of motive to Hermes? Not the same mechanism to achieve, but it perhaps. Do you mean Hermes or Amon? Perhaps. Because Amon, it's not the same motive, but I mean, I would look to Halmaroots to be closer to Amon, not in goal, but in so much that whoever Halmaroot was once as an individual, she's a sundered Ascian. So without the like overriding like leadership and force of the unsundered, it's not clear the degree to which the sundered Ascians will tend towards either an amalgamation of their original selves and their convocation memories of risen selves, or one or the other. Like once Amon was free from the like oversight of this unsundered, Amon went full Amon rather than being Fandaniel, right? Amon, like the thing to understand with Fandaniel is that Amon is the dominant personality there, because the memories of Hermes are relatively weak, and that disposition and all those things in the stone were just not enough to override the Amon personality. Because all of the sundered Ascians are amalgamations. They are the individual they were in life, living their full lives, and then give a bunch of memories of their time as a convocation member are put in, and those kind of meld and congeal and make the individuals we know. They're not perfect, like, now you're the person you once were, or perfect, like, all the memories put back. You found the picture on Twitter? And, okay, but it is us talking to Calix from S.A. Mordona. Nice. Storm's Crown, thank you. Not the same mechanism to achieve, but perhaps retribution for that. No, I don't think Halmaroot gives a shit about Zodiark being dead. I think Halmaroot gives a shit about life and things and life as a whole, and also about does not have a particular, like, preference for sentient light over life in a general open sense. Because Halmaroot's seat is the seat of botanical life, like nature, and tied to nature and its flows and its ebbs and its creations, and not so much to the seat of authority around people. But yeah, and Zodiark's influence would not be gone. That's not how tempering works. Just because Zodiark's dead does not mean the tempering would disappear. However, the degree to which all of the ancients are tempered, or all the Ascians are tempered, is up and down in different places. So, for instance, we know that Emmett is tempered, but it affects him not in the same way that La Habrea is, right? We know that it more like generally trends him towards behaviors. He tells you this in Shadowbringers if you talk to him on the side. He literally will tell you this. And the thing is that I don't think any of the Ascians give a shit about retribution for Zodiark. The only Ascians that remain are Sundered, who had specifically less and ties to the unsundered world or care for it. And like retribution doesn't make any sense because the desire was to rejoin the world as it should be. You cannot do that now. Zodiark cannot be brought back. Zodiark's Aether on each of the moons returns to the ethereal seas of their stars, except for the 13th because there was no ethereal sea, and that's what got used for Zeromus. But like there is no Zodiark. There is no, the Aether of it is gone and returned to the star. Yeah. Our friends will be guiding key. I found a picture on Twitter. Shouldn't Zodiark influence God? Okay, so producer live letter 91 at 4718. There's a screenshot of us taking a puppet Calix, talking to a couple of Calix, and 4883, the Warrior of Light looking up the moon. Yeah. Well, they're both Mordona, so it's definitely the same. Yeah. Those are both in Mordona. You can see the architecture in the moonshot. I know that one. And then I forget with the Calix one. Didn't Zodiark defeat Sever some sort of connection between the source and reflections? No, we don't know that. Or was Reen talking about Minfilia's soul being taken to the source? No. So what Reen's talking about is there is a natural connection between the reflections, and once Zodiark's defeated and the dream and Medion is allowed to continue, basically they're talking about there's a co-reciprocal relationship between reflections and source. Also, we're specifically told that Hydaelyn brought the souls of Emmett and Minfilia to the source, because we know there's two souls that she brought from the first ethereal sea to the source's ethereal sea. Here's the thing. With the death of Zodiark was quickening the astral ley lines of the star, which gave it protection from Medion, but also begot life. Not it was necessary for the creation of life, but like was quickening life. Without Zodiark's astrality and that quickening, We don't know what will happen. We don't know if the issue we're facing is because of Zodiark's death. We don't know if it's an issue because of Hydaelyn's death, because of her umbrality and stasis is required to maintain sort of equilibrium. We don't know if it's both. Halmarut uses the line in the wake of the death of the Will of the Star. The problem is the Will of the Star is used by the children of Hydaelyn to refer to Hydaelyn and by the Ascians to refer to Zodiark. The problem is that Halmarut is not an Ascian, is a sundered Ascian, and it's not in and of itself immediately clear whether she means Zodiark, Hydaelyn, or both. The most likely candidate is Zodiark. And so it's most likely is that there's a chain reaction in the wake of his death. But we don't know for sure. The plan for the Great Rejoining is unsalvageable because the Unsundered are gone and Zodiark cannot be I mean, yeah. I mean, the purpose and the Ancients' day is done. Like, rejoining the world just wouldn't... The sole part of the point of Zodiark was creating Zodiark. And then their plan was rejoin the reflections, sacrifice life so that they can bring their brethren's souls out of Zodiark and bring them back to life. Their brethren's souls have all gone to the ethereal sea now. They're gone. They're done. It's the part of the main point of the plan of saving the people that they love cannot happen anymore. So the withering could refer to the life stream becoming stale in a sense. It could. But the question is if it's the life stream becoming stale, here's the question. Why is this, what is it about this idea of the solstice that Halmarut talks about, which we'll get to in a second? The idea of the star and the reflections dying, I get, but there are a lot of other stars out there. So my question is like, what is this specific and strong fear for the star, other than like, yeah, you could save sentient life and potentially try to do an exodus like was planned with the Ragnarok, but you would lose all the life and culture and animals and plants and fungi and everything, which especially in Halmarut's case, she probably cares about that as much as the sentient life. And so to her, the obliteration of the star, of the source and reflections is probably just as much of a horrifying outcome, regardless of whether it's the sentient life or not. Solstice, not the we didn't know. She just says solstice. We don't know which solstice. We don't know if it's meant to be the nadir or the apex. Didn't Reed specifically mention something being missing during that visit in Endwalker? I would need to look up the line. Grim, I have T tools, so I can search the line. If you have a specific key line from that, I can try and find it for you. Yeah. I'll pass it to you, and if you want to search it, go for it. For those who don't know, I am going to be linking what's called T-Tools, which is an app we made, a website we made, where you can search any keyword, and it will give you every instance of it in the game, from dialogue, items, quest text, everything. And V is responsible for that mainly. All I did was basically come up with the idea and help conceptually with a bunch of design stuff, but she did all the hard coding. But yeah, if you want to try to find the line you're talking about. Why on earth would Calyx go all endless if it was just the star dying? Because Calyx would want the once sentient life to preserve. Calyx cares about man enduring at any cost. Like I don't know what to say. I'm not sure I understand your question, Yukio, only because your things make sense. And why on earth would Calyx go all endless if it was just the star dying? Because he fears death and wants to make sure mankind endures at any cost regardless of any individual sacrifice in the process. The star dying is in line with the desire to make sure, not causing it, but avoiding it or enduring it or surviving past it is in line with his goals. Yeah. But yeah, and the thing in his chest is very interesting. I'm not sure what's up with that. I'm not, because like that visual has been used elsewhere, but I'm not sure because it's not in the original at all. And I don't even, I think if you look at actually, you know what? Let me look at the special site real quick. Light 7.5, because I'm pretty sure you can see his chest in part. I don't think you see that, but it might be that you only see the top part of his chest. Yeah. Oh no. Okay. In the art we have, he's got tentacles that are wrapped over it, obscuring what's beneath. But I suspect whatever's going on in there, whether it's his soul or something else, it's not relevant. Like that thing in the core of his chest is relevant, whatever it ends up being.
So many seeds of life.
We stopped the universe from dying. We can do it again. The thing is, like, Halmarut's point that she's making to us is that like, it's all well and good to hope, but you can't stop everything every time. And so Halmarut's point here at the end and we'll talk about it more in detail, is to the effect of like, no, that like everything's gonna die. Found the thing. Context seems to be pointing towards connection to Hydaelyn. Can you post the like actual line though, or at least like, and also it's did you make sure to read the context before and after because the. Also, are you talking? Does she say Hydaelyn? Because remember, Hydaelyn refers to the star too, and she does not know the name of Theris at that point. So yeah. But also, interestingly, looks like there's going to be duty support for, or trust support or whatever for the trial, because you can see Zero and Golbez here.
Have already been lost.
And you can see party members and other people flying. Oh, you can see Eorzean back there too. Actually, what's interesting is that that's not the Warrior of Light, because the Warrior of Light would be on Viper, but that looks like. I wonder if that's just some person we draw to our side in a. I'm the Oracle of Light, but I've never spoken with Hydaelyn, never once had her call, even so I've always had this feeling deep inside a connection to something immense. I mean, yeah, she as the Oracle of Light has a connection to her. These past few days, though, the connection has wavered, as if the immense something was distant, then close, then distant again. And then the other night, I was jolted awake by the feeling it had been completely severed. Yeah, yes. So that has to do with Medion affecting the Ethereal Shroud, and also that Hydaelyn goes quiet because she's using all of her energy to take care of... Like, remember that once we go to the moon, Vana goes basically completely quiet because she has no power left because she's expended almost everything. And we have to go down to the Aetius, using the Aetioscope, to the Ethereal Sea itself to talk with her again. So that's to do with Hydaelyn, the entity, and Reen's connection to Hydaelyn. But, like, that's not the reflections as much as it's Reen's connection. I don't think anyone will have duty support since we use SM's crystal. I mean, I disagree because you can see Eorzean, Golbez, and Zero fighting. So it's going to have NPC support. I mean, I don't know what to say. Like, it does. Like, you can see it here. Or just I'm talking about the trial, though. Yes, I'm not talking about the dungeon. I'm talking about the trial. Yeah. Because you can see NUO there. It's not the dungeon. NUO is the trial. We know NUO is the trial. NUO is the I keep forgetting the name. It's like the unreleased, unfinished, what is it? And yeah, you don't need to be sorry. It's all good. Don't mind me sometimes in my like retorts. It's the directness is not meant as hostility. The unmaking is the NUO trial. Golbez and Xenos are duty support. I mean, if we look at this shot, right? Let's like look at this shot. You can see Zero. You can see Black Mage, a Dragoon. You can see a bunch of different people.
So many seeds of life.
You can see the Warrior of Light. You can see the Viper Warrior of Light over on the right. Viper Warrior of Light's right here. Most of the other people are generic people. There's a couple possibilities. What I think's likely is that we're fighting in here and we summon people from beyond the rift to our side. In either Zero and Golbez are already with us or join us because of that. So like we summon allies, but we aren't like summoning a full 8. We already have backup to some extent.
Life have already been lost.
Yeah, I was wrong. I thought that was Eorzean, and they have the Astrologian cloak. I don't think it's actually Eorzean. I think it might actually be just a general ast. Golbez has a sword, so he could be a tank. I mean, he could be a caster, a tank, or a melee DPS. Like, remember, he's a powerful mag. Durante's a powerful magus, too. Zero on the red moon, so that makes sense. NUO. Zero here. See, we see more of generic Viera Dancer, the same warrior that we saw earlier, the Warrior of Light as a Viper, Golbez and Zero. So this is definitely the trial, right? You see a Sage back there. I mean, it could be just generic help from the world. It could be that they're going to allow for, hey, you can go in with 6 people and 2 NPCs. I doubt it, but they could. Golbez, you've got Zero using Passage of Arm and Golbez using his cast spell that he uses as shield also in Endwalker. And so they're shielding us from some sort of thing. Yeah, so you can see the full party here. So like everyone but the Warrior of Light, Zero and Golbez. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You see 8 people besides Zero and Golbez. Worth pointing out. Right? So maybe they're a part of it, but they're not support. Maybe they're just like actively present in the fight even without... Because there's 8 people. So there's 10 people in this shot. but they're definitely part of the fight. You can literally see Zero doing the paladin attacks against Enuo. I wonder if Zero and Durante will twin cast Meteor. Yeah.
Countless.
We've got the Northhorn. You can see what's almost certainly Skull in architecture, if not one of the other lost cities. And then you've got Amdapor over here, and then there's Nim out there somewhere. It's interesting. I really hope we get another one of the lost 5th Astral Era nations that we haven't heard about. Like, we got Karnak in Southhorn, and I would really love to know, because there should be 12, and of them, I think we know 5. Scala, Amdapor, Mach, Nim, Karnak. Yeah, so 5.
Perish as nature runs its course.
This is Fork Tower Magic. There's going to be a normal version for Fork Tower Magic. I'm very interested to see where that goes. You can see someone down here is the Summoner. Oh, and they're using the old style Titan from FF3, or is it the FF5 version? Could just be normal trials. See, no. So like that we just saw was a CS, but the shot I'm talking about where you can literally see Golbez and Zero in the background right here. These are literally the mechanic and the fight. And you're seeing Zero fighting and doing the main, like, paladin, like, 1, 2, 3.
So many seeds of life have already been
See, like, you're literally seeing that. That's not a cutscene. That's actually the mechanics and fighting. This is a cutscene. This is definitely a cutscene.
Countless perish as nature.
Maybe they're not duty support, but MP supporting the full party and fight again. Yeah, totally possible, Tam. But yeah, so this is the Summoner, which is one of the new jobs. We're getting Summoner, Dragoon, White Mage, Necromancer. And there's 4 more than that. There's 8 total. But we're getting every job that is in FF5 in the advanced version collectively once we're done. Except for Mime. But also, Mime would make no fucking sense. So it's good that we don't have Mime.
Runs its course, yet in...
Oh, hey, that's interesting. There's probably just Amdapori, but one of the Forgekin that they showed off, or Soulkin, has history dating back to Othard.
Spite of this, people...
And then we've got Hamut.
As nature runs its course.
Remember that, like, Emmett Sell conjured Emerald, right? So her conjuring, like, some life or
people continue to believe that the morrow will come.
See, okay. We've got this. This is with the crystal. Same glow as our crystal, and we're standing in the same void. Red Mage and Blue Mage, sure, yeah. We're standing in the same void. You're seeing it glow with the same color as the Asm Crystal and Magix. And then... Also, interesting, it's sort of like a... this is like a blue-green, and the orange... I mean, it's pretty stark orange, but it is kind of like orange, not far off from red. So there is like a juxtaposition here, too. Oh, we've got Calyx on the moon. So we've got Calyx and Hamarut, both on the moon.
But it will...
I bet you she's creating this glamour to explain something about the withering, the solstice. She's going to tell us what is coming and what is happening. This is her conjuring a glamour to, like, explain it visually, like what Grahatia does as the X-Arc in 5.0 with the reflections and stuff like that. Like, obviously, they would have said something about Mime if it were coming, but the idea of it being customized class where you can pick abilities from another Phantom job is neat. Except for it then invalidates the other jobs. Like, the problem is that then you don't bring the other jobs, you just bring Mime. Like, and that's why I'm really glad they did not include Mime. Because it would basically incentivize less picking and choosing of the other jobs. Which is also what happens when you play 5, right? So I'm really glad they didn't include it. The Blue Mage, I at least makes sense where they can make that work. Yeah. The color scheme is why I keep thinking Lifestream, even though I don't think if... I mean, it's definitely Lifestream related. But remember, the Lifestream and the Ethereal Sea are typically blue, not green, for color coding. But, like, life is going to wither, and the Lifestream and Ethereal Sea, which are the same thing. Lifestream is just another name for the Ethereal Sea, are, like... If they wither, the life withers. If life withers, they wither. Like, it's a reciprocal thing. So the Ethereal Sea is going to be affected. The question is the issue coming from within or without?
Not.
If you're talking about Lifestream as an FF7, yeah, but know that that's not in 14 the different iconography and nomenclature usually. Like the Lifestream does get used as a term intermittently, but it's interchanged with Ethereal Sea. Don't tell me Helmer will be our new Aspen guy like MSL, not that I mind, but her plushie. I mean, I would make no... Y'all, if you have not been playing... If you were not playing a lot during, like, Shadowbringers, and Walker less so because there wasn't a lot of lead up into Dawn Trail, but if you were not playing during Shadowbringers, get ready to, like, expect things to zig and zag in ways you're not expecting based off of you not having complete information. Like, if you tried to guess what Endwalker was based off of 5.5 and 5.55, you would have been wildly off. If you tried to guess Shadowbringers based off of 4.5 and 4.55, you would have been wildly off. You might have gotten some shape of something, but make no assumptions about Halmrut, whether ally or foe. Let the story, engage with the story, and let that decide that for yourself. In 14, the live stream is the Ethereal Sea. Yes, they are. Yes, that's what I was saying. They're interchangeable. The live stream is just another term for the Ethereal Sea. Like, that is not only stated in game, it's stated in the E1. It's like, they're not, there's no distinction between the two. It is the same thing.
Nothing lies beyond the solstice, and no one will be left alive. No one.
Okay, let's go back through the dialogue. But first, does anybody have any lore questions or thoughts that they want to talk about? Please feel free to put anything and everything in chat about if you have any questions. I love talking about and answering questions. So if you want to make my day, ask me questions that are not trolling or memeing. Okay, first we got Alice talking.
Both the source and the reflections are home to irreplaceable life. I would protect them all if I could. But if doing so means ushering in complete annihilation, then what can we possibly do?
I'm guessing those lines are delivered at the the Rising Stones after they find out the truth about the solstice from Root. Don't each star have their own local? Yes. I mean, yes. Each star has its own. So the way stars work is you have a star. You have like a ethereal sea and then an outer shell around it. Each reflection and the source all have their own life streams. However, all of the reflections and source are are linked in such a way that if one falls, it affects the others. So if the source dies, the reflections die, as an example. So like while they all have their own individual life streams, that's why Hydaelyn had to bring Minfilia and Emmett Silk Soul from the ethereal sea of the first to the source's ethereal sea. There's also a co-relationship between everything. Doesn't each star have, yeah. What is the gateway at 234? I'm guessing you mean the Asm gateway I've been talking about. Okay, probably not 234. Is there a different timestamp that you're talking about? I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna try 34. I'll wait. Let me know, Lorray, in a little bit. Please talk to me about the old magics. I was there when they were written, and I love talking about them. Pretty much, yeah. The live stream is Umbral moving, and no. Okay, I know you're fucking with me, but I want to be very clear. Astrality, that's it. Give me a second. Okay. So, the way Aether works, you got Astral, you got Umbral, you got the elements. Astral is the domain of activity and quickening and passive. Things that are astral are more, imagine, and ignore the elements for a second, the analogy is water. Astral water would be steam, Umbral water would be ice. That's not how the elements work, but just for the real world, right? The idea is more energy, quick and live. The problem is if you make things too astral, you get things like the 13th, where the Aether cannot slow enough to form a sea because it's all atomized and moving too fast and it's turned into steam, right? You got that, so the Aether cannot condense enough to maintain life. So that's what happened on the 13th. But you get it too slow, and that's what happens when you create the empty, and what happens with Sin Eaters and everything on the first, right? So umbrality, passive, stasis, astrality, the active, quickening thing. Any element can be astrally attuned or umbrally attuned. Light and dark are separate from astral and umbral, but light is inherently umbral and dark is inherently astral. You've got light and dark, 6 elements, astral, umbral. You can have astral lightning or umbral lightning. You can have astral fire or umbral fire. You can have astral earth or umbral earth, on and on and on. These 3 tend towards astrality. Wind, lightning, fire tend to be more astral and quick and crazy and dynamic. Water, ice, and earth tend to be more umbral as a tendency, not exclusively. So I know Tam was making a joke, but I'm using this as a learning opportunity. Understanding this is the foundation to everything. If you do not understand this, you're gonna not have a hard time, but you're gonna likely misunderstand something that's being told to you about aetherology. Okay. Might be a silly question. Silly questions are good. Silly questions are how you learn. As long as you're not trolling, as long as you like sincere, never be afraid to ask a question that you think silly. But I stopped playing during Dawn Trail. Is this the patch that leads to the next expansion? Yes, but you cannot play. Well, you literally cannot play it without playing the prior patches. But secondly, like the story of the patches is the 1.1 through 1.3 is an epilogue to Dawn Trail, and the 0.4 and 0.5 is a setup to 8.0. But also they're all flowing into each other in such a way that like you do need to play all the patches. Hopping into 8.0 without playing the patches would be like watching Empire Strikes Back without watching a New Hope. Like it'll work, you'll understand, but like you're gonna be expected to like already be on the train. But yeah, no, it's not a dumb question at all. Especially if you've been on a break, it's not a dumb question at all. Thanks for asking. I mean, other planets with their own live stream, not reflection. Yeah, every star has its own live stream. To be clear, star in 14 does not mean like the sun. A star is a planet, and all planets have their own ethereal seas. Yes, the way it works is you have aether in space. It condenses, right? Creates an ethereal sea, and then as the aether is dense, around it forms a shell of physical aether, which is like a planet, a star. So all stars that are effectively have an ethereal sea, and then an outer shell of physical material. Now, an ethereal sea can die, and it's not clear if that immediately kills a corporeal form of the star, but the material, the etheric dense material would still be in existence there, presumably. So yeah, all stars have their own ethereal seas. Inside Alphino's head. Oh, inside Alphino's head. Are you I'm not sure which one you mean, Lore. I'm trying to figure it out. It feels so good after waiting 2 years for the key to be delved into. Yeah, I mean, it's like, look, not only was it delved into in 7.0, but it's been pointed out as a background element in every patch. Like, it's been talked about in every single patch. But yeah, to like actually meaningfully be hopping into it is very exciting for sure. I'm really curious how they'll make this work without making Vanal look a bit short-sighted. I mean, I don't think that's hard at all. I think people are deeply unfair and not actually thinking about it if you would blame Vana. Because here's a question for you. Would you rather slay Zodiark, which you know is a fundamental thing that has to happen, and stop the end of the universe by defeating Medion, even if it creates new problems that need to be solved? Or would you rather everyone dies because the Song of Creation just kills everyone? Because like the thing is like, Hydaelyn does not have unlimited time and resources, and Hydaelyn is not omnipotent or omniscient. So, Hydaelyn only knows what Hydaelyn knows, and Vana only knows what Vana knows and what we have told her. We don't know exactly what we've told her, but she knows some things that we've told her. But Vana does not know anything about what's to come next. So, the presumption that she's short-sighted for solving the biggest problem possible with an uncertainty about what might happen after that, because everything she has done is to solve that issue, I think is deeply unfair to her. So I don't think that's, I would say the only way to like be harsh on Vana for that is to be incredibly unfair and not to actually look at the text of the story and the context of what the story has said about it, you know? Which I'm not saying you're actively saying that. I'm just saying that, like, I think there are a lot of things in 14 where it's like, as long as you don't think about it too hard, it's very easy to criticize a lot of characters. But when you actually like engage with the text and the narrative, it's like, oh no, there's like the circumstances behind their actions make sense. You know, it's all there. But if you forget the details, it can be very easy to feel like it's not. Which is why T-Tools is handy. Yay, the chart. Yeah, I love this thing. Yeah, super handy. The dead chart, the dead reflections were they mentioned all during the time where Elpis, when one of the scary birds forgot. So those are not reflections. So, whoa, okay. Stars are not reflections. Reflections technically are stars. Those were planets out in the Sea of Stars. Those were not reflections. There were 13 reflections, of which 7 of them were rejoined to the source, leaving the 4th, 8th, 11th, and 9th. I think that's right. I think I've got the numbers right. And those all exist basically in somewhat localized space in the same place that the source does, but in overlapping dimensions, basically. But the Sea of Stars and the stars out there are not reflections. They are planets, like naturally forming planets, like what the source was, like what Atheris was originally. So those are not shards. Really important. They are not reflections. You also not fly out into the Sea of Stars and get to the first by physically traveling there. It is dimensionally separate. Not like, it's not out in the Sea of Stars away from the source. A stream of life, if you will. Yeah. The dead shards were mentioned during Uplifts with Scary Birds. Yeah. The 13th live stream is so astral. No. It's not so astral. It's stagnant. Literally the opposite. It's so astral. It's too active and obliterated. Stagnant would be umbral. Astrality would mean steam is not stagnant, right? Don't think of it in elemental terms for a second, but in like real world terms, steam is not stagnant. It's too active to support life. If you only had steam and not water, it would be very hard to create life like we have on Earth, right? If everything was ice and there was never liquid water, you would not be able to create life on Earth, right? Like highly astral, steam, highly umbral, ice. Not actually like the ice element and the water elements from 14. That's different. That's ethereologically different. But in the real world, it's a broken wheel in the void. Yeah. Wonder if the star planet stems from. It does. I believe Hoshi, or is it's Hoshi or one of those where it does stem from Japanese, where the term for them is interchangeable, and they kept that in English. Partly because it kept the poetic nature of the intent as well. So it was a good localization choice. Even if it can be confusing because English speakers will hear star and they just think sun, or literal stars. 238, there's a transparent 234. Okay, you said that, but oh, I see. This door here. You're talking about this. Yeah, it's a good question. Because here. Yeah, you can see. I see what you're talking about here. This is from the dungeon. So one, you can see the Beastmaster stuff here. This is the dungeon. You can see the flag that you can see in the arcade part of the Cladium dungeon right here. This is Ruins of Garlemald. This is the exit. So if you look at this right here, this is almost certainly. This. You can see that flag up in the corner of it, and it's open onto a like white doorway like this. Look at that right there. Now look at that. You can see you can even see the same white outline, the open doorway, the Garlean architecture, and the flag. Do you think that kind of solidifies they'll be going to another reflection in 8.0? There are so many things we can do. It depends on what the story's about, because if it's the salvation of the reflections, yes, going to the 13th makes sense. Returning to the 1st could make sense. Going to the 9th can make sense. Going to the 4th, 8th, or 11th because of necessity could make sense. Those all would make sense. I would be surprised if there's not at least one Atheris map, whether that's an Ilsabard, or I really don't think there'll be something in the Blind Frost, really just because there's not a landmass that makes sense there of any kind that we know of. So they'd have to like... They'd have to introduce something completely new in the Blind Frost that no one's really aware of, which would make sense. The Blind Frost is not an explored area, and you can't even see it because of axial tilt. But I wouldn't be surprised if like we had a map on every reflection, or. But the thing is also 8.0 is going to be different. I'm not even convinced it's going to be 6 maps like we've had them in the past. 8.0 is going to be so substantially, I feel like, rejuvenating and different that this is only based off of reading every interview and reading that like I feel this way. Don't take this for a given, but I do think it's going to be hard to make guesses based on patterns when it feels like they're going to be shifting patterns. So yeah, the likelihood that we're going to another reflection at some point in 8.0, whether a new or old one, for at least one map, to me is insanely high. But so much of the context about why and wherefore and how, I guess not as much how, but why and for wherefore and all that, I think is so up in the air. Any speculation basically borders on irresponsible. But yeah. Do you think this also comes from our real world language? You look at the stars and sky, some stars actually play. No, but like in Japanese, like here, let me pull up Jisho. Like the term Hoshi can be literally refers to the star or a planet or Earth. Like in Japanese, hoshi like literally can be used for the sun or Earth. Like there's not a distinction with that. Like there is an astrological term to be able to distinguish the sun from planetoids, but in like common language in Japanese, like hoshi means both. And so when they localize it to English, because there's also a poetic sense of the idea of star, and it's a slightly heightened language, which it was appropriate, especially for the cadence and conversation of something like Hydaelyn and whatnot. It was appropriate. I also point out they use the term planets too. Like if you do cosmic, they will say planets sometimes. Like it's not a not used term, but hoshi is just more common. Yeah, Kirby no hoshi. Yeah, hoshi no. I mean, if you're talking about Kirby star, it should be Kirby no hoshi, I think. But if it's hoshi no Kirby, the star's Kirby, Kirby of the star. I don't know. She made sure we're capable of solving future problems without her. Yeah, and like, it matters that Vana's last act is to entrust our future onto us. She cannot save us from everything and could not stop every problem. And it's meaningful and intentional that our last act is to say, we will find our way, Vana, right? Like there's a reason that's one of the two dialogue options, and both are meaning the same thing, which is we've got it from here, rest now. So the idea that like Vana didn't do due diligence, I think is so deeply and wildly unfair and a mischaracterization of the text of particularly Endwalker that it's, and I'm not saying anyone is inherently saying that. I'm just saying that like, I think it's only a good take if you don't think about it at all. And I'm not sure there's any good takes where you don't think about them at all. Kirby of the Star. Okay, yeah. Yeah, she made sure we're capable of solving future problems. Look below. I finished the query. Yeah, got you. Implying Japanese not really. No, but we mean, I mean, we do that in our language as well. Yeah. When we're in Elpis, the reflections don't exist yet. Yes, correct. The reflections do not exist until the Sundering, for obvious reasons. I feel like it might have been either a more recent translation from Japanese than English, or just a former hanging onto older term more than later. There's a door in Alfino's head it's opening. I mean, if you're talking about Hoshi, like the star, it's not a holdover. It's an intentional localization choice. Like, there are other examples of this, and you can ask Koji, where it's like, the flavor of what's being said is not just literal, and planet has a connotation of more scientific. There's a reason that when they use planet in 14, it's usually with like Charlians, or more particularly with like Loporits talking about scientific endeavors. Like it's more academic. Star has an elegance and a poetic nature of it, like in English, to call a planet, to call it our star. It has a poetic implication that's relevant because the people saying it usually are not just being de facto, they're also being slightly elevated. The word being in Japanese in general. The word being in use in Japanese. Yeah. Okay. Got to go, everybody. Cheers, Infinite. 14 is an isekai. Don't get me started. No. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you, Infinite. Not to be confused with Isaac. You might just be a Greek influencer for the whole planet. Yeah, like planetess, yeah. So I know it's not in this case, but like that, there's a reason that they use planetess, like with Omega Planetess, right? And elsewhere. Lick that like button. Thanks, Dan. Would an Atlantis-like area be plausible in the Blind Frost? Plausible? Possible, yes. You'd expect that more with like the Sahagin or beings out in the Fathomless Sea or in the Indigo Deep. Particularly like the Fathomless Sea might be interesting because it's so, and the Glass Ocean are so completely unexplored by us. But the Blind Frost having like beings that exist underneath the water in its depths and surviving there, and like that tying into a narrative around survival in the face of impossibilities and stuff. Like, yeah, you could do that. Yeah, it's you have to define plausible. Likely. Maybe not likely, but definitely super, it would work and it would function and it wouldn't go against any in and of itself. Yeah, that could work. Astronomical, yeah. Kirby Star. Also, I have a little bit of crack theory, but I do think the Asm Crystal absorbs the key for us to be able to use it. I don't. If anything, you would think more of the inverse. I'd also point out that it super depends on if the magics of the... It depends on what the magics of the key are and versus the magic of Azem. Versus the magics in the Crystal of Azem. We know that the charm placed in the Crystal of Azem was done so by Emmett. So if, like, that's effectively Emmett put it in there as a remembrance of his friend, and it's a like a incomplete or not like fully powerful version of Azem's magic, and the crystal is more powerful. I mean, I guess you could. The question is whether or not the crystal of Azem is a strong enough container vessel to contain the magics, because that matters a lot, right? Being an Amratine unsundered piece of Aurosite, again, not Ultima Aurosite, but Aurosite as in a neutrally aspected crystal that contains magics. It also depends on like, did the crystal of the key get separated across the reflections? I don't think so. But if it's dense in this way, if it's powerful in this way, could the crystal of Azem, could the Jobstone of Azem contain it? And I would guess no, but it's possible. And also I would point out that like, we are specifically told in 7.4 that the key is like, the person in possession of the key and who it follows is almost like an aspect of fate. And so if you effectively get rid of the magic in the crystal and in the Aurosite and put the key magics in the crystal, you remove like the uniqueness of that object. And I think that uniqueness matters. And its possession of it matters. Yeah. No, I mean the word being in Japanese. Yeah, specifically referring to planets. Yeah. Since we summon the gate with the crystal instead of the key, perhaps they would need to work in tandem, like when the key had Electrope. Yeah, totally. Like the idea that the key is augmenting us in some way or something, I think is totally possible. Or the idea that we do copy the magics of the key into the crystal or something is possible. To be specific about like what that is, like to the point of exactly what you're getting at, right? Is that we end up in some sort of void. It's not clear if it's within the interdimensional rift. Most likely not, because it's completely black. It's possible that this is wherever the Calyx and whoever he was talking to, presumably Halmarut, but we don't know, because there's also Pastra, Ultima, and Dudelephon unaccounted for. So it's possible that the Asian Calyx was talking to wasn't Halmarut. We don't know. But it's similar to that void. It's completely black. There's no stars, no infinite memories, no nothing like the interdimensional rift usually has. We fire it, right? And it hits something, but we don't know for sure that that gate creation is the key. To be careful for a second. Look, it explodes, flashes, lights up, and then it cuts to this shot. So it's not, I said that this key crystal, but we don't know it is. But what is possible is we then again see the key later on. Right?
Can compel it to stop the wheels of creation from turning.
And we see the key later on.
So many seeds of life have already been lost. Countless perish as nature runs its course. Yet in spite of this, people continue to believe that the morrow will come.
There, this shot. I think that whenever we see that gate and everything around that gate is when the key functions, not actually when our Crystal of Azem functions. I would suspect, because you see it's the same void and it's activating, and it being more powerful in creating the gate of the sun, which is what I'm just going to call it for now, and the gate of the sun, the symbol of Azem being the sun, right? The idea of the Azem is the thing around which people orbit. He's the thing that connects things, and it is a planet orbiting a single star, right? A sun. I said this during the live letter, but I also, if you ask me, if you want the best indication, and it's funny, someone literally asked me about this like a week ago. I think it was Althea, and I was like, "What do you think the sigil of Azem would be?" And I was like, "Well, it'd probably be a sun, but it would probably be abstracted in a couple ways, and you'd probably expect more refinement because there's no scion of light or dark from the Espers in Final Fantasy XII. The mask sigils for that, there's only 13. There's only 12 of those. Well, no, 13 of those. So there's with Ophion, I guess. So there wouldn't be any Azem mask. But if you ask me, if you want to know what the most likely version of Azem sigil that we've ever seen is, by far, bar none, it is this symbol here. I don't think it is his sigil. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that like this idea of a sigil of literally a sun, a giant bright white orb by radial star points that is like that. You could not make it more look like a sun if you wanted. And also, if you look at it, this is the symbol of the office. Like if you look at it, it's a giant white sun in the center with a ring around it that other things are orbiting around, right? This is like Azem's role incarnate in a piece of imagery. So take that for what you will. Even the 12 entrusted the future. Yeah, even the 12 entrusted the future of mankind to us. Yeah. It's the only spell that contains the crystal, but not who else alive can imbue it since the ancients are gone. Yeah. Do you think the key was trying to find its owner? I don't think the key is sentient. No, I don't think it's the One Ring. But it's possible that it does carry some of the will of Azem, in which case it does seek adventure and those who beget it. We're holding both Azem's crystal and the key here as well.
Countless perish as nature runs its course. Yet in spite of this, people continue to believe that the morrow will come.
Oh, hey, yeah. Look, check this out. You're right. We're holding the symbol, the crystal of Azem. I didn't notice it because of how bright the glow was, but you're holding both. Now, that maybe they're working in tandem. It may be because we're a carrier of this symbol of office. It allows us to activate it more fully. There's a lot of different possibilities there, but it is worth pointing out, yeah, they are both glowing. And what that will allow. The other possibility that's really worth remembering is that it's easy to think about the key as maybe being a more powerful version of our job crystal, but another distinct possibility is that the magic placed into the job stone is the ability to summon those allies from across space and time to aid us in our time of need, to summon us back and forth from locations. Whereas the crystal, as far as we've seen it, can bridge worlds, but it doesn't summon people. We've seen it dimensionally compress. We've seen it be responsible for being able to create the Gate of Remembrance. But it doesn't, we've never seen it summon people. It allows the bridgings of worlds. So bridging people and worlds together as two items would allow, yeah, by our powers combined, yeah. So the crystal is used to unlock the key, and that's why the key is active. I mean, it's possible. I'm not saying that is the case. It's a possible interpretation. The other interpretation is that one is the facilitation of connecting people across space and time, and the other is connecting places across. So serving different magical functions. They are both the magics of Azem, but they are not the same magic. Yeah, we saw the crystal of Azem wire from the other end of the Seat of Sacrifice. We were in the rift and summoned him. Yeah, well, we use the... Well, if you remember, when you do Seat of Sacrifice, you hold the crystal tight to your chest and wish upon it with all your heart, which summons you back to the fight. You summon yourself back from the chrysalis back to the crystal tower. No, actually, sorry. It's you wish upon it with all your heart, which summons Emmett, and then Emmett does it. So there's a little bit more complication there, but like, yeah. And facilitates that. Yeah. When I saw that I was given 7.0 flashbacks when we activated the summon for the trial and the Queen Eternal part, yeah. Like if you look at here, like actually let me pull up the cutscene that just so we can like make sure that we're talking YouTube, XCII, patch all themes. Oh, I also forgot, and I need to say this real quick. I need to thank for the translations. And I said this at the top, but I want to say it again. Muna and Iluna Minori for doing the translation as always. Okay, let's go to the top of the Crystal Tower. Here, it'll be before here. Yeah, because these are all the goodbyes. Exarch, we all cry. Okay, here we go. Yeah. So, here and I commit the chronicle of the traveler, shepherd of the stars in the dark. This isn't the moment, but though the world be sundered and our souls set adrift, where you walk, my dearest friend, fate shall surely fall. Remember, that is Emmett committing that to the crystal. We know he's the one who crafted it. For yours is the 14th seat, the seat of Azem. And then we summon Aid. An invocation of Eld, though not of Hydaelyn's making.
Not of Hydaelyn's making.
What are
you? Are the enemy. I cannot.
Okay, they didn't include it. I'll just have to pull up the seat of sacrifice. Maybe let's just do that and see if okay. Thank you all about boss fights. Okay, so in case you didn't understand what happens here, using the powers that Elidibus has stolen, like the way he's summoning shades, he binds all of you and summons you to the chrysalis where the Ascians used to meet. That is what happens. Rift swallowed. See, you see the symbol and everything. Everybody's pulled to the sigils, and you're summoned into the chrysalis. Then you are all bound here with no way back because you've effectively been forcibly thrown into the interdimensional rift with no method to be able to get back to him, as far as he's aware. And up to this point, as far as you'd be aware. Here, where we Ascians have been forced to retreat time and time again, you will meet your demise. And then you press the buttons. Struggle all you like, even should you break free, there is no way back. You clutch the crystal of Azem to your breast and wish upon it with all your heart. So you're still trapped in the chrysalis. And so it ends in unceremonious silence. And then I believe Emit's summoned by you, which then... Yeah, we summon Emmett Selk to the fight.
It cannot be.
And then Emmett snaps, helps bring us all back. Because remember, his soul is in the ethereal sea at this point, and also its memory is restored. And think about from Elidibus' standpoint, Emmett's returned and then immediately helps the Warrior of Light. And he's like as far as he thought he was alone, and then there's this moment of return, and instead of aiding him, he aids his enemy. And then he summons, using the magics of the tower that he stole again, he summons forth the specters. And then he uses Limit Break 4. Okay, back to this. Anybody have any questions off the back of this? I hope this was helpful in clarification. Does anybody have any lore-related questions in general or to anything that we have talked about so far? If not, it's okay. I'm going to go through one more time and we'll talk about the dialogue, and then I'll probably start wrapping it up there. We've been going for 3 hours.
Both the source and the reflections are home to irreplaceable life. I would protect them all if I could. But if doing so means ushering in complete annihilation, then what can we possibly do?
The implication there, right, is that all the reflections in the source are full of life, but for some reason, saving them will usher in annihilation, right? So the question there is it that the nature of the source and the reflections is actually going to damage other places beyond them as well? Like, is saving the world they love going to endanger others? Or is saving the reflections going to endanger the source? I'm so curious about what they learn about what the ramifications of it are. I still don't understand why Calix wants to preserve life calls aligning with Halmarut, who wants to destroy. No. There's no. We don't know what Halmarut wants, and there's no implication that Halmarut wants to destroy all sentient life at all. The Ascians do not want to destroy all sentient life, and Halmarut in no way has in any way given off the implication that they want to destroy all sentient life. They may or may not value sentient life as the same as life, like mycological life, but we do not know what Halmarut wants. We know that she probably wants to endure as she's part of the Winterers, but we have no... And if you think about it, if her goal is, I want life to endure, and his goal is, I want sentient life to endure, they're effectively co-aligned, right? they're just considered with a life enduring, but have different priorities on what they care about within that context. Yeah. I always thought preservation and winters are somehow the same, but in an interview, yeah, no, they're not the same. No, yeah. Calyx formed preservation, and preservation is a group within Alexandria and the Ninth that functioned. The winterers are not preservation. The winterers are a group macro beyond that, tied at least to Calyx and at least one Ascian, possibly also Pastra, Halmarat, and Altima, with the dedication to enduring something to come. The preservation was interested in the preservation and survival of Alexandria, ostensibly at the beginning, but of life in facing what they were dealing with the Ninth and within that context, and resulted in things like the Endless. But that was a much more narrow, and not exactly narrow, but more restrained and specific scope within talking about the Ninth and survival. Both are groups that are concerned with enduring, but I don't think they're how do I put it? The Winters is a much bigger macro thing going on. What do you hope 8.0 will bring us? I don't care. I just care that I enjoy it. And I've enjoyed almost all of 14. I mean, like, the only thing that I enjoy, but I don't enjoy, like, actively, because I don't like the experience isn't as pleasant based on voice acting and the writing, is ARR. But ARR on a replay is amazing because of how much stuff is, like, beautifully set up and worked with. But all I care about is that it's good. And that they're following a vision that they want to create, and that it's meaningful and emotional. For 8.0, narratively, again, I kind of don't care. I'm happy to go to Mare City. I'm happy to go to Blind Frost. I'm happy to go to Sea Stars. I'm happy to deal with Reflections. I'm happy to, I am only really concerned in that I enjoy that it's a good story and enjoy the story. Beyond that, how and when they choose to affect what they do, I'm excited regardless. That's how I would frame my I have many things I'm excited for and want. I have nothing that I'm like, if it's not 8.0, I'll be disappointed, if that makes sense. Because almost everything I'm excited for, like 80 to 90% of it, I'm going to get eventually. Would expect this to be about source reflections specifically, as most if not all life outside of Theros is gone. No. We know that a lot of the Sea of Stars is devoid of life, but there's not a clear answer to how much life outside of Theros continues to live. That doesn't mean there is. It means we do not have a definitive answer to the degree to which the Song of Oblivion wiped out all life outside of Theros. We know that the star was the last hope, but that doesn't mean it was the only bastion of life. For instance, we may find out that the Voyagers are out there. There is wherever, well, I guess that was pre-Sundering, so maybe not as good. I was going to use another example, but that's probably a better, not a great example. Yeah, I was wondering about that she seemed to imply that if we save life on the Reflections, yeah, the implication of how she's talking is such that that the salvation of the places we love dooms other places, which is interesting. The Dynamist life and Ultima Thule notwithstanding. Yeah. The life of that and places like Elysium and whatnot is very different. Yeah. The issue with Calyx wanting the life to endure is that it comes at the expense of other living. Would that eventually maybe put Calyx and Halmarat at odds at some point? No, because the important thing to here's what you have to understand. They're pragmatists. Calyx is not sentimental. Like, Calyx is not just wantonly cruel. He's just apathetic to the mattering of other life in an individual sense. Calyx is the ultimate embodiment of, I do not care I will kill any individual to make sure people survive. He will kill one to save 100, to save 100, like that. He will, no person is above dying in order to make sure that mankind endures. He hates death and abhors it, but like his obsession is to make sure that no matter what, we do not die. I will not let us die. We will, like, he's obsessed with that, right? He doesn't want to die. That's why he created once and became an Endless, right? Because of his illness growing up, because all of his life was a ticking clock, he spent every day as a reminder that you're going to die. You're going to die. He memento mori'd the shit out of his own life, not by his own choice, right? The thing is that his willingness to sacrifice individual lives to save the greater whole very much may be in line with Halmarut. Halmarut may be absolutely... Halmarut's dialogue, as we're going to see in a second, is effectively life churns and spans, and nature will kill and grow and love and birth and hate, and like it just... that the cycle is just part of it. That's it. There's a way of thinking only in the macro that they're both expressing that are not at odds with each other whatsoever. Now, if Calyx was like, I will destroy all non-human life to make sure mankind endures forever, maybe they could come to odds. But I think right now they're at the point of just making sure they endure at all. Yeah, considering Negan is supposed to be the origin. What? Would be interested. I'm not, Lori, what are you talking about? Nagin? Supposed to be the origin of life wouldn't she be interested in it? And would it be the origin of life on every reflection? I'm not sure what you're talking about, so I'd have to read it. And I also would advise that if you're basing that off of someone's myth or folklore, that doesn't mean it's factually the case. So we'll definitely let me know what you're talking about, and we'll talk about it. Is effectively their willingness to endure is only possible at the cost of the reflection, and they've resigned themselves to that fact. Yeah, totally possible. Very, very much so. I guess what's interesting to me is the idea that the reflections that they're, like she says, the ninth's doomed, right? Unless they change their course. But the question is what course were we supposed to change to that would have brought salvation to the ninth in the first place? Blitzball DPS for 9.0, please. Look, Final Fantasy X is my favorite single player Final Fantasy, and I would love Blitzball and the Gold Saucer. As for a job, I mean, really, you just need to give Dancer a Blitzball. Like, yes, there's the Lady Luck component, like slots and stuff, like, but for the most part, if you just gave a Dancer a Blitzball, I mean, you can't, because how they hold chakrams and stuff doesn't translate. Like, you can't and make it work without changing the animations. But, you know, I don't know if Blitzballer would be meaningfully different enough from a Dancer. That would be exciting. Blitzball inspired, maybe, but it would have to be more different than just Blitzballer. I really hope that the Winters are purely an Ascian org. Well, I mean, we know that they're not. I mean, we already know they're not because Calyx is a part of them. Yeah, it would be interesting to see new people from the source reflections with esoteric knowledge align against us. I mean, it's very possible that Pastrat, Halmarut, and Altima, sorry, Halmarut, or yeah, Pastrat, I'm so used to saying those four. Pastrat, Dudelaphon, and Altima may still be a part of the group. Yeah, it's totally possible. Yeah. I kind of desperately hope it's not just, well, not desperately. I'm totally fine if it is just the remaining Sundered. I really hope it's more than that. I think it would be really interesting to have a stronger and more dynamic coalition. I think a dynamic coalition would be really interesting. Given that Halmarut seems focused on life in general, she may not care that much, but Calyx's efforts may just get greedier and greedier in search of power to run the endless. I mean, inherently, he was always running up against an impossible task of fueling the endless endlessly. Except for, if you have the key and you can connect to the interdimensional rift, and the interdimensional rift is an infinite possibility corridor, you potentially have, not unlimited, but technically unlimited Aether as long as you can keep pillaging it from other universes. But it definitely could put them at odds later, yeah. We saw a few species. Right now, I would say that they are much more aligned in intent, but not aligned in their fundamental philosophies in every way whatsoever. We saw a species on our star escape the Song of Oblivion, and I do mean a few, yeah. Calyx is also a hypocrite. Yes, but it depends on which way you mean. I don't know if I should go to bed. It's 12 midnight. Yukio, get some sleep. On the fandom way, never use the wikis. The 14 wikis are full of misinformation. I cannot emphasize enough. Do not use the 14 wikis ever, 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 unless you are supplementing them with already in-game information. Ever. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be mean to the people who run it, but not only are they full of misinformation on the lore and people's headcanon stated as fact, not only is that like rife, but secondarily, even the times where they cite sources, if you go check the sources, they don't say the thing that they say. Like, I've seen references to page 250, like 210 of EE2 says this, and then you go there and it doesn't say that. It says something completely different. So do not, I'm going to be an asshole here for a second, but never, ever, 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 ever with 14's lore, ever use the wikis as your way of looking up lore at face value. It will, there is so much headcanon that people just put in as fact. And just straight up, it's like, we'll just say, like, people's RP canon is put on some of those wikis and stated as fact. And even when it's not, a lot of the information is either things are stated as fact that are not known for fact. They're implied and possible. But yeah, every single, 14 wiki fandom, none of the 14 wikis ever should you be ever using as your primary source for lore. Use them. They can be super useful. But they should never be your primary source for lore, ever. Because anyone can edit them. To be clear, anyone can go on and just type in whatever they want. So if people think something is true because they think it should be because of their headcanon or fanon or whatever, they can just put it up there. Yeah. On the fandom side, it says Nagan and the island of South Eorzean, the Rogans believe is the original. Yeah. So what's going on there is the Eorzean Hellsguard Rogadin have a belief about where life originates. That's not fact. 14 is full of communities and people with myths and creation myths and understandings about how the world works that are not the actual case. Like all of the allied societies that have primals have beliefs about how they were created, and none of them are correct. Well, almost none of them. Garuda kind of actually approaches kind of being a bastardization of the truth. So people's myths and legends about where they believe something formulated should never be taken as this is factually the case. It's also worth pointing out that Hellsguard Rogadin's history does not date back, obviously, to the before the Sundering, but we don't even know when Eorzean lore and history even starts. Because if it starts in like the 4th Astral Era, right, then literally they can't possibly know. Yeah, many unreliable. They're not narrators though. It's not unreliable narrators. It's like if you started playing an MSQ and instead of reading the text bubbles for what people were saying, you had someone who was walking by with you and typing what they think happens in each cutscene. Like that's what reading the wiki's like. They're not narrators. Narrators are, an unreliable narrator is a definitive source written by an authorial creator that is meant to be unreliable. That's not this. None of the people writing the wikis are the people writing the story. Yeah. Wait, religion is not fact? Yes. But like importantly, like creation myths in 14 are meant to be like, there might be roots of something that might be hearkening to the truth, but like they're not, yeah. Zedela have their own myths. The Eorzean Rogadin have their own myths. The the Eorzean Seawolves, the Hellsguard Rogadin of the Far Reach have their own myths. The Seekers of the Sun have different beliefs than the Keepers of the Moon. The Highlanders of places like Alamigo have different beliefs than the Midlanders of most of the rest of the world. Like the Domans, the Doman here believe differently. Like, yeah. Meant something game. Well, I'm not going to get on that. Yeah. Zayla have their own myths. Yeah. So yes, never, ever, ever. I'm sorry, but this is like, if there is one thing you can take away from today, it is nothing about the live letter. It's please, for the love of God, only use primary sources as your primary source, which means go either play or look for in the game, or, and this is why I made T-Tools. I'm going to post it again. We made a tool called T-Tools. You look up any word in the game. You type in anything, Mericidia, Butts, Halmarut. Every time that word appears in the game and the entire context of it being said will be populated. Every item, every dialogue, every quest text. This is all primary source. I did not enter this in. This is pulled straight from the game. So this is all primary source text. So if you ever want to like do research in the game, I'm not saying you have to use C-Tools because I made it and you should use it. You should. But because it's a primary source resource. The wikis are not. And I have had to correct multiple pages that I have found. The amount of times I've had to correct your sales page because people just make shit up is... Anyways. Okay, let's get back to the voice. I'm calling that the Gate of Azem for now because it seems like such a... If you got a friendly primal or non-tempering variety, Zodiac or Highland Buddy, which... I mean, the ones that already exist, I mean, Susano would be a good time. Yeah, I was right. You can look up anything. Any word, you put it in and it'll pop up if there's any instances of it. Also, if you want to do more than one word, you can do parentheses or quotation marks around it and it will look up that. So if you want to look up Mericidian butts and put up quotation marks around that and it'll find every instance of Mericidian butts. There are none, but if there were. Every time I see Yoshi P, he seems more and more sad. This is the face of a man who gets yelled at by the fan base no matter what he does. I mean, you're not wrong. I'd point out, I don't know, dude, I was playing during Shadowbringers and Endwalker. That man looked way more tired and bad than... Right now, I don't know if it's maybe just my bias of just spending a lot... I've seen him for a decade now, but like, he's some of the happiest I've seen him. He's tired, but he's always tired in the 0.5 going into the expansion because he's doing so much work. He's definitely tired, but I don't think he's sad. I do think, and he's been dealing with, I think he's dealt with the Phantom a lot. But yeah, it does not help when you deal with people critiquing you for something that's not even true, you know? Yeah. That's just what getting older looks like sometimes, I'm afraid, Jesse. Yeah. I would point out, I actually, like, if you've known him, if you've been paying attention for years, for quite a few years, I would say he actually looks quite happy right now. Definitely tired, definitely exhausted. But he literally always looks that during this time in the patch cycle, every time.
The star is tolerant to life.
So this is Hamrut. The star is tolerant to life. That's an interesting too. The idea that the star tolerates life, right? Not gives, fosters, creates, right?
It holds no grudges.
It holds no grudges.
And neither rages nor weeps for being sundered.
It holds no grudges and neither rages nor weeps for beings sundered. Basically, the star is as it is, and it does with what the cycle is as it is. The nature of beings being sundered is in and of itself not antithetical to the way of the star. It itself just accepts as it is. Yeah, this is for POV, 100%. Like, you have to take that into account. I guess, I don't know how to phrase this other than anytime anyone says anything, you should be assuming they're talking about their POV and not ever, especially in 14, never taking things as absolute. Because very few cases are there where information is absolute. Most information is meant to be perspective. That's also why recontextualizations are not retcons. Information matching and working with what the understood information is, but unreliable people who do not fully understand the thing is not a retroactive continuity as it is a recontextualization. Like Astro and Umbral being inverted in cause and effect is something that before Shadowbringers, if you were paying attention to the aetherology, you'd be like, huh, this seems kind of odd. Like the relationship between these two things seems offset in a way that doesn't, like, it doesn't seem to match up. But you'd be like, okay, whatever, I don't know. And then Shadowbringers made the point like, no, it is inverted, right? More inanimate, I think emotionless is just what it is, yeah.
You've no recourse but to cower before my true power.
Interestingly, I think that's Reen's voice actress, which is interesting because they could have brought her in studio without intents for what's coming in the next expansion. But having voice actresses in the actors or actresses in 7.5 that are not as of yet in the MSQ, I think is usually means that they might be showing up in usually the people who are voicing lines for Alliance raids and raids are people either in the patch or the next patch. This is interesting.
Mayhap the time has come for another journey across the salt.
Okay, Grahatia says mayhaps it's time for another journey across the salt. Apparently, I was told in German, it's basically maybe it's time to return to Sharlayan, basically, which is because across the salt means traveling across the Indigo Deep, traveling from Eorzea to Tural or Tural to Eorzea. So the implication there is that they've done some research and stuff in Tural in the back rooms, and then everyone's like, okay, I think it's time to get back to Sharlayan and Eorzea, and probably we head back to Eorzea, and then either we go to Mordona or we travel to Sharlayan or something, and then on to Garlemald, which made a lot of sense, especially because if we want to get to Maria Lamentorum, remember, to get to Maria Lamentorum, you have to go to the Gate of the Gods, which is in Garlemald. So if we were thinking, oh, we need to get to Maria Lamentorum for some reason, or being in Garlemald makes sense for us to go there, because we have to go there first. And then if it's under siege or something, then we got to deal with that. Yeah, the Ojo-sama laugh, yeah. Hildebrand, I'm not going to talk about that today.
No amount of devastation and death can compel it to stop the wheels of creation from turning.
No amount of devastation or death can compel it to stop the wheels of creation from turning. I assume what she's referring to is the star, is the idea that it is creating and begetting and cycling whether or not that destroys the reflections, whether or not it pulls the reflections back into itself and destroys them all, regardless of who or what is killed. That the star, it just is functioning. It just is doing. There is no weeping, no raging, no anger, no hate, no like it is just, that is physics, right? I'll pause there for a second. Soken looked so bright too, very encouraging. Yeah. I wish I'd give him all my rings. That must be a source of his power. Yeah. She implies the star is emotionless. Yeah, not inanimate so much as it is apathetic without judgment. Like the star does not judge. It only does. Like there is no the star nature, right? The star nature. It's like real world nature, right? It's not that real world nature is cruel. It is just utterly apathetic to good or bad. It just is. The tide just is. It just does. It comes in. It comes out. It doesn't matter if that saves you or that drowns you, right? I think that's what she's getting at. And I think what's getting at here is possibly in the wake of the loss of Zodiark or Hydaelyn or both, especially with the comments about the will of the star and the loss of that astrality and umbrality and who knows what. Nature is taking hold again, right? The natural flow, ebb and flow of continuity of nature takes place, which may not be for the best. Love this. Yeah, could have sworn Warrior of Light was called some version of the all-around good egg more than twice. The Eorzean. I imagine we will get more Gaia and Reen now we are doing 13th stuff. Yeah, I mean, to be frank, whenever we start doing more and more 13th stuff, expect to do more first stuff because they're two parts of the same whole. Like one, you have the umbrality of the first trying to be fixed, and you have the astrality of 13 trying to be fixed, and they even talk about how they like the memoria crystals from the 13th could potentially help with the umbrality of the source, and potentially vice versa. Also, the Merchant's Tale literally ends with a gate in the first onto the void, and a fighting against a voidant sin eater, right? Like that's what the end of the Merchant's Tale is. And you end up in the 13th at the end of the Merchant's Tale. And it's also worth pointing out, hollows and the magic to create void gates exists in the first. Just go do the role quests for Shadowbringers, right? There's a bunch of stuff tying the first and 13th that has been around for, since Shadowbringers, mainly because that's when the first becomes like highly unknown and relevant. What creature do you think is being approached in the depths of Garlemald? If you're talking about the Magic Tech Research Facility, we'll go back in a second. We talked about that quite a bit earlier. I'm curious about the Trials theme would be like Doom Train at FF9 music despite being an FF8 summon. That's a great question. I don't know the answer. It kind of depends on what's going on with NUO, because like NUO's theme in F5, if I remember rightly, is just a version of like Decisive Battle or something like that. But they could redo the theme again in a different version than the one they did with X-Death. So I don't know. I'm really curious about it. Yeah, Nature's Beautiful Gordon.
So many seeds of life have already been lost.
So many seeds of life have already been lost.
Countless perish as nature runs its course.
Countless perish as nature runs its course.
Yet in spite of this, people continue to believe that the morrow will come.
Yet in spite of this, people continue to believe that the morrow will come.
But it will not. For nothing lies beyond the solstice. And no one will be left alive.
But it will not, for nothing lies beyond the solstice, and no one will be left alive. The term solstice is really interesting too, with Azem's iconography, symbol, and everything being the sun too. You know, like there's a double meaning there potentially of like the nadir of Azem and potentially the apex of Azem, right? The idea that the solstice is, presumably they mean winter, right? I mean, winterers, obviously, but the winterers is more specifically those who hibernate and endure through something. But also the idea of life at its lowest moment where the sun is like the least sun and light and life is being fed to the star.
The solstice, but
Is she implying the chance, implying that some of the unjoined reflections have fallen? It's possible. I think when she says seeds of life, though, she's meaning more broadly, just like one, if you look at the first, even though the first is saved and can recover, so much life was lost. Same with 13th. Same with 9th. Right? So much of the life and things and seeds of life in the source have been destroyed. It's possible that they mean 4th, 8th, and 11th as well. That's distinctly a chance. But remember, the reason that the 13th was destroyed was failed rejoining. The reason that 1st was rejoined was almost rejoining. The reason that 9th was destroyed was, well, technically we don't know, but I'm going to tell you it was a failed rejoining. It was. Look, everything about the 11's lightning surge, the storm surge war, and the rising Levin and Electra, everything about the 9th speaks to Ascian a plot for a rejoining. They still said, what if referring to imbalance too much light or dark umbral astral? I mean, the thing is that if it was just too much umbral or astral alone, how do I put this? That's not. This is something more than that. It's not just highly astral, because like we already know what extreme umbrality and extreme astrality can beget, and we also kind of know how to solve them. Not that it's not difficult. My feeling here is that this is not, think burn, not empty, right? Think a stilling, a cessation and removal of aether rather than just a slowing of it. That would be my take. I think they find a way to work Silva and Ukla into the story, but someone, yeah. I mean, the only problem is like, one, we just had a patch where they had a bunch of story. If you've done all the role quests and you do Merchant's Tale, you get you get to talk to Silva and Unukahai and there's a whole like conversation and thing. I think the only issue is like, how do you handle it in such a way that you don't make the Shadowbringers role quests all mandatory, as well as Merchant's Tale? And the answer to that is I don't know. I don't know how they tackle that.
It will not. Countless perish as nature runs its course. Yet in spite of this,
like her earlier line is really important there, right? Countless perish as nature runs its course, and she's talking about nature is neither hates you nor loves you, it just is, right? The idea is that the natural flow of things will result in many die, like naturally. That's like the life lives and dies, and that, anyways, that's an ebb and flow. But this is somehow even more beyond that. Wait, Merchant's Tale had a voice. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean Pilgrim's Traverse. I said Merchant's Tale. I meant Pilgrim's Traverse. Not. I had Merchant's Tale in the mind. Would it make sense for it to call Kate Shi to return? Oh, right, they did officially make it Kate Sith. Not really at all. Because remember, Cat Sith is a familiar of Caesar. There's not a lot, like, yes, tied to the Void Arc saga, but there's not a lot of specific reason to bring Kate Sith back. Like, there's no function or knowledge or service. Like, he knew a lot about Mach and a decent amount of Void Scent, but arguably we're probably a stronger scholar in Void Scent at this point than Kate Sith is. So not really. And yeah, he is with the Sky Pirates, correct.
people continue to believe that the morrow will come. But it will.
It's even important that she says the morrow, right? The idea that the sun will rise again, right? And then it's not. The solstice comes. And so like there's a shit ton of sun imagery and the idea of the winter and the solstice and I'm assuming the nadir of the sun, the like lowest, the point at which the longest night, right?
Will not.
And I think it's important, instead of thinking just about night like darkness, like shadow, like think about light, think about night in this case, or this idea of as a cessation of life force and energy, right? Think about it more that poetically styled rather than just light and dark like Hydaelyn and Zodiac.
For nothing lies beyond the solstice.
But what is the solstice, and why does nothing lie beyond it? The question is when she says that, is she saying that the reflections will die, but so will the source, because the solstice will bring about a great rejoining, but that leads to the end of life upon the reflection? Or is there, does she mean more widely? I don't know. Okay, guys, I think it's a good time to call it. I got to go pack for driving to FanFest. I'm driving literally across the country. V's driving a little across country. And I got to go a bunch of errands and stuff to do in the meantime. There won't be a trailer analysis video out because I'm going to be leaving tomorrow. However, this extra hour or two spent like thinking long and hard on it effectively will count for it. I hope if any of you guys are coming to FanFest, please come up and say hi. You do not need to be shy. Obviously, if you're socially anxious and don't want to, you don't need to. But please do not feel afraid to at any point come up and say hi if you want to. We will have a bunch of people from the Eorzean Archives that'll be there at FanFest. And so if you need a group to hang around with or you just want to hang out for a little bit, definitely come do that. And obviously, we need to go to Jollibee. I'm going to Euro. Nice. I hope you have a great time. Final call for, does anybody have any lore thoughts or questions they want to tackle before I head out? I technically can stay for another 5 to 10, but if not, we'll wrap it up. Also, how we all feeling? I was already fucking excited. I was expecting to be even more excited, and guess what? I'm very excited. I'm excited for 7.5. I'm excited for mechanically 7.5 and mechanically 8.0. I'm excited for UI UX updates and quality of life. I'm excited narratively. It's a good time. For those of you who joined particularly during the Endwalker patches or during Endwalker, I cannot recommend highly enough, enjoy this process. The 10 months or so lead up from NA FanFest to the release of 8.0, we don't know how long it'll be exactly, but like for safety, assume February 2027. Enjoy this time. It's a wonderful time to enjoy the experience of getting excited and theorizing and meeting new people and doing old content. A bunch of people will go and do Eureka and Bosnia. If you have things you've wanted to do, creating a fun list to do it and not stressing about it, but, you know, tackling it. It's a great time to do that. This is not the downtime of 14. Now is a very exciting time and much to be loved to take advantage of for sure. Looking for the next week's announcement. Yeah, and also a final reminder that you can join our channel at youtube.com, Eorzean Archives, youtube.com/Eorzean Archives. You can also join our Discord at discord.gg/Eorzean Archives, where we have events most nights of the week. We accept all sorts of people. We do a book club every Friday. We're going to be doing a book club about this in about 6 hours. Yeah, just love to have any of you guys. It's also a lot of people just come there to talk about 14. Yeah, looking forward to the next week's announcement. Yeah, I'm super excited for the keynote, the MSQ, and the ultimate. Yeah, much love, man. You're really a personality. Oh, thanks. I hope to connect soon. 100%. And yeah, definitely. I try to be, but I also try to be myself, which also means that I have strong opinions, but I enjoy talking to people, and I do enjoy hearing them. I do wonder if they're going to phase out PS4. No evidence for sure as of yet, one way or another. My gut says yes, but there's no reason to assume. So don't assume that they will. But my gut, I'm feeling it in my gut. I have many things to catch up on for time. Think of that as exciting rather than daunting. You've got plenty of time and a bunch of wonderful stuff to do it. Ray's put the Discord link, so awesome. Switch 2 port, god damn it, give it to us. Yeah, I mean, Yoshi P in his most recent interview said we are trying to work with Nintendo. Please, like, hold on. I don't think the problem is just a byproduct. Just an issue of like literally just technically porting it. There's a lot of other considerations at hand, but we know that they are talking to Nintendo. We know that they are. They have said as much. Don't listen to Alio. This is almost why we love it so. It's a ride. Yeah, it's a journey, right? Was your journey a good one? If it's just about only the moments that are like the highest peaks, then it's hard to have a beautiful cresting rise and fall, and a journey is far more epic when it's a long and winding road, right? I think, yeah. Will there be T Discord tag? A T Discord tag. For what? For like a thing that you can put on your... I'm not fully sure I know what you mean, Laura, but you'll have to let me know. Switch 2 port would make sense, I suppose. I think Switch 2 port potentially makes sense, having spent some time with it. That I can understand. The main thing is that data limits, like it's not just hardware, it's also like data limits and plenty of other issues are having to choose. Like PS4's issue isn't hardware, actually. PS4's biggest issue is data. Server tag. No, I'm saying I don't know what you mean by a server tag. Like, do you mean Discord? I'll give it 1 second. Yeah, I'm very excited. I love the botanical theme of Halmarat's outfit. I'm about to get Switch 2. Here's what I'll say. If it has multiple games you're interested and excited for, it's super awesome and worth it. If not, just wait. I was very excited for the Duskbloods and Pocopia. So it ended up being a good purchase for me and V. But it's a hefty price. So we are struggling for boost at the moment, and the T tag is, but a T tag is oh, you need boost in Discord. Boost in server Discord, get a tag that you can show next to your name. I would love that, but we need to boost it more. So we could definitely use some help with that if people have an extra $1 or $2 that they want to help. I think it's tied to boost. Okay, yeah, that's the issue. Okay, we'll figure it out. Yeah, then yes, a T-Tag Discord is absolutely in the cards. I just need to earn enough money to make it a thing. Games I don't come out till later. Then I'd say wait. I think there's no harm in waiting. Till there's like a good deal or the games you want are out. Boosted server Discord. Yeah, okay. For others to see, like a tag that appears. Okay, yeah, I'll get that. I'll address that. I'll look into that tonight. Obviously, if anybody's joining or wants to boost it, I wouldn't be hugely appreciated. So thank you. But yeah, with that, also you can support us over on Patreon.com if you want to. We don't put anything behind the paywall really, so obviously it's more just for supporting us to make everything continue to be a little bit more easier, and it can go towards things like buying set deck or things like boosted for the server. Pretty much almost all the money I make from Eorzean Archives goes back towards the. Okay. I'm going to call it there, though. I am very excited. Good to spend time with you guys, and I hope that you guys are excited. I hope your journey is a good one, and I have been Elliot Fortran. We'll see you guys later. Cheers, everybody.